Hello everyone and welcome to the Fall Masters Tour. I am Raven and joining me is Sottle, and we're going to be kicking off day one for you guys as we get ready to crown our final champion and one of the final qualifiers to the World Championship. Sottle, welcome. Long time no see, but not really. Different mode, same game. How's it going?
At least you get to unpin that tweet now, eh? Yeah, it's been going well. Oh, yeah, hang on, give me a sec. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Constructed, of course, it's always... we've been doing Lobby Legends, we've done some Battlegrounds recently. It's always nice to be back in Constructed. I think this is, this is home for both of us, I suppose, and we are going to get one step closer to getting the final lineup for the World Championship. Of course, there will still be some places on the line after this, but in terms of the direct qualification from the three tournaments, this is the third of those three, so tons on the line, lots of drama expected, and a very recent balance patch that shook everything up for all of these players at the last minute as well.
Yeah, we'll get to the meta a little bit later on, but as we mentioned, this is the third and final Masters Tour of the year, which means we've had a couple more beforehand and a couple of very intense tournaments as well as finals and champions as well. So we can take a look at some of those players as well. One player especially, and you'll know this, Sol, but Levick with the first one of the year taking the victory was so good. And again, I was so happy to see this happen just because I saw Levick's potential straight away.
And these are the moments, right? Like, you see that build-up of tension, and now you see the release. Like, this is why we do this, for these little moments of tension, the glory of victory, the despair of defeat. You're seeing both of those things on the screen right now for Pocket Train and Yu. Pocket Train, of course, is back again. He is still one of the front runners to be at the World Championship by hook or by crook, whether he wins this tournament or not. But you can see just how much it means to each and every one of those players, because it is so much work this year to get to this point. They really have invested a full year of their lives into getting this done.
Yeah, the dedication required is kind of ridiculous, to be completely honest, and it's why we are, we are seeing a lot of the same names get here every time. As you mentioned, Pocket Train going to be looking to make finish what he started in the previous one, so hopefully he can get that work. But there's a lot of competition going up against him, as we can see what the players are competing for, not only trying to become champion of a seasonal championship, but that qualifying guaranteed spot to the World Championship with everything on the line.
Yeah, and the headline there, yes, there is a nice prize pool here. Yes, that is a significant amount of money that, can give you a decent wage for your year's work if you take home all of it. But it's that spot at the World Championship. That's what people are really, really fighting for. And again, nice prize pool, $350,000 on the line in total at the World Championship. But that's like, you don't grind out this entire year in the way people have done to make money. That's not a good decision. That's not why they've done it. They do it because they love the game, they love competition, they want to win, and they want to join that pantheon of Hearthstone World Champions, most recently occupied by Bunny Hopper. That's why they do it. That's what's on the line.
Yeah, and honestly, the way the formats work this year, every single Masters Tour, we have truly seen just the best players in the world. And I think that's been shown every single time, every single group, and every single match that we've seen. We'll be able to get to the groups in just a second, but as you said, the meta's been shaken up with the recent patch. I think with these players having to submit a lineup with a very short amount of time, very exciting for us, very filled with pressure for them, and it's been very interesting to see what the players have jumped to, because a lot of them have had pretty similar reactions, as we'll get to shortly. But let's take a look at who are in those groups, who are making up the tournament this weekend, and Sol, let me know if you have any favourites to keep an eye on as we take a look at Group A.
Oh, tons. I mean, just to lead on from what you were talking about, right? The fact that it's a new meta, and it's weird to say that because it is just a balance patch, right? And a balance patch you can't always describe as a new meta, but I think where we were with the meta beforehand, with Druid being as incredibly dominant as it was, and then Druid kind of having the soul stripped out of it in the balance patch, it is a new meta, right? Everything suddenly becomes possible. And I think Casey is perhaps the best player in the world at identifying things that are strong in new and evolving metas quicker than anyone else. He has a lineup in this tournament which is markedly different from everyone else's as well, which is kind of what I would expect coming in. So it's going to be very much sink or swim for Casey. He's backed himself to know what the good decks are, which is what he's been doing his whole career. So Casey, real one to watch in this, I think.
Yeah, and as we know, you said we've been doing this a long time. We've seen this strategy pay off before, and we've seen it crash and burn. So, Casey, definitely a player you want to be keeping your eye on across the weekend. Here's we take a look at Group C. We are going to see that Pocket Train as well. Going to be back with a vengeance in this one. And then, of course, Group D with Recfirm, Gamer RVG. Just a lot of players we've seen it time and time again. But I will say, for me, Sottle, that the power feels like it's definitely shifted towards Group A and B if we're going to start discussing the groups of death, let's say.
Yeah, certainly when, I focused on Casey for those first two groups, and then sat right next to Casey on that graphic was Gabby, who I didn't mention, right? Like, we're already in business in terms of an incredibly powerful group at that point, so I can get behind it, but again, I just have to echo the sentiment. And, sometimes this is lip service, sometimes this is just commentators saying what they're supposed to say. To get to this point, you're an absurd Hearthstone player. Like, there's so much work to even get to this point that you absolutely cannot dismiss anyone. And I don't say that kind of stuff. Sometimes you get to a field in a tournament, and I'll happily say you, that person has no chance of winning this tournament. That is absolutely not the case in this one.
I was just getting worried because apparently there's stuff we should say. I kind of just make things up as I go along, so
oh, don't worry,
so far,
it shows, Raven. It's fine. Everyone knew that already.
Still here, though, so hey, who's really winning if you think about it? Let's take a look at what our first featured match is going to be, though, and it is going to be Pocket Train versus Tonsoku. And we spoke a lot about Pocket Train, Sottle, but Tonsoku, again, speaking of how long we've been doing this, I feel like Tonsoku is one of the very early names in our careers, at least.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we've been doing this for a very, very long time, and Pocket Train is the newer of these two names, even though he's probably currently burning brighter. He hasn't been doing it necessarily as long as Tonsoku has. And I think he's setting it up for us perfectly there with that quote. Fumbled the last Masters Tour final. Yeah, there was... he's called out two particular plays that he wasn't happy with in that final, one of which I was also calling out in the Discord at the time, one of which I didn't catch at the time, but he takes these situations very, very seriously. He'll be looking to put what he considers to be a better performance in this time. But he does have a very, very, very good position in the race to Worlds because he's been consistently such a high point earner in terms of his finishes. He kind of has that double buffer, right, where even if he doesn't get one of the automatic spots of winning the tournament, he may well still get there. So Pocket Train is someone to keep an eye on for the long term still as we come to the end of this competitive year.
And now we're going to finally dive into some decks. One of the key decks here for Pocket Train and for, a good chunk of players across this weekend is going to be that Mech Rogue. Is this a deck you foresaw being one of the most popular going in after the nerf to Druid?
It was actually. When
Now that you mention it.
Yeah, when we were discussing, I think it was actually in Lorinda's stream, we were talking about stuff, and I said, I was just kind of looking through decks and trying to imagine what was good, because obviously we, as much as the players, we were trying to scramble and figuring out what was worth practicing, what are we going to get our heads around. Mech Rogue was one of the things that I did think was a distinct possibility that we might be seeing in this tournament. I believe there are 6 or 7 in total in this lineup, so a fair few players have decided to go with the Mech Rogue. It does make sense.
I think it's rough, more or less even split between Mech Rogues and Secrets as well, so it'll be really interesting to see sort of which rogue reigns supreme by the end of the weekend, or maybe even by the end of today, who knows. But his opponent is going to be Tonsoku, and a character that's always done his own thing and always been very sort of aggro-based, very successful over so many years of Hearthstone. It does actually worry me to think back at how long, Hearthstone esports has been going around and we've been casting Tonsoku specifically. So what do you make of this lineup, which feels very different with that very noticeable lack of mage?
It does, yeah. I think Tonsoku and Casey probably have the most different lineups from the rest of the field. Casey bringing 2 decks where he's a unique player with those 2 decks. Tonsoku as well with this spell Demon Hunter. And I know it's something that he's kind of faced a little bit of criticism from the other players for as well. Pocket Train's called it out specifically that he doesn't think this lineup from Tonsoku is very good. So now here you go. Has to put his money where his mouth is. Guess what? You're on stream first, having said that. So good luck, buddy. So yeah, it would be remiss of me to say, hey, Casey's got these weird decks that no one else is bringing because he's a genius and he's going to win. Tonsoku's got these weird decks that no one else is playing because he's an idiot and he's going to lose. Like, no, that's not the situation, right? various players will have decided to just try and do something other than just wind the clock back to the old decks, right? Which is what some people have done. Odin Warrior, Rainbow Mage, etc., Secret Rogue, things that we've been seeing for a while. Tansoku's pushing the boat out. He's been doing something different. I think the main understanding coming into this tournament was that we would have decks that played for board, because Yogg and Prison Breaker got nerfed, two of the most anti-board cards that existed in the meta overall. And then conversely, decks that were still good at controlling boards without having Yogg or Prison Breaker in there. So Odin Warrior, Control Priest are the first two that come to mind, right? They still have enough removal tools without access to those cards. And that is kind of what we're seeing. It's just the exact definition of people as to, okay, exactly which minions do I want to put in the middle, right? Like, is it an Outcast DH? Is it a Spell DH? Is it Miracle Rogue? Is it Secret Rogue? Is it Rainbow Mage? Like, what am I doing to get these minions in the middle of the board?
Well, that's it, isn't it? Because I was going to bring up as well, we've seen, I think every single player's brought Warrior, whether that's in Rage or Odin. There's 15 Mages, there's 14 Rogues, but then suddenly, as is often the case, the fourth deck question, very similar to the 3-body problem, but that's a very different thing. There's like Shaman for 7, and then Demon Hunter, Hunter, Priest, Druid, Warlock, Druid, Warlock, all have like 3-3-3-2-1. So again, not only are we seeing certain players go a little bit different in terms of lineup overall, but also within that, just exactly what fourth deck's going to be good. Are any of these going to be preyed upon? Are we going to see any glaring weaknesses? Because time and time again, we've seen players either win the whole thing because of these choices, or get absolutely obliterated because of them. But without further ado, let's get on with the first match of the day. We've got Pocket Train versus Tansoku, Rogue versus Shaman.
Decent looking mulligan options for both players. Coppertail Snoop, of course, a fantastic snowball card. Got a little bit of a nudging with the nerf bat a couple of patches ago, just reducing some of that overall power. But the effect of the card of, if this sticks once, you get more mana, so you can cheat more and make other plays that make it stick again, and then all of a sudden maybe it gets Wind Fury and blah 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 blah. Still very, very powerful, but I think Pocket just focusing here on actual cards that have effect on the board in order to get things as quickly and powerfully down as possible.
Yeah, because going up against Shaman especially, this is going to be quite the scrap, I imagine, on board. Both players have access to a lot of that board focus, as you mentioned, but Shaman has the ability to play for board, as well as, you know, having spells or just removal tools in general that will really, really help. So a lot of this will be Pocket Train trying to open up a gap here and really push through it. Whereas Tansoku, even though will be battling for that board and is a board-focused deck, will probably become the sort of defender in that sort of style, at least for the first few turns. And already, this is terrifying. When I play against Rogue and they open like this, I'm like, well, I probably lost. You know, that may not be true, but it's kind of how you feel, right?
And honestly, like, this isn't one of the most broken openings that Necro can come up with. Like, this is kind of the deck. I think it's overstated a little bit, this idea of, like, okay, you play your first 4 turns, and if your opponent isn't dead by that point, you're probably having a bad time. But certainly, it's one of the decks where the first 3 turns are probably the most important in the game right now. Of, you know, how fast a start can Necro get, and how good are the opponent's options to be able to deal with it.
Speaking of good options, schooling is never bad as the Shaman when you want to play and try and defend some kind of board-based attack here. So Tansoku getting away with this. Only gets to remove 1 minion with this play, but gets rid of the Divine Shield, I think most importantly, because that's another problem that can occur when not only are these magnetics sort of stacking stats, but when they're shielded, it just adds that extra layer of frustration. But Sottle's little yelp of, I don't know, joy, surprise, fear at seeing this minion drawn. This is going to open up Pocket Train to just have a truly terrifying minion on board with that 5/7 now.
Yeah, right choice here, I think, in the end. It's one of those meme curves, right, where when you're a really bad player, you always do it in this order, right? When you're a new player, you're like, okay, more damage, attach the stealth first.
Damage, good, go.
Yeah, then when you're an intermediate player, you're like, okay, but it's like, I can guarantee basically having a minion on board next turn for Magnetic. So I think intermediate players tend to lean towards attack first and then stealth after, and then at the top level you start to understand, well, hang on, sometimes they just can't kill a 5/7 anyway, so this is just free damage at this point.
Yeah. And just after seeing 2 of the 3 piranhas, right, that's one thing removed that's possible. Like, Pocket will know there's that 1 damage available from hand for 1 mana, but there's not really anything that deals with this 5/7, realistically.
Nope. And Pocket will know, because this deck that Tansoku's playing is remarkably similar to the deck that Pocket Train was arguably the best player in the world with. The deck, unsurprisingly, though, that he claims to have thrown the previous tournament with, which was Nature Shaman. This is a very, very similar deck. Its options, through the early game are basically the same as they always have been. So Pocket will have a very clear understanding of what those removal tools are.
Yeah, and Tansoku just saying, you know what? This needs to die, and it needs to die now. So gonna put the minion in, get that down to a 5/4, and now there's options of Zap Lightning Bolt. Well, not anymore, but that was the plan, to go for, Zap Lightning Bolt, just something to stop the damage, because right now, Tansoku's sitting on 12 health, and with that debuff, it's not looking great. Even the Feral Spirit's not available anymore. This is easy, just roll Taunt Totem. Don't know.
Oh yeah, that's the winning play. That solves all of our problems.
Yeah. What's the issue?
Well, they are numerous and severe.
And Tansoku, I think, he's probably going through this discussion, but with himself. Should I press the totem button, or should I?
I'm probably
this is not looking great.
Marginally less jovial.
Yes, maybe just a tad.
So I don't know if equipping a weapon and hitting your opponent in the face necessarily solves any of those problems either. It does make you feel a bit better, though, and that's important.
It makes you think, maybe next turn.
Yeah.
Maybe next turn things will improve. Oh, or not. And that, very quickly, looks like it's going to be game number 1. Going to Pocket Train, Mech Rogue doing what it wants to do, and Tansoku not really having much involvement in the game. Chucked a few piranhas down, but it was too little too late by the time it really came to the end there. Pocket Train getting off to a great start in game 1, so.
Yeah, so I think you look at Pocket's mulligan, I think that's the kind of thing he was going for, right? Like multiple 1-drops. So he could create situations where he didn't necessarily just get countered by piranhas, because say he'd just gone 1-drop into magnetizing the Snoop, and then Tansoku had top decked that schooling that he did on that turn. Just 1 minion wouldn't have had stealth, then suddenly the fish had come down, board is clear, you don't have a platform. That's what Mech Rogue is all about. You always want to have that platform that you can build on, quite literally, with the magnetic minions. So Pocket Train's mulligan might look like a little thing, but Coppertail Snoop is one of the best cards in the deck still, really, with after the nerf. So throwing that away to look for a faster, smoother curve in the early game, and then you just saw the threat of Wind Fury, which sometimes isn't even real, and wasn't particularly real in that situation for Pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, he top-decked the Spider, which would have made it real. But Tansoku had to spend 3 mana on both his fish, just throwing stuff into the 2/2 Divine Shield minion, because it had Wind Fury, and that was so much less efficient than other things he could do, just because of that fear of Magnetic coming down and ending the game.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? With that, even just with the Divine Shield itself, you're suddenly going to fall behind further because of those potential future value trades coming on. So really, really difficult overall. Pocket's going to get that win with the Mech Rogue, which means he has his own Shaman left and his Rainbow Mage to choose from. As you might have just saw there, Warrior is banned out for both players. And correct me if our opinions differ here, but I can foresee at least the Odin Warrior being banned pretty regularly this weekend.
I think so, yeah. I think largely that is, again, when you're building Conquest lineups, you kind of have to go through these various stages of like, okay, let's start by working out what I think are the best and most common decks in the game at a high level, and then put those down on a piece of paper and work out whether I want to play those or whether I want to beat those, right? Like, that's generally your first choice. And I think Odin Warrior is absolutely one of the first decks that make that list, and then when you get to the question of like, do I want to try and beat that 4 times? No, probably not.
Not really.
I think people...
Oh, they played Odin. Whoops. It's like...
Yeah, I think there are potential ways to do that, but I think they build a generally miserable lineup against a lot of the rest of the field that you kind of lose big percentage points elsewhere. So yeah, I think we'll see a large number of warrior bans throughout the tournament for sure, and we're seeing double warrior in our opener, so we're already off to a good start.
And on the other side of that, with Odin Warrior feeling so powerful, because Tonsoku, typically is bringing in Rage Warrior that's been banned. Do you think like players who brought in Rage Warrior have just, even in a more aggressive lineup, sort of simply brought a worse deck? Like, is Odin Warrior good enough to say, well, no, even if you're playing, say, 4 aggro decks, you just play the Odin Warrior anyway because it feels like aggro in the late game, let's say?
I think Odin Warrior is a fairly generically better deck to play on ladder. I think for this tournament, the Enrage Warrior strat does make some sense. I think you will face lineups in this tournament where Enrage Warrior has neutral or favored matchups against all of them. That's good. That's not necessarily tournament winning. That can be tournament winning if you're playing Last Hero Standing, if you find that deck that has positive win rates against everything. But you can then use that as a building block to create a rest of a lineup around that, right, which can put you in a favored position. In terms of like the decks in Tansoku's lineup, let's put it this way, Enrage Warrior is not the one I have the biggest question marks over.
And we'll no doubt, or maybe, get to the one that you do, because I think we both agree. But we are jumping into the next game. Pocket Train currently up 1-0. Jumping over to that Rainbow Mage, and Tonsoku still sticking on the Shaman. Rainbow Mage, one of, I would say, the most popular decks to run into on ladder at the moment. Not massively unchanged in recent history, apart from maybe a couple of additions here and there. But definitely a very, very powerful deck that can sort of just, I don't want to say steal wins like the deck shouldn't win, but more goes for some surprise wins, right? Because some of the damage burst that's available can really throw you off if you're not really keeping a sort of thought on where Sif is up to, has there been forged cards in hand, and so on, right? Because if you're not keeping like handle on that, you can just die and actually think you were very safe. And
also some of the, not only just the random burn, but the random answers that you can find as well, right? Like, just if an Infinitize gets cast, for example, that might mean they have another 0 mana Arcane Bolt in hand that you just fail to account for because you calculate the breakpoints with the mana they can spend. With the deck being so Discover based overall, depending on where you land on the Discover debate and how good, how positive it is for the game, you can have some real strong feelings about this deck one way or the other, because a lot of the cards that do get played do come out of boxes. There are a lot of boxes that get opened over the course of a Rainbow Mage deck.
It's not like, oh, my opponent's discovered 1 or 2 cards, and I've got to just try and think, what are the worst case scenarios, right? It's like, no, my opponent's discovered like 12 cards over the course of this game. Like, what do I even think about? And I think there's almost a point to revert back to, I won't specifically play around anything and just try and enact your own game plan, which is what I think Tonsoku will be trying to focus on, at least in the immediate future. Because that is a lot of cards in hand for Tonsoku, and when Shaman gets this point and maybe a little bit more mana down the line, they can perform some miracles themselves.
Yeah, this hand is making me feel things. Back in the 3 mana bioluminescence days, this was over. Like,
this is nearly lethal.
I mean, it kind of is if it goes 3. So yeah, just I guess to do the housework with this deck. If you tuned into the previous Masters Tour, or if you've been playing Hearthstone at a decent level for quite some time, you will have been familiar with the old Nature Shaman. Bioluminescence did get a little slap on the wrist, going from 3 mana to 4, and that made the speed and the viability of the combos of getting 3, 4, 5 minions spread across board and bioluminescence landing on them a little bit prohibitive for the deck. So really, or the only thing that's changed is that they've added Jazz Base into the deck to be able to cheat that extra little bit of mana that you need to compensate for the nerf to bioluminescence.
This might be something we're going to have to get used to, at least for this matchup. Oh, Inza going burnt to oblivion there, but both players having 100 cards in hand and trying to decipher exactly how to utilize them, because I think that's something that can be really difficult as well. Difficult for a player like me, not so much Pocket Train and Tonsoku, but hand management with these decks can get quite tricky, especially when you know your opponent's also having to manage it at a high level as well, because all these discovers, all the timing for Tonsoku, for example, like when to pop off with some of these activators, can get really, really hard, because you can't just sit there with a full hand and wait, because as we just saw, you can burn some pretty impactful cards.
Oh, thank you. Just received a production note based on our earlier conversation. 11 of the first 16 bans of the tournament in the opening round matches were Warrior. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this is tricky though. What does Tonsoku sort of, it sounds stupid, but get rid of here? Because this is what it feels like the decision he has to make, right?
So,
it's not what's good to play, it's what can he afford to just sort of throw away and make space with.
Yeah, so this is what I wanted to bring up. I think last turn it may have just been worth playing the Flash of Lightning instead of the Ancestral Knowledge. Tansoku went Ancestral Knowledge, which leaves him with less mana this turn and burned him a card. He had the option to just play Flash of Lightning instead and then go with like a Lightning Reflexes turn this turn, just to try and grab some tempo, right? And like give himself a little buffer, get some cards out of the hand. Tansoku has gone the other way, which is valid, and said, this hand does kill people pretty quickly if I can hold on to the majority of these cards that I have in my hand. It's just that hand size option has become real serious real quick.
Yeah, and just look at all the burn. There was just Void Scripture into Molten Rune then. And then, obviously, now that knows there's a Molten Rune in hand, and it all starts to stack up. And one of the problems is, this could easily get to the point where this won't be some kind of Sif crazy burn. This is just Pocket Train getting him. He's already down to 18.
Oh, that bulk draw is so huge. Yeah, okay, so now you open the reflexes for sure. If this finds damage, you're in business. It did not find damage. The 3 mana cards cost 1, so we are under double flash right now. So he can go Novice, Feral, and 1 Bio. So I still think he's going to be a little bit short. Yeah, he was going to need Bolt, I think, off the first Lightning Reflexes to be able to make anything happen. Especially at 42 for Pocket Train.
It's the recognition as well. Pocket Train with the shrug is like, am I dead? You know, because that's just how both of these decks are kind of going to work, especially with the setup from Tonsoku.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's so much he can still do. But is this, does Tonsoku just, like, I mean, this is what he looks to be doing, but just commit a good chunk here and just say, look, here's what I've got. If I wait any longer, I'm just going to lose. So play everything out, see what Pocket Train can do about it. Even if you have to use Burn to clear up some of this board, then fine.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about the combo turns with Shaman is that by nature of the way the combo works, you build a board.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, so, you know, you've just dealt whatever that was, 24 plus a bit to your opponent, and you're leaving a board behind that they have to deal with. You've absolutely swung tempo back the other way. The only major issue that you have is the infinity overload you gave yourself.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tonsoku's not doing too much. Unleash Fell going to definitely help out here from Pocket. Not only doing a little bit of damage, but mainly healing some as well. Giving some kind of safety. Does have the Lunar Eclipse as well. And this is what we were talking about at the start, right? Like, the Mage has the ability to just whack out crazy answers at any given time that you can't really plan for.
And honestly, like, Tansoku, I think, would have been looking at this situation going, okay, if my opponent doesn't have Inquisitive Creation, maybe I'm in a game-winning situation here, even though I'm essentially passing a turn next turn. Pocket Train did not have Inquisitive Creation, and, yeah, just had 4 removal spells that he could throw at the board instead. Absolutely disgusting outcome.
Oh.
Rare, by the way, and I will call it out because I am a journalist of great repute. I hate Sunwell. I am on the record as saying that like it is never the correct pick to take Sunwell from anything. That was a very good Sunwell outcome from Pocket Train. Picked it early, played it early, and it's going to end up, I think, largely winning him the game here.
And I think that's the big difference as well for me is Pocket picked Sunwell and got rid of it. just got it done, and used it. Because I think what so many times lesser players would pick Sunwell, I'm definitely including myself here, and just not really use it, and then it just keeps getting worse, and then you start asking yourself why you made this choice in the first place. So yeah, I definitely like the way Pocket approached this. Still, though, being able to put on a ton of pressure. And Tonsoku now has to sort of rebuild a plan, right? Because he used so much of the power. Does have Bioluminescence number 2, does have a Zapper, but other than that, still needs to acquire a lot more damage tools.
I mean, okay. that is a miserable amount of damage left behind after the devolve, to be fair. Yeah. 2 1/5s and a 0/8, essentially. Yeah.
Oh, 2 5s, let's go.
Oh, yeah, I suppose they are. Yeah. Fair point. Yeah.
Norganon into the cost 1 yen, no true surprise there. Pocket saying, let's go. Your whole turn's going to be a lot harder now, and really is Tonsoku having to pull something out of the bag. Very similar to game 1, Subtle, where an increased cost turn did not help Tonsoku in any way, and yeah, no. Just like game 1, Pocket's going to take game 2. And suddenly, what a start for Pocket Train. Again, talked about how he lost in the previous Masters Tour, got back to this one, and at least so far, this is how you want to start your first match, right? You've been featured on stream, and these are 2 games that have gone very, very well. Taking nothing away from Tonsoku, not saying he's playing bad, but Pocket just getting it done, just bang, bang, 2 games, let's go.
And there is a lot of history actually in this matchup between the 2 players as well. I was saving this little nugget of information for the right moment, but considering this might be a 3-0 30-minute series, I've got to get it out there before we miss the option. They've actually played against each other a lot, as many of these players have, right? Because they're repeat performers in Masters Tour in the previous system. Right. And of course, we're seeing a lot of the same players repeatedly this year as well. And they're actually responsible for knocking each other out on a couple of occasions. I think Fall Championships last year, Tonsoku knocked Pocket Train out, and then Spring this year, the reverse happened. Pocket knocked out Tonsoku. So you can kind of, in a weird way, view this as a rubber match between the 2 of them, even though it isn't a straight-up elimination in this situation. Mm-hmm. And with Pocket Train as well, just kind of calling out a little bit how weak he felt some of the decks Tonsoku had brought were. He kind of put a lot of pressure on himself to perform, and so far he's doing a very good job of it.
Yeah, and Pocket now, as you can see, only having his Shaman left over. And you mentioned earlier that Pocket Train has played this style of deck more or less quite often beforehand. Do you think that is going to just put him at such a huge advantage, whatever Tonsoku picks, just because he's now in that sort of high, weirdly pressured scenario where you're 2-0 up, and even though you're feeling good, there's always that thought of like, just win the next one and it's done. But, playing with a deck that's so comfortable to him now.
So Shaman scares me in this tournament. I think we learned this last time around, where Shaman had a lot of hype coming in. I was one of the chief proponents of that hype. I had a lot of very strong things to say about the deck. Right? Exactly. I mean, I built the deck after taking Pocket Train's deck and changing one card and making it better, which made it mine.
I made this.
I did. I made the list that everyone in that tournament was playing. That's a fact. Yeah, it underperformed in that tournament, right? And now the deck is weaker, objectively. You can argue that the field is weaker as well, right? In terms of relative power of what the other decks are doing, arguably. But in terms of what I was saying before, right, it feels like a lot of people are going to tunnel very hard on aggressive board-based strategies. And sometimes if you can keep putting wave after wave after wave of threats down against Shaman, they don't have the recurring resources to be able to clear those boards over and over and over again. They can potentially only do it once or twice. So I'm a little fearful of Shaman in this tournament. I know Pocket tweeted and saying he wasn't 100% sold on his lineup, but it felt like this is the lineup that played the least bad decks. And I think that is a mentality of a lot of these players that have come into this tournament that are like, okay, well, the one good deck in the meta got obliterated, so we can't play that anymore. So now we are stuck playing all of these things that we've mentally categorized as bad decks for the last 2 or 3 weeks, which makes it a little bit difficult to readjust in some places. So I think if there is a deck that could potentially be swept in Pocket's lineup, it may just be this one.
Yeah, well, it's going to be the Demon Hunter at last for Tonsoku. So we're going to be able to see what this deck's got to offer. Again, a bit of an out there choice, not one I expected people to play coming into this tournament. But Tonsoku's saying, right, I'm going to take my foot off the Shaman pick for now, jump over to Demon Hunter and see if you can get this going.
Yes, the out there choice as opposed to the outcast choice, right? Very subtle difference when it comes to Demon Hunter.
Yeah, the same, but different. Not a good amount of pressure nice and early, though. Not the best hand overall for Tonsoku with double Mark of Scorn, but... Still, it's that situation, right? Where suddenly, like, there's 6 minions on board and Pocket Train has to deal with this. And it's less about the size of the minions and more about the volume.
Yep. Does have the 3 mana card on 3 into 3 mana card on 4 curve, though, which is pretty much the dream. That's what you want to have with this deck a lot of the time. Then you want to relax on 5 and then play powerful things on 6, which is what Pocket really has access to, right? You can see the game plan working out in the hand already. Survive by all costs until that turn 6 and hope that that can create a big enough board swing that it stabilizes and allows Pocket to take control of the matchup a little bit.
Yeah, I think Silver Moon Arcanist, Speaker Stomper, and Jotun the Eternal are the cards that are soulbound.
Yep. So yeah, decent turn the tides. Like Pocket Train is paying with his currency right now, which is his health. This 6 power in play in the early game from Tansoku has done a massive amount of damage already. But Pocket Train has just about turned the corner. Like Tansoku is going to have to find some way of generating another board this turn and can't really do that, right? It does seem some distance away, I would say, of just being able to throw everything at face from here. But Tansoku doesn't really have another option.
Yeah, the opening hand just wasn't magnificent, was it? Wasn't that sort of board-focused, card-draw-heavy hand that you kind of want with this deck. So he's going to have to pull something out of the bag here. And I'm kind of with you where, like, meta just seems like it's going to have to be enough and then build up for something a little bit later on, because any other choice doesn't do the job either, right? So you may as well just spend, do the expensive thing now.
But if I'm in this position as the Shaman player, 20 health, my opponent just kind of passed, essentially, and I have the Golganeth in hand, I'm fairly okay with how this game is going so far.
Yeah, none of the, I would say, like, none of the dangerous cards have come out for Tonsoku, right? Like, as Pocket Train, you've not seen any of the danger openings yet. And as you said, with that kind of past turn, he's got at least a little bit of wiggle room. He's got card draw. He's got on-demand removal in hand. And of course, as you mentioned, he's got a Titan. So it's not looking too bad at all. But Tonsoku still has some juice. It's not like he's completely out or anything. He just didn't quite get the aggressive opening he wanted.
The one thing I will say is that the Bound Souls Speaker Stomper can still have a massive impact on this game if Tansoku can get it down at the right time. This doesn't feel like the right time, and it's why the previous turn was so frustrating, right? Like if Tansoku was able to build another board on the previous turn, and then this turn was able to go Bound Soul Speaker Stomper, that was probably lights out for Pocket Train from that point. But because he hasn't really done anything on the previous turn, he doesn't want to allocate 5 mana this turn to doing that play either, which means he's like a full turn behind setting up big lethals.
There's Golganeth, just chill on board, empty, nice, looking pretty good there for next turn as well. Going to be a relevant threat that Tonsoku has to at least consider. There's just so many...
Pocket, behave yourself. Yeah, you can, like, the whole time that sat there, like, I really want to press the draw 3 button.
Yeah, no shot, right? Like, it was one of those things where you try and convince yourself you can get away with it, but these players aren't bad, right? They know. Still, the Pocket, even though it's not like the hand's full, it's got a lot of flexible options going forward, like tools that can be used to not only defend, but also end the game in his favor as well.
Yeah.
And just to unleash Fel, like Tonsoku's just just not got much going right now.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly that Unleash Fel is actually a significant amount of damage if you want to go that way with the Bound Soul instead, right? Instead of going with the Speaker Stomper. Like, that is one of the upsides of holding onto it for this long, is you do get that additional flexibility.
Yeah, definitely just odd seeing that in this situation, the way the game has panned out is that Tonsoku is like kind of on the defensive because he needs to just piece together some kind of like two-turn push, really, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing in one turn that's really gonna win the game. He needs to just secure board at least for one turn to threaten some kind of lethal.
These are not the draws. No natural copy of Altered Chord in Pocket Train's deck, so he has to go fishing for those lightning reflexes in order to find additional healing from here, really. And now, how much is this on Tansoku's side? So he'd have to spend 4 mana to get the +2 spell damage from the Bound Soul. And then 3 and 6 with the 2 Unleashed Fels. Have 1 mana remaining, so yeah, still short.
Yeah. But it did pick up security, so that's something, right? Like, something to try and work on the board with. The problem here as well and are the Unleash Fells going to be used to burst, or are they going to be used to sort of win board, right? And that's a tough decision as well, especially after seeing the fish go into Pocket Train's hand. He knows that it'll be difficult to secure board again. But that's momentum. Not bad. I'm a big fan of just cashing this out.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Predation as well. All going to help with the reach.
Yeah, a lot of damage now.
It's an awkward situation where Pocket Train's got a lot of stuff, but not a lot to do, weirdly enough. Can of course clear this board no problem, but I think Tonsoku is just hoping that there's just no heal come out, right? Just no way to get hold of any heal or any anything that's going to stop him really pushing next turn.
Yeah, the first thing that had to be done this turn, and the reason I was quiet, is you actually had to check for lethal here, weirdly enough, because of how much mana that Jazz base was able to cheat, right? If you can get a 0 mana bioluminescence from your Jazz base, you can get some really surprising lethals out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, because Tonsoku does have the setup, right? He has just lethal setup next turn. As long as there's just no heal. And that should be good enough, unless I have miscounted somewhere along the line. We should be able to get the Arcanist, right? Go double Fel Predation.
Well, Predation can't go face with the spell damage.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You're right.
So you're sure you would need the spell damage for it to be lethal, right? Yeah, so it's not.
Still got to be worth the play halfway at least, right? Get those Unleashed Fells used. Clear the board.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Gonna go Stomper instead. It's gonna be...
And then just chuck the Predation instead, presumably?
Okay.
Does this set up... This doesn't now set up lethal for the following turn, though, right?
Not that I can see. I don't know if I'm missing. I'm looking at the Aldraki and the going down. And
I think well, the Rhapsody ended up helping him out, I think, in the end. So
there's Altered Chord. Okay.
And discovers the
Yeah,
second one.
Tonsoko,
Not
like,
going to be
oh.
playable this turn, but still.
Chaos Strike's definitely going to help.
Yeah, so the Rhapsody did change at the end of that turn to the 5 attack. Good decision as well to keep the board clear now that you saw the lightning reflexes get open. Just if you want to heal, you're going to have to play the minions yourself to do it.
Does have the piranhas though.
He has the piranhas. He also has a jazz base equipped, which I'm not sure what the level of discount is. And he drew a Shara as well, which gets him a big discount across those multiple nature spells.
Yeah, I think now for Pocket, seeing how many cards are left for Tonsoko, it's just survive, 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 right?
Well, the question I'm asking is it lethal? Because there's...
Okay. I didn't think so, but again, I'm with you. I'm not sure what the weapon's looking like.
So it was only 2 on the jazz base, because you can still play double luminescence, right? Yeah, because the first bolt makes the first crash cost 1, and then the first crash makes the second crash cost 0, so you can get double bio. Yeah, beautifully calculated from Pocket Train.
Yeah, really well done. With the fist bump, we can see the final crash of Thunder is going to end this first match on stream of the Masters Tour. Pocket Train's going to take the victory 3-0. Extremely well played, and that went down to the wire. And just shows sometimes you just need the mind to be open for those kinds of lethals. But I had no doubt the Pocket Train could find it. Really, really well played there. I feel a little bit for Tonsoko because he did not have the best opener there with the Demon Hunter, and he still, basically set up lethals multiple turns in a row, but just couldn't quite get there. But what a start for Pocket Train.
And for once, this isn't designed to be shade at you specifically, Raven, but it's fair to say you would have missed that lethal, but I think it's a point that's worth pointing out, because not only was that a difficult lethal to spot, right? I didn't know exactly how much the jazz base was discounting, but as I was eyeballing it, I thought the jazz base had to discount by 3 to make it happen. I think it was actually only 2 that needed in the end to make it happen, which Pocket Train saw and calculated and had it all mapped out and hit it. But I think the more important point there is it's a mentality check as well, right? Because you immediately were like, oh, survive. We discovered an altered chord last turn, right? Shoot that at your own minion, gain more health, you can survive. If you don't pass that mentality check in the first place to say, well, no, hang on, let me check if I can kill my opponent first, then, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott, right? You have to be in there in the first place to be able to make that happen. So
I would have at most roped the whole turn trying to count and probably failed and gone, I'll just heal.
Right, that's the thing. You have no time to readjust out of that position, right? If you come into that turn with the preconception of, okay, I'm going to heal more with this second altered chord, by the time you've gone 20 seconds into the turn and gone, oh, do I actually have lethal? Then suddenly you'll probably rope out counting it because it's so close, so tight, so many different mana discounts and things going on. So you have to be in that right mentality from the start, and Pocket Train absolutely was. And like I said, he put a lot of pressure on himself in this tournament as a whole, and to kind of expose that lineup, I guess, as in terms of how he's rating it. And great job.
Yep, really good overall. We are just going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Masters Tour Fall Championships. It is still day one, it is still round one, and it is still the first games. Also, welcome back to Edelweiss. I'm rushing this a little bit because we have got some more action for you. But Edelweiss, how's it going?
It's going great, Lorinda. Good to be back behind the desk with you, and great to see some fabulous games coming up. I'm excited. We've got Gabby.
We have got Gabby, who is up against Hemlock at the moment. We are going to jump into that shortly and fairly soon indeed, I suspect. Yeah, that's very soon indeed. It's 2-1 to Gabby, I believe, according to the screen. We'll take it as it comes. Again, this is like bonus content. We're not quite sure where we're going, but it is Hemlock on the Rogue, Gabby on the Hunter by the look of things.
Yeah, and still round one for now, but we've seen in a lot of the deck choices, people have been kind of sticking with old standbys. The recent balance patch definitely shook things up in terms of eliminating Druid for the most part, but a lot of people are kind of having a return to form here, and so that means...
I have sorry to cut you off, I have a strong suspicion the players are the wrong way around, because I think Gabby's the one who's got Beatbox in the deck, and I don't think Hemlock does.
Okay.
Sorry to cut you off there. Just checking the deck lists while we get this sorted. Yeah, Hemlock does not have a beatboxer, so the player name is the wrong way around, which means I think Hemlock is actually leading 2-1, and Gabby is on the Rogue. We'll get back to you on that, but here's some action anyway.
I definitely would never count Gabby out, even with being down 2-1, but I'm a little surprised at the prevalence of some of these secret rogues. It's something that really picked up as a response to Druids, because having access to Ghastly Gravedigger to get rid of some key cards, when the Druid is ramping, they're kind of reducing the size of their hand pretty considerably, and so you can eliminate Nourish, eliminate, a big draw, whatever they were going to try and use to swing things around, and Ghastly Gravedigger is great for taking advantage of that. But we see quite a few people have brought these secret rogues even still, maybe just because it's what they've been playing for a while.
Yeah, I think Gabby's actually on the Tempo Rogue, or the whatever you want to call it, Miracle. Am I wrong? I'm wrong. It is secret. No, you're right. With the Blingtron tech, with the Beatboxer, that's the big deal here for the extra damage from the Beatboxer. Again, I don't know how much Gabby had time to test any of this. Like, everybody had 1 day's preparation time. Obviously, you could test some things before the nerfs. I think the players got a slight advance notice of the nerfs. But yeah, no time for the Blingtron, just building up a board against the Hunter to try to defend against those annoying boards that Hunter can make. And Hunter, outside of star power, does struggle to deal with these wide boards too.
Yeah, a little bit of unlucky hits there. I think the hope was for this Beatboxer to get rid of that Panther, but leaving it at 1 health means it's still available for trades or, going face. This could just end up being a star power, hope for the clear, and get to push a little more damage as the Hunter. Really, star power is just there so that you don't have to worry about making pesky trades with your minions.
Yeah, it's a really weird card in the deck until you play against it enough times and you realise it just happens to clear often enough. In these situations with 6, quite often you get to drop a 4-1 worm behind it as well and just get that board back. It's just cheap enough that it can swing the game back in your favour. And yeah, look at the damage it's causing here and the mayhem that it's causing, basically.
Krakatoa, instant play, very good pickup there. Able to clear this off and keep on the counter pressure, but 12 as a rogue, not really a stable life total, and still 2 turns away from the Azastalor 5s providing any healing.
Yeah, that also provided the proof we needed that the player's the wrong way around, because Hemlock didn't go, oh no, I've just drawn Krakatoa in that situation.
Quite a bit of damage in hand here, though, for Hemlock with the Celestial Shot plus Arcane Shot. It looks like everything has been buffed by 1 spell damage so far. So that means we've got 4 damage on the Celestial and 3 on the Arcane. Celestial, of course, also buffs the next spell. So I think it's just shy this turn in terms of burst damage.
Yeah, which then begs the question, do you feel lucky that the Rogue can't do 2 from hand with a Concoction in hand, at least 1? No, it's a mix, so at least 2 unknown Concoctions in hand. You've got to clear up, haven't you?
Explosive is a little bit of extra damage.
And then what do you do? Yeah.
Yep. So this with the explosive means these minions are not going to touch the hunter's face, and the buff carries over to the following turn, so it's not as though that bit of damage is wasted. The only thing it means is that you're not able to send that 4 from the Celestial Shot face.
Yep. Well, I couldn't die last turn, and they've just used some damage, so I can't die this turn, right?
Right.
That's how it works. I've used that argument so many times and just died immediately. It's embarrassing.
I almost wonder if you go for that mixed concoction there to hope that you get a random source of healing.
Yeah, that makes some sense to me.
No
you're
burn
only dying
drawn.
to some horrible top deck.
So no burn for the hunter means that this Eversong portal has to be used to clear. It looks like it hadn't received the previous spell damage buff. On the arcane shot didn't have a buff either. So yeah, at this point, hunter's just all in on the board, which is not where you want to be in terms of end game as a hunter.
No, it is not. Mind you, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, just clearing as much as possible, hoping that these take out the 4/1s and that the 5 armor is enough. Oh, no! Wow. Well, that is going to do it. Gabby picks up the victory.
I think it's 2-2. I think everything was wrong. We shall see. They both sat there as if they haven't won a Hearthstone match yet, and there's another game to come. That's my read, and I'm notoriously terrible at reading anything. Gabby has won.
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry for the lack of exactness about this, but there we go.
Is there, the little bit of hiccups we encounter when we're jumping to a match right in the middle, right? Trying to pick up on little things that are going on, but that is going to put it to 2-2, so there's one game remaining. The decider game for this best of 5. And see who can pick up that one match lead, start off the tournament strong.
Yeah. Obviously, it's cool to see Gabby back. Do you think anyone was ever better than Gabby at his best?
Oh, gosh. I would say no. I mean, I remember watching those broadcasts, seeing Gabby play. It was just this unbelievable, young player just coming in and crushing everyone. It was like he was unstoppable. Now, I think sometimes that kind of confidence, it can backfire, but sometimes it really helps you out where you're just like, there's no hesitation, you believe in your plays, and you just go for it.
Okay, so I think Gabby first reached Legend when he was 10. Oh, Gabby won 3-1, I think we're hearing now. So there we go. Gabby is through. My comeback, I guess, would be Hunter Ace at his best, but it does look like we're through the round, so we'll never get to see that one, sadly.
I mean, both of them are players that we saw come up very young. It feels like we've had these eras of strong players. Kind of the first wave was, Amnesiac? Yeah. Then followed by Hunter Ace. Gabby is sort of the next iteration. I kind of wonder if we'll see another young uprising player to follow. But I mean, Gabby's still quite young as it is. When you start young, you're still staying young.
Yeah, that's what happens in this industry. Like, Gabby is just 12 forever now. Like, it doesn't matter that he's actually 17 or 18 now. He's 12. He's always going to be 12. Amnesiac's only 15. He's at college. He might have even come out of college now. Still 15. Doesn't matter. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see who does come through, presumably in the future. We may never see the like again.
But I believe we're going to be following Gabby into the next match.
Oh, we got to go. Okay, find out who he's playing again. That's good. Just gonna sit here. Okay, we're going to have some more Gabby action, but first we are going to take that break that it looked like we were going to take. So we'll see you in about 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll have some more Gabby action with everything fixed. See you in a sec. Welcome back, everybody, and we promised you some Gabby, and we're not going to show you Gabby. We're going to show you CJ Kaka and Meaty because Gabby is still waiting for an opponent. But we will show you Gabby at some point today, we promise. CJ Kaka and Meaty, 2 apiece. And Edelweiss, we don't know what the game is going to be, but CJ Kaka is very famous for one particular deck.
I really hope that it is that one particular deck. That deck is Naga Mage, which you may ask, I thought they killed that. They did for most players, not for CJ. CJ has thrown in Talon Forging and just made on his merry way. So I really hope we'll get to see some Naga Mage, but maybe he's already won with it. You never know.
We will find out. Yeah, he tweeted 2 iterations of nerfs ago at least, and it might be 3. I don't care what they do. I'm bringing Naga Mage to the Masters Tour. And everyone went, yeah, even CJ Kaka's not going to be stupid enough to bring Naga Mage to the Masters Tour. Here it is. The deck that he has been rank 1 legend with multiple times, and again, I'm just hoping we've got as much information as you, which is quite helpful. But we know we're doing what we can. It might be that deck. Otherwise, we're going to get to see Control Warrior, Hunter, or Druid from him. And Meaty has got the Control Warrior, the Outcast DH, the Mage, and the
Mech Rogue.
So pretty aggressive lineups and a pretty aggressive looking tournament in general, I think, Edelweiss.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe half of the rogues are Mech Rogue, with then 6 secret rogues, and Casey being the sole Miracle Rogue player because it's Casey. You know, we've got a few of these players with their pet decks, but largely people have gone pretty low to the ground for these players, with the exceptions of our, Odin Warriors and Sif Mages, and it's kind of a mix of combo and aggro decks here. Things that kill you all at once or kill you quickly.
Yeah, did you play in that famous tournament where basically the women had like 3 seconds to prepare a deck?
I did.
Like they literally dropped a whole balance patch the night before.
Yeah. Ray C actually helped me prepare for that event. That was WSOE2, Hearthstone Showdown, and it was weird
Did you
format.
go for comfort picks?
Oh, I mean, most of us, Druid got obliterated in that patch, and so we just brought... it's not really aggro Druid, but it was there was that 6-mana card that, for your highest cost spells, summoned a minion.
Right.
Spiteful Summoner or something like that.
That sounds familiar, yeah, I'll go with that. I'm terrible at the names, but yeah, I think that sounds right.
So it's a Druid deck with, no spells except for, Ultimate Infestation or something, and you would just play this 6-drop that summons a 10-drop, and that was the game plan. Also had Keleseth.
And did you go for, you're talking about the players who bought comfort picks, did you go for comfort picks in that one where you've got no time, you just got to bring some decks?
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a few of them because you had to bring a deck for every class. So,
oh, yeah, that's right.
In addition to this massive balance patch, just obliterating Druid, everyone had to bring a deck for every class, and not all of the classes felt particularly playable. So you had a lot of people.
Build 9 decks, go, stop, play.
And the other half of it was that people had been practicing a whole bunch of Shutterwalk Shaman, and that got killed too.
That's right, I remember now, yeah. Just all your practice wiped out. I mean, it's not funny, it's definitely not funny at the time, but in hindsight, the things that happen, yeah.
Nowadays, of course, the joke is that, Masters Tour is coming up. That means there's a balance patch coming up, because it always seems like Masters Tour scapegoats.
Sorry, again, I think that's semi-deliberate, right? It's, get to show off all the new cards, the patch. I don't think the 2-day thing is deliberate, but I think in general, balance patch, something happens, Masters Tour is a way of testing the best players with the new patch. This one's just a little bit soon sometimes.
Yeah, you want to be able to highlight the new cards. I imagine Worlds will very much be a showing of the most recent expansion once that's out. It's not like a strict try and line it up, but certainly I think they want these events to highlight new cards, new balance patches, etc.
Yeah, and it seems to have worked this time around, to be fair. The only druids are the drum circle, the aggro, the treant druid, whatever you want to call it. And we've got rid of druid. Surely that's great. Surely. If you're a druid main out there in chat, I'm sorry, but no.
Yeah, there are only two players who have decided to bring Druid, CJ actually being one of them.
Okay, and CJ apparently has won. So that was great. Hope you enjoyed the action. So that's 3-2 to CJ Kaka, apparently. Again, we're waiting for more updates on that. Sorry we didn't get to bring you that game. But we... Okay, so we are learning now that we are going to get some Gabby. We're going to get WeQ versus Gabby. WeQ, the huge surprise. You were talking about who's the up-and-coming player like to come. WeQ is one that not many of you will have heard of unless you've watched every Masters Tour. Just impossible to stop on ladder. Just regular rank ones in line for a world spot already. And I think he was playing against Banterface in the first game. So if he's beaten Banterface again, Banterface will be cheering WeQ on because WeQ is a Chinese player who is living in Canada, so qualifies for North Americas. And Banterface is sort of the second highest North Americas player. Obviously, winning this Masters Tour is your ticket to Worlds. But for WeQ, for Banterface, if WeQ gets there, he will be the highest ranked Americas player likely going into Worlds, which would qualify him.
Looking at the bracket, though, it would appear that... So this is the losers match 1 for Group A of WeQ versus Gabby, which means that WeQ lost 2-3 to Casey and Gabby lost 3-1 to Hemlock. So one of these two players is going to be eliminated between WeQ and Gabby. So a little biased, but I'm kind of hoping that we get to see more Gabby action because Gabby was not in, I think, the first Masters Tour of this year. I think he had kind of taken a step back for a while, and so I'm just excited that we finally get more Gabby Jam.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just also checking the results because I appear to have got the wrong thing once again. Which is going well.
In terms of deck list, though,
Okay, let's have a look at WeQ. Let's get somebody on the screen that isn't us. There we go. Well, we tried. There's WeQ. He's bringing the lineup: the Rogue, Mage, Warrior, and Shaman. We're going to see a lot of that over the next few days.
Yep.
This is his third Masters Tour appearance. He played in both the other two, I believe, at least. He's currently highest point earner up there with Pocket Train, as I already said. Doing well on the American server in particular, but also has been number 1 on Europe as well. And yeah, claims to play Hearthstone without a mouse.
I mean, that could just be playing on a tablet, right?
Yeah, it definitely could, or a touchpad or whatever. But I think he does play on... In general, I think he does play on mobile. So let's have a look at the mech Rogue. If we can, that would be great.
Yeah, a lot of these players have brought Mech Rogue. I believe half of the rogues are Mech Rogue. And then similarly, in Warrior, we've got half of them are this Odin, and the other half are in Rage. There are 14 mages in the event. I believe all of them being Rainbow Mage. But yeah, Rogue has been kind of the fourth deck for some people, and Shaman to some extent as well.
Pocket Train was saying that Rogue was the first deck on his list in Insane's chat last night, but I think he was being sarcastic. It's really hard to tell with Pocket Train. He's got the same level of sarcasm that I have, where if he says something, it's either very true or very not true. So it was difficult to tell. And here is the Mech Rogue. Nothing really much has changed. Some nerfs have happened, but that's about it.
Yeah. There had been some people messing around with a package of the new card, the Thunderbringer, I believe, replacing the kind of Death Rattle package that had been there with the Mothership, right? Basically, they kept the 4-drop that draws Death Rattle out of your deck. Instead of Mothership, they had Thunderbringer and Neptulon. No one has opted to bring that. I think people just stuck with what's safe, and they've added the tech of speaker stoppers for decks like this Nature Shaman, which I'm a little surprised to see people have gone with this build more than the ones that targeted draw their minions that cost 5 or more. So these builds have few smaller minions like the Flow Riders, like Radiance of Ajara, Thorim Stormlord, and then the big change since they did nerfs to Nature Shaman has been people that use Jazz Base to reduce their bioluminescence.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see this deck being so popular at all. It just wasn't being played much at all, and then suddenly Druid gets nerfed and you've got to bring 4 decks and half the field bring this. Still a very powerful deck, of course. It wasn't particularly hurting the nerfs originally with the bioluminescence. It's a big nerf. It slowed it down a turn. But now that turn's gone, we seem to have this deck back around. Let's have a look at Gabby, though. Let's have a look what he can bring. There he is. Gabby himself. Second Masters Tour appearance. 2 Masters Tour wins. They were the open tournaments back in the day as well. They were big fields, 300-400 players. Top 4 finish at 2021 Worlds. I mean, if you sort of watched Gabby and then you didn't watch the Worlds, he was the champion that year, right? He won. And can bench 110 kg. He has also gone into streaming fitness and stuff now as well. So Gabby, he's growing up in front of our eyes. Literally. Yeah,
and this being his main differentiator for this tournament, one of 2 players to bring Druid. It is this Drum Druid that's a little bit faster. You have, of course, the big plays of Disciple of Anar into a reduced Drum Circle on 5 or 6, and you get this instant board of big minions. But sometimes you don't even need that. With 4 Seedlings, Witchwood Apple, some of these other things that make early treants, sometimes you just snowball the board pretty early on. But definitely centered around that Drum Circle for the big finish, and every once in a while, if you've had to refill a bunch, you get a Solar into Cultivation and just get this +4 to +4 to everything on the board.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, but you filled in most of it. Like, how consistent is this deck? When it does its thing, it just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the Drum Circle. You don't beat it with almost anything in the game. There's ways that Warrior can clear the board. Obviously, there's ways that Priest can sometimes get rid of it. But in general, you don't beat it. How consistent is it when it doesn't do that? Oh my goodness, the world champion Gabby, look at him.
I think it can definitely go the distance in terms of refill, especially these builds that people have with Topior. You're still able to make some big boards in the later game. I think it's got a much better matchup against the Enraged Warriors than against the Odin Warriors. But even against Odin Warrior, if you make that big board and they don't have the clear, I mean, that's just it, right? That's kind of the advantage to a deck like that, is you make them have the answer, and they have this 1-turn window to try and clear it. And if not, that's game.
All right, follow-up question as the best signature card in the game is drawn there. Has Mage ever not had this opening hand in the history of Hearthstone, ever?
I don't think it's allowed. I think if you're playing this deck, you have to have the keyboard into coin cold case. Or maybe coin volume up.
Yeah, it's usually cool. I mean, he'll draw the volume up on 4 and then play it, right? That's what you do?
Yeah, of course.
I'm very cynical about this deck. You may have worked out.
Not a whole lot different in the Mage. In terms of highlight cards, I would say the only new card is Void Scripture out of the mini set, which is 2-mana Shadow Spell, which gives you another thing besides Reverberations to increase your number of spell schools for Sif. And you discover a spell. If you have the mana to cast it, then you cast a copy of it that turn. So it just adds a little bit more redundancy to the deck.
It's an incredibly powerful card as well. Like, you get to do so much with it, especially when you're like a late game. I don't know if it's Deathborn or Greyborn, but the one that does 2 damage to everything. You get that and then play it on the same turn. Oh my goodness, it's just game ending when you do things like that. It's so disgusting. As opposed to this, which isn't disgusting at all. Look at it. Turn 3. Look at this board.
Well,
I won 38 by accident as well.
This is what can be so powerful about this mage. It's like, yes, it's technically a combo deck in the sense that you are building up the spell damage on Sif to kill in one turn, but it doesn't have to be that way. You can get these high early tempo turns where you're just using Cosmic Keyboard to build a massive board. Of course, not as though Warrior doesn't have its own tricks up its sleeve. Why does that card deal 10?
And why does that card deal 10? That's Sottle's favourite question in the world, and I'm with him. Why does that card deal 10? It's ridiculous. Gabby has gone for the Elemental Inspiration one-off instead of the Titan in this build, by the way, which is the build I prefer to play when I don't prefer to play Mage, but when I do play Mage, I think it's following on for your tempo discussion there. Sometimes they just deal with all your early stuff, and then you just drop a bunch of 4/5s on them and say, okay, now deal with this, and that tends to get there as well.
Yeah, and Gabby unfortunately did not pick up that volume up, so a little bit out of steam in terms of the refill here with the keyboard. You don't exactly want to be playing these smaller spells. Well, you've got it up. The coil would actually be okay, because if stuff costs 0, it just doesn't trigger the keyboard at all, instead of giving you a 0/0 that dies immediately. A little bit of missequence there in terms of wanting to get the attack in first.
No, I think he got the numbers wrong. I think he thought that the thing was doing 3 damage or something.
2 damage, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I think he thought he was doing 1 more, because he tried to then attack face with the minion, and there was a taunt in the way.
Right, yeah, I think he was expecting playing the Frozen Touch to have been another spell school, but of course Cold Case is also Frost, so it didn't increase the amount from the Inquisitive Creation enough.
And that's a really punishing mistake. Some mistakes in Hearthstone just don't matter, but losing a minion and a card, yeah, that's a biggie against the control deck.
So it's going to come down to what this Discovery of Magic pulls for Gabby in terms of if he's able to refill, because one thing that can happen as the mage is you're sitting on, another keyboard, and Sif, who is not really relevant until she wins the game. So you really need to find some additional gas here to keep things rolling.
Yeah, I've attempted this deck multiple times, and the first several times I worried about the Sif too much, and then I just started playing as if Sif didn't exist, and I just beat everybody and hardly ever played Sif. Like, the Sif, like you said, it's a combo deck. Told you, volume up. There you go.
Yep. Interesting. So just refreshing the keyboard to not have to play it again later. Figuring
and to get the finale.
Yep, better than just ping. And yeah, then getting to get some extra copies here, Void Scriptures for more fuel. And that volume up top deck really came right when it was needed, allowing Gabby to keep on the pressure with the keyboard. Because what you really don't want to do as the mage is just let the opponent play Odin on 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Just an indicator of how things can snowball there as well. If he had still got that extra card, it would have been the Molten Rune. And then he'd have had the choice to be able to forge that without having to replay the weapon if he wanted to do that. Like you said, he might have wanted the weapon out there now anyway, just to save having to play it again. But he'd have had the option to spend that 2 mana in a more aggressive fashion if he wanted to use the forge instead. So yeah, that little mistake with the Mortal Coil has really snowballed into him now having to lose a charge on his weapon. That's multiplied a lot through already. And missing like 2 damage as well, because that 1/3 would have actually gone face a couple of times.
In terms of weak use plays here, though, that weapon pickup pretty nice in terms of getting 2 defensive options, lifesteal and armor. Should the Odin come down, then that armor can also translate into attack, although actually I'm not sure when the triggers happen.
So yeah, this weapon is whenever you attack, so it gets the... Is this the weapon, the regular weapon, or is this the created weapon?
This is the Ignis weapon. So
the Ignis weapon is after you attack.
Right, so you need Wind Fury to benefit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are different, which catches me out every time, which is how I finally think I've got it right, actually on broadcast. All those hours and hours and hours of swearing into my computer finally paying off.
And now, with the weapon gone, feels totally fine to play Discovery of Magic. You know, picking up a spell school that Gabby has not played here yet. Predation, just fine. That's an 11/11 Odin because it was drawn off of a riff. Yeah, Wiki is just saying, hey, I need to be able to counter pressure. You've got 9 showing, but that's okay.
That's okay. Or rather, it's going to be even less okay the longer I wait, so I've got to do it now. And this is what you were saying, pressure the board and force this to happen. And it's absolutely transpired. Yes, WeQ good enough to still just play the Odin anyway, but there's worlds here where Gabby just wins.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you can think about is that Sif costs 6 mana, and there's nothing that's been played yet to put reduced spells in hand, so it's pretty unlikely that Gabby would be able to just do a Sif kill right now. And when players forge, you get to see that they've forged. So EQ also knows that it's not like there's a bunch of forged molten runes that are just going to fireball him to death. So you can feel, you know, maybe not great, but a little more safe in just playing this Odin and being able to go for the counter pressure, because Sanitize does gain him armor in addition to clearing the board. So if he can sanitize and be using that armor for attack to go face, that's a much better position than just clearing the board.
Yeah, and Gabby just going with, I'm going to kill you next turn then. Or at least threaten to.
Yep, there's the forge. So this will be that sanitized turn, probably gaining some additional armor first.
Gabby's counting how much damage he's got with the the forged rune and the bolt. It's a lot. I know that much.
And I think the debate here is basically whether WeQ wants to play the heavy plate, which it looks like is going to be response here, or to just, you know, hero power plus sanitize. But I think, you know, once you've got the armor adding to your attack, no reason to really wait on it. Yeah, 14, and very important as well, going with that life steal. So now, massive life swing there, clearing the board, going up to a full 45.
Yeah, he thought long and hard about that. There was Wind Fury in there with the lifesteal several turns ago, all the way back on, I think, turn 4, possibly. And yeah, I was thinking, well, it's Wind Fury. You always take Wind Fury, idiot. And yeah, he being slightly better at Hearthstone than me, decided, no, actually, this is why you take the lifesteal. Look at what I'm doing now.
And now we see exactly why Gabby picked the Predation here. There is a Naga in Lady Nazjar to be able to reduce Predation to 0, so that makes the damage potential with Sif potentially higher. Like, yes, you could play the Foul spell for that extra spell damage, or you have a 0 mana spell that, you know, gets to utilize it even better.
And now we're in the bit of the game where, okay, I'm now definitely a combo deck. All that stuff that Lorinda said about tempo, we can forget that. We're a combo deck again now. Everybody as you were. And that Lady Nazjar is going to be important, right, to try and get the damage all in one go. But Gabby has bigger problems, which is not dying right now.
And it's going to be tough to do all in one turn, so we'll, I imagine, be seeing some of these things come down earlier. The Alibi, just to feel, you know, a little bit safer as we're still doing some of that prep work, forging the molten runes, that kind of stuff. But having 2 forged molten runes and a 0 mana predation for the Sif turn puts some really high damage potential out there.
Again, Reverberation is great if you have the time for Nazjar, Sif, mess around, reduce things, but Gabby's out of time. He's onto solid alibis and probably hoping that he can roll some 4 or 5 taunts or something as well.
Yeah, because even though WeQ doesn't have many cards, Gabby's looking at that hand, and if there are still a bunch of things that gain armor, like shield block, that's a clock, as well as making it harder for him to get over the finish line. That's kind of the strength of this Odin deck, is once Odin hits the field, your defense is your offense.
WeQ there choosing to get the armor this turn, even though there's an alibi up, just to get the extra cards.
In terms of counting damage, though, we've got Sif at +6 spell damage, which means each of these molten runes is going to be 18. Since they are 3 twice plus the 6 spell damage, they get to take advantage of that spell damage twice as well. So that's 36 off the runes, and then another 8 off of the predation. So it's going to be just shy for now.
Another big draw for Gabby, though. Bit more armor. I'm still giggling about last turn. We did 5 damage to a 1-2 and 9 damage to a face that's got a solid alibi up. Those don't have taunt.
It was just about drawing there. Oh, now WeQ's in this awkward spot where, maybe you go for the Finley to dig, maybe you Prison of Yogg-Saron and pray. Can start with the trade. Oh, we're just gaining the armor. WeQ's gonna hope he can hit lethal here. Is that even possible?
He'll know what's there, right? So whatever's there is what he needs.
Here it is. So the sanitize.
Right, with 36 damage to everything. Like you do.
Oh, 2 Craftsman's Hammer is not really what you want to see, but it is extra damage.
Taunt me this time. Okay.
Okay, the taunt is a very big deal. And Gabby's just throwing every bit of burn that he can out there, knowing that he's got his combo turn spoken for in terms of the 2 Molten Runes and the Predation.
Yeah, and also depending on what is exactly left in the deck, there's fatigue in play here as well. Like, Gabby has got to get that damage in there, because fatigue might be on his side too. If he can keep getting some taunts and defense. Okay, that's a lot of damage left on board though now.
I think with that 16, regardless, this is sort of that point where, if you don't have it, I mean, what your other option is to try and infinitize for something, but
yeah.
At this point, the number of spell schools is increased as well. So each of these molten runes dealing 20. And then
you don't see this often. Predation going face with spell damage. I programmed myself that that's not allowed as Gabby takes the 1-0. Goes with the 1-0, sorry. Predation with spell damage isn't a thing you're allowed to do, is it? It is 1-0.
You mean because usually that spell damage comes from Silver Moon Arcanist?
Correct, yeah. It's always Silver Moon Arcanist, right? So in my caster brain, you can't do that. I knew he could, but yeah. Nicely worked by Gabby there, and nicely worked as well by WeQ. That game, if that was me playing, I would have lost on like turn 9 because I wouldn't have had the lifesteal weapon to go all the way back up to 40 to make that game last as long as it did. And if I was on Gabby's side, I wouldn't have drawn solid alibi into taunt minions. So yeah, I'd have lost both ways.
Yeah, and it's a tough call because, if you can find other ways to survive there without the lifesteal, then maybe you just win faster because you have the Wind Fury. But it's impossible to know if you make it that far without it. So
yeah, he made 2 swings with it into minions that set him up for things as well earlier. So he'd already gained 6 more as well. So like you say, it's a tough call, and he did rope, and he's not a particularly slow player, WeQ, obviously. He hangs out a lot of chats these days. He's regularly rank 1. He knows what he's doing, and he plays pretty rapidly. So him roping out that turn was a real difficult turn. But in the end, Gabby did manage to save up the damage to get it done with that 0 mana predation. So, nice. And 1-0 to Gabby in this losers match. So, one of these people going home early. And it amazes me every time. I still haven't got used to the system in a way where we just lose great player after great player in the first few hours of the broadcast.
Yeah, when it is just 16 players like this, we haven't seen a whole Swiss before now, right, to follow along with everyone. It's just go for the throat right from the beginning. And, WeQ does have the advantage of all these points, so could maybe still be in the running even if he's cut from this particular event here. But, every player here wants to just have that win and in and make sure that they're in for Worlds.
Yes, it's a little bit less now than it was like the first 3 months. So Levick winning that first, we're just sitting back, hanging around in chats. Oh, you guys are still playing? Just having a bit of a rest, playing a bit of casual Hearthstone. As someone like Meaty's just sitting there playing 9,000 games a month, like crying and wishing it was over because he's so close to the World Championships. He's involved now. He's got to carry on. And it's not sunk cost fallacy. It's genuine sunk cost. You've got to keep going because there's so much on the line.
Yeah, well, and Pocket Train, definitely the story to watch after, his finals last time that he was feeling, not so great about. I think it would be quite the story arc if he's able to pull it through on this one.
I must protect the wild.
Right, I have faced this multiple times, the Druid deck, and I know how it works, but I'm slightly dubious how good it actually is in terms of consistency. You gave a lot of reasons why it can do things other than just curve into a 6 at the start. But I want to see it in action. I want to see how it does things when it misses. But Flower Child in hand, already a good start.
Yeah, Summer Flower
If you can
Child,
keep
there's
it
not
this.
too many things for it to draw. It's basically your cultivations, your drum circles, and Topior. Now, Topior in particular could be quite powerful in this matchup against Warrior because it does give you some of that staying power to keep making board after board that the Warrior is forced to deal with.
Yeah, and it is remarkably good at creating extra boards just when you think it's gone. Nothing doing there for the rest of Gabby's hand, though.
You're almost unhappy to see Drum Circle picked up early like that because you do want to get it reduced. Of course, this Forest Seedling, even though it's a 1-mana card, you got to wait a couple of turns for it to reach its full potential and summon the Treants. It's important to summon Treants instead of Seedlings because they reduce the cost of your cultivation, which is that big board-wide buff that gives everything +2/+2. Normally costs 8, but gets reduced for every treant you've summoned this game.
Tough turn like this. These are the tough turns for Druid for me. It's not the pop-off turns. It's not turns 1 and 2. It's these turns where you're planning your mana. What do you do with Innovate, Coin? Do you want more? Or do you want to take your time? Yeah, and Gabby's choosing to take his time.
Yeah, the rule is basically like if you ramp, what do you do the following turn? So if you go Coin, Innervate, Widowbloom there, then you've got another 4-mana turn, which is enough for the Summer Child, and you're just going to play the, Forest Blossom then, perhaps. And not a whole lot going on there, so I respect just kind of saving the Innervate there, just figuring it could have more use later on.
Gabby agreeing with you. I think I agree with you too. Mainly because I saw Gabby do it and you say it. But no, I tend to do it that way, but it's always interesting what you think you can draw off the top, how you think you might utilize that mana next turn. And WeQ with the Rift start, putting pressure on the Druid. And this particular Druid line of defense is I play Drum Circle.
Right. Or I guess I play Topior. And
yeah, if you think you can.
I mean, so that's an argument as well for having saved this Innervate, and it's important that it be the Innervate and not the Coin, because the Coin is not a nature spell. Gabby now is in a position where, yes, he's fallen behind because of this big Rift swing, but next turn you've got Topior into Innervate, Forest Blossoms, and that's going to be a couple of 3/3 rushes.
Yeah, Yeah, he's going to need them as well. This is a lot of damage if Wiki just decides to come in.
Oh, the bellowing flames is rough there. Because it would have taken two minions to clear otherwise, and now, as you say, a lot of damage getting to push all of that face.
You know, it represents lethal on board, so... Not just lethal on board, but also potential weapon in hand. And also, Wiki might just choose to rip the Yogg.
Prison of Yogg. The other Yogg is no longer a thing. But
yeah, that card no longer exists. Unless I'm playing against like Priest or Tic Tacs playing or something.
Is there anything to be done? Yeah, with Funnel Cake. Gabby, just a cool customer here, looking at a not great situation, and might manage to pull off some kind of clear here.
He's going to get a lot of Shrubagazors or whatever they're called. Whelpagazors, I think they actually are, from memory.
It's tough not having just even, something to buff the board by one there. So just going to use the hero power, clear as much as possible. Still a lot of damage in play, and I think it might in fact be that Prison of Yogg-Saron just hope for a lethal there for WeQ.
You're qualified for Worlds anyway, probably. Just rip it. Oh,
no.
Boo!
Gotta make the next big board.
This is correct, obviously. But if there's one person in the tournament I thought might rip it, it is WeQ.
Oof.
This is the downside of the big board WeQ had last turn. Obviously, Gabby had to use so many resources just to survive that suddenly doesn't have any mana generation left and everything's going a little bit slow.
Well, and crucially, while these whelps are great in terms of rush for clearing, they are not treants, and so the cultivation has not been reduced at all. It's not as though Gabby can make a big board and then go for that solar cultivation, which is typically how you want to use solar eclipse in this deck. Still just forced to go in with the whelps, and now...
Shadowing Flames.
Yeah. Is it... I mean, that could go wrong.
Can it go wrong?
Right?
It can go wrong. Okay, yes.
You almost
In fact,
wish
it's
you had
likely to go
no
wrong.
armor, right, for Sanitize on 3.
Any weapons? Any
That
bash?
still doesn't quite do it, because you eliminate one of these wolves. Bellowing Flames only takes out one of the others. Because the damage is 5 and then 5 randomly, you can never kill 3 wolves with it. So it is just the prison.
He's pointing at face in hope before the animations are resolved. At least he can point somewhere, so it's probably still alive.
Oh, the shadows
Oh.
of... Well, that's gonna be it. There's... Yeah, Shadow Suffusion means this Death Rattle just kills Gabby. Not a card people are necessarily familiar with. It is a 3-mana Shadow spell for Shaman that gives your minions the Death Rattle of deal 3 damage to a random enemy. So I suppose it's possible that it would have just hit one of the other wolves rather than hitting face, but between those Death Rattles and then the 6 damage off of that Symphony was understandable for Gabby to just go ahead and concede there.
Okay, and it is 1 game all.
Yeah, I think the Druid is mostly there for the Enraged Warriors. Like I said, you can beat the Control Warriors, but it's not as good of a matchup. It is a very strong matchup into Enraged Warrior, because those times where you just build a big board, your minions are suddenly so large that even if the Enraged Warrior has been snowballing, a lot of times they have to make unfortunate trades into minions.
Right, so just to look through it again, yeah, Gabby drew too much of the heavy stuff early on, wasn't able to get on the board, and this is what I fear for the deck when it goes wrong. But yeah, again, we'll see a lot more of it most likely, as he does have to win a game with it at some point. Would be nice to see him actually get an early board, but you don't have much time to make that early board because you're ramping, or you have plenty of early board because you haven't got your ramp. But he sort of got that middle range where he was sort of forced into ramping. He had to face down double Riff, just was unable to recover. And even then, like one fewer ridiculous cards from the Warrior, and Gabby still has Drum Circle coming up very soon there. It was still reasonably close.
Yeah, it's not exactly a typical hand from the Odin Warrior that they get the double aggressive Riff there, and facing down that many minions that early as a Drum Druid. Not what you want to see.
Right.
But
let's have a look at what else has been going on, because it's a bit of a confusing start to the day, but here we go. This is what happened elsewhere in Group A. Casey and Hemlock advancing. Obviously, we saw Hemlock beat Gabby. Casey beat Weekyou, which is where they're playing in this elimination match. Let's have a look at Group B. McBanterface, CJ Kaka. McBanterface getting through that first game against Levick, who has just qualified by accident this time around. So Meaty and Levick will have an exciting match in that elimination later on. Group C, Pocket Train, again advancing through the first portion. Balance, who you haven't seen that much of, though, beating Mismile, leaving Tansoko with that weird spell DH, and Mismile to battle it out in the elimination. And in Group D, there we go, Inkuro and Ko, whose name I'll learn to pronounce by the end of this broadcast, getting through. Gamer RVG and Rekfam in the elimination. Edelweiss, there's some elimination matches already that look really tasty coming up.
yeah, and we want to be sure to cover all the elimination matches so that everyone gets a chance to be on broadcast. You know, that's the big draw of qualifying, as you get your moment in the sun. But we have our first heartbreaker of an elimination with Gabby and Weekyou here, and yeah, it's gonna be that secret rogue, not with the greatest of secret rogue hands, but the Ghastly Gravedigger, assuming the secret doesn't get procced. Those could wreak some serious havoc on this shaman hand. I think that's always a question. Like, do you proc the secret or just risk the Gravedigger?
Yeah, it's not always double cross anyway, is part of the problem, so I think you tend to risk it. Depends what you're playing. I've definitely played against Rogue with decks where you just never proc the double cross depending on their hand, and they just never beat you. But yeah, you haven't forced any cards out, they haven't done early concoction shenanigans, they're likely going to have big follow-up, and he has got big follow-up, so proccing it was very correct.
But there's no Sinstone graveyards in the secret decks, so while there can be some of these big turns in terms of playing a whole bunch of stuff with Serrated Bone Spike, with the Ghoul and concoctions, it's not like there's this big payoff apart from you got to do a lot of stuff for free.
Okay, here we go though. Goes from not looking like he's going to do a lot, like you say, suddenly still get to do a lot for free here. Oh my.
That's a silly one. Goes very well with the rogue hero power, but I believe it is a symmetrical effect, so that means schooling fish are going to be able to kill things for dealing 1 damage.
I believe it is, yeah. Because I think it has the word all written on it because it itself dies to it as well. Right.
So if you go Piranha into the 3/2 here, it'll die, and then you can Piranha into the 3/4, and I believe will also trade.
Weekyou probably using absolutely not his mouse right now to hover over things.
This is a discover from the deck, so the question is, do you go for the Flash of Lightning now, even though there's not a whole lot to go with it? It's still just nice to have.
Bam.
Yeah, WeQ says, I think I can make better use out of that 3-4 than you can, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Gabby actually can't get rid of it. It's glorious.
Still a lot of hand theft to be done here in terms of, yep, you can get rid of the Inza, which was potentially about to come down, Shadow Step, and go for that Golganeth. I'm sure he wants to get rid of that card draw as well. Misses on the Golganeth. There are 2 Piranhas, so that does make it a little more awkward when trying to get rid of cards.
If you're going to leave your opponent with not much, take the flash and just get rid of all their card draw.
And
Yep. Why get rid of one of their cards when you can get rid of all of their cards? Okay, you get rid of all of your own cards as well, and they die to the Piranhas, which is awkward, so you hold.
We don't talk about that. It's all about getting rid of their cards.
Obviously, knowing the Gravedigger is going to die to those 2 Piranhas, because WeQ did set it up really nicely that this thing's actually a nuisance for Gabby.
But playing those Piranhas does mean that you're getting rid of some of the cards that Gabby doesn't want to see in the Gravedigger that you know is there. So it's this awkward balance of, well, the more cards that WeQ plays, the better options Gabby will see, or the higher chance that Gabby gets rid of that Golganeth, which is the big refill for WeQ going into next turn. It's just going to be this weird matchup of no one has any resources.
So overloading into Thorim was the decision here, right?
I think so. I mean, there's not a whole lot to be done. Like, either you get very lucky and Golganeth is not seen in the Discoverer, or you say, well, okay, Golganeth gets taken, but at least I can play Thorim for 1 draw.
Yeah.
Except they're both going to go away. And these are the games against Secret Rogue where you're just like, why are we doing this? No one has any cards. At this point, WeQ doesn't even have enough cards to proc the double cross, even if he wanted to.
How much do you have to listen about Rogue being a nightmare in your podcasting and stuff?
At this point, we don't even really talk about it. We just say, oh,
it's
yeah.
Just done?
If the answer to Ramp Druid was Secret Rogue with Gravedigger, then we're just not going to do that. We're going to opt out. We've been playing Twist.
Oh, great. I love it. I don't have this deep-seated hatred for Secret Rogue that you do, that Wicked Good does in particular. But, yeah.
Wicked more than I.
I associate Wicked with the hatred for it. But yeah, Gravedigger's an incredibly frustrating card to play against, for sure.
I think that is something people can universally agree on. Even if they do enjoy playing with it themselves, the feeling of having all your cards stolen away from you is not a good one. Ooh, and this is...
we were.
Yeah, this is an alternate turn here. Getting to go Private Eye into Beatboxer. And I suppose this is kind of what you rely on as the rogue, is that you hope that your top decks, after you've both reduced your hands to nothing, that your top decks are more likely to be better than theirs.
Yeah, and you do have more cycle and double cross, and your secrets are reasonably annoying, so yeah. The downside being obviously that you can just draw 1/2s that don't do much.
Yeah, and it is a rogue deck with not a lot of burst damage. The Beatboxer is plus the Blingtron add a little bit of a sort of burst. But I think Prison of Yogg-Saron is also present for that reason, because it is something where you can just target it at the opponent's face and say, well, if there's any damage, it's going at their face. And if not, hopefully I get some card draw.
Well, this is
Command of Neptulon is big.
It really is. But also, yeah. What are you doing here?
Can't even play the base because it will activate the double cross.
Yeah. You're in this really weird state now where you definitely don't want to activate it. You're kind of ahead, despite the fact you've got nothing and they've got nothing. Objection, you know there's a fish.
Yeah. Objection is usually the best thing, but knowing there's a fish is not great. So, yeah, motion denied. A hunter secret that will stick around for a while because it takes some time to figure out what it is.
Yeah, and the 6 might end up being relevant. It's...
Oh, interesting. Targeting the 6-1. Okay.
See ya. Oh my
Oh,
goodness,
there we
Gabby! Behave yourself. Oh! Good job those went in that order. Otherwise these things would be huge. Alright. This motion denied suddenly incredibly large.
And yeah, this is the thing about this secret rogue into certain decks like the Nature Shaman that just can have such delicate hands. Well, I shouldn't necessarily say that delicate. It took 4 Gravediggers to reduce it to this state. But, you know, taking care of Inza, taking care of the Golgonath and the Thorim, right? Just all of the card draw taken away from the Shaman, such that it's in this awkward top deck mode when you really need a lot of cards together to do what the Shaman needs to do.
It's really hard to miss on this potion belt.
Yeah.
Like, everything that it can do, Gabby currently needs. 2, 4, 6, 9.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Trying to work out if this could potential lethal.
Yep.
But it's not, but with a motion denied setup as well, it's interesting.
Yeah, sure. Draw 4 cards for 3 mana. Seems okay.
We had 6 mana knocking about anyway, it's okay.
And you could
Prep belt
prep-
double 3.
I mean, that's still not lethal, but it.
No, but
yeah,
there's motion
well-
denied up.
Oh yeah.
Then how does the shaman ever kill you? Take the 3,
Yeah.
take the other 3, hit him in the face, that's it! Beat that!
Oh, not even gonna do it now, but yeah. I mean, you can wait for the motion denied to get procced, but yeah, even if Crash clears this board in a big play, like you're saying, if the motion denied gets procced. Oh, there's
I'd like to
bioluminescence.
have done it immediately, just in case there's some way that Wiki can scramble a win. I don't think there's one. Gabby knows better than me in that situation. That's probably why, but yeah. Beat me playing 2 cards a turn. But there is plenty of healing in the Discover pool, so fair enough.
And that is definitely not going to do it. So Gabby is going to pick up this game with the Secret Rogue.
Yeah, takes the 2 on lead. Doesn't even need to show the concoction. And the Shaman today so far has felt to me a little bit sketchy on both, matches that we've seen.
Yeah, it's a deck that really can't afford for too much to go wrong. I think, the best players can pilot, do some quick wins with the right hands. But yeah, when you lose half your hand like that, there's not a whole lot you can do but just pray your top decks are good enough, and they most certainly were not that game for WeQ.
So it's down to, talking of a bit sketchy, this Druid, definitely not the first deck on the lineup, is it? It's you've explained why it can be powerful, you explained the good things about it, but I don't think you woke up on the morning of deck submission and went, can't wait to put this Druid deck in my list, it's going to be great.
Yeah, no, I think it must have been, in my mind, it must have been people are going to bring a lot of Enraged Warrior, this is pretty good into Enraged Warrior,
right.
And sometimes it just gets people, right? Sometimes you do just make that early board and they don't have the answer, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, when it does whatever the druid equivalent to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is, it's something like 1, 9, 14. But yeah, whatever the druid equivalent to that is, when it does it, you don't beat it without very specific cards in your hand. And again, when you're submitting with 24 hours notice, that's probably an okay, sure, I'll throw it in my lineup bring. And Gabby went with that. I don't think he thinks like that. I think he just... He was in someone's chat the other day, they're saying, like, why did you bring your lineup? And he just says, I don't want to mess around with all this stuff. I just want to bring good
I
decks.
must protect.
If I want to play good decks, then I can win. If I've got a good deck in my hands, I'm Gabby, I'll beat you.
And, you know, to his credit, it lines up in terms of some of the clears available to these decks, right? Like Mage is not always able to get their Inquisitive Creation to a high enough damage to clear that board when the Druid is able to make it. The Shamans aren't always able to get like a double crash going or whatever they need to clear the Druid board, but you do have to get that Drum Circle down pretty early. And as we saw against the Warrior, it's hard to do that when you're having to combat counter pressure. And Shaman isn't always able to do the pressure game early on as well, but Mage certainly can. So I think if you're Gabby, you're hoping to take it down against the Shaman here.
Yeah, I think so too. Shaman does have very good discovers it can get to get itself into it, but if Gabby just establishes early pressure here, it's all coming together. The Disciple off the top there. If you can just get some stuff down, battle off the fish, and then both players miss a couple of turns, then you play a Drum Circle. Easy, right? I mean, you have to have it, but hey, he'll have it.
I wonder.
Yeah, Embrace of Nature here, one of the cards that got nerfed for Druid, previously 1 mana, and I think a big question is whether you are coining out the Forge to be able to play it next turn.
Yep. Oddly enough. But yeah, it's actually a tough choice, but yeah, there we go. And you still actually, he's still thinking about it now to some degree.
Yep. Well, I think knowing that, okay, the Shaman is going to just play these fish because they want to pressure, which means I want to use my removal spell on the highest attack fish. You just want to try and fit everything in while still being able to defend yourself.
I win so many games as Shaman by just playing double sets of fish, and my opponent, whatever they're playing, dies. Whether it's Priest, whether it's Warrior with a bad draw. Sometimes you just fish them and they just don't deal with it. It adds up so quickly.
I mean,
This isn't one of those times, but yeah.
Yeah, it does mean that Gabby has this tax of he has to kill a fish every turn. He has to kill the highest attack fish because otherwise they just get so big so quickly in these early turns.
Okay. He's going to pay the fish tax.
Yep. I mean, this is gonna hurt. Not killing that. It's doing an additional 2 damage here, and I think the hope is that getting the Drum Circle down earlier will just mean that or we're just playing the the gamble, and he seems to have won out on the gamble there.
I mean, behave yourself, Gabby. You're on broadcast, mate.
I thought this was going for some mana reduction, go for the Drum Circle next turn, create a big wall. Nope, just roll in the 2 nature spells, hope it gets there.
Shakes his head. I scorn your little fish. What do you think you were trying to do? You take the reflexes, and then next you can flash with the one in your hand, and then you can go for double reflexes next turn, try and have a crazy turn.
Yeah,
Or do you
but
just take the flash and cycle?
you want to be able to Crash of Thunder, right? I suppose the reflexes can give you odds of finding like Primordial Wave.
So
which
I think
just
what he's
devolves
doing
them.
is he's flashing next turn, so he's flashing into a more likely Drum Circle turn.
Right. Oh,
And
yeah,
then he's
yeah,
going to go double reflexes and try and get double crash.
Well, either double
might be
crash
well off
or,
with that, but that's how I
primordial
would go.
wave. No, I think you're right.
Yes.
Yeah, it's flash on this next turn. You've got those reflexes reduced to 0, and you just find whatever to clear the big board. Yeah, you figure it's very unlikely that the circle was coming down this turn, but you know it's going to come down the next turn. Turn 6 is pretty common for the drum circle turn. And so then, yeah, this is just setting up to... Gabby knows. Yeah, it's just like, nope, flash is there. It's not happening. A little surprised at these very early concedes from Gabby. You know, we saw in the Phil match earlier, and now a lot of times people, you know, with these high stakes are willing to at least let it play out and see how the cards fall. But
Yeah. I mean, I play every game to the death just in case my opponent gets a Bone Lord that dies and then I can kill them or something. But yeah, Gabby, I think for him, what we've seen him here over the years, if he can get out of games he's not enjoying that he's almost certainly going to lose, I think that's probably a wise move for Gabby, personally. Again, you know, he's a year older than when we last saw him, but I do feel that it suits his mentality to just get out of games where he's miles behind.
yeah, and you know, if that's gonna keep your mental state in better shape for a fresh game, then you know, all power to him. And it is going to be up against the Mage, though, for this final of the best of 5. And Mage sometimes has that early pressure, sometimes doesn't. It really comes down to whether the Mage is able to pick up that Cosmic Keyboard.
Yeah. You say that like they're going to miss. But yeah, the Mage deck to me is so different when it has keyboard to when it doesn't have keyboard. It's actually ridiculous. Because there's so many 4s, if they're on coin especially, keyboard, coin 4, they always have it if they have the keyboard, always. You know, but they can make a 2-2 at worst. And when they don't have it, they're scrambling around. They can't even draw cards or do anything of any use apart from ping and mess around and make a 1-3. It's like, it's such a massive difference between drawing it and not. That's why I can't help but giggle when you said they need the keyboard. It's like, it's so nutty. You've highlighted it in a nutshell there.
And it at face value looks like a kind of odd card in a deck with all these 1-mana spells, right? You've got the Flame Geysers and the Discovery of Magic, all these things that you really don't want to play while you have the keyboard out, but it's still just worth it. Because while sometimes you're forced to put out a 1-1 or a 2-2 or something, so many times when you can get those 4-4s, or even the 3-3s from playing a Molten Rune, it just gives you this early pressure that makes it so you don't have to be as worried about clearing the board because or building up as much spell damage, because your early pressure does the work for you.
It also makes the card, I mean, it won't matter against the Druid so much, but so good late game against control. You play your keyboard, your second keyboard, which of course you've got, and then you discover like a 5-drop or a 6-drop or something, and suddenly you've got a 6/6 plus a powerful effect for 6 mana and a board from nowhere as well. So if you do miss it early in a lot of matchups, it's still fine when you get it later on. Whereas a lot of 2-drops, like, you don't want from a lot of decks. You don't want your Treants on turn 19 as Druid or something. But as Mage, a lot of these cards, the 1/3 drawing cards, they're not just good on curve, they're good throughout the game. If you use your Arcane Worm on turn 7 to get a Bolt to kill them on turn 8 with Sif, it's still a good card. Yeah. Whereas any other normal tempo aggro-y deck, if you miss on curve, suddenly your 3-drop Hunter's a good example. You play your 4/1 Worm on turn 9. Nobody cares. It doesn't do anything. But in Mage, nearly every card in your deck does something no matter which turn you play it on, which means you're always getting value for your mana, even if it doesn't look like a great card at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just that incredible versatility. I've had games where Wisdom of Norganon, which is the 5-mana card draw spell that reduces by 1 mana for each spell school you've played this game, that can sometimes turn an otherwise, mediocre hand where you didn't have a big spell to go with the keyboard, but because you've only reduced it by 1, it's a 4-mana spell that draws you 2 cards and makes a 4/4, so you feel a little less bad about playing it for a higher mana cost because you still get something out of it.
Right, I don't see the word keyboard on any of those. Do we keep the elemental? We don't. Oh, it's a 1/3 that. Do we keep it?
It's not
Doesn't say
enough pressure,
keyboard.
right?
Doesn't say keyboard.
There's a temptation to keep the elemental, but I feel like it's got to be keyboard, or on the flip side of the game plan, inquisitive creation, right? Because that is your big potential clear.
Yeah, not even worse. If you do draw your keyboard after throwing away the other 2, you're not even playing your elemental on 2. It just sits in your hand until turn 3. Then you wait. Yeah, throw it away. Get rid of it. Don't want it. I agree with you.
Keeping the
Oh,
elemental.
no.
Okay.
Okay, just draw 1, 2. Get a 3 from it. You're all right.
I mean, it's not as much pressure, but it is earlier, right? And the advantage to the Artificer, pickup Artificer, I think would definitely always be a keep, is, you could start playing Infinitize the Maxitude, right? And just gaining that armor gets you all that extra buffer to get things rolling.
Well, also, now you've drawn a 1-drop to go with your Prismatic. The Prismatic doesn't look so lonely and useless anymore. It actually, now you're representing some actual trade. I was going to say damage, but you're going to trade with it most likely.
Yeah.
But now you're representing some actual achievements. Take some silence. That's going to be so useful in some situations later.
0 mana silence and it's a holy spell, so kind of great for everything that the mage wants to be doing.
Meanwhile, just look at Gabby's hand. He's got like 5 trillion mana on turn 4 to start making Shrubagazors and things. Probably won't do it for a turn or 2 after, but it's already looking ludicrously powerful if he wants it to be.
And this is, I think, the 3rd time we've seen Gabby just play that for the 2 extra nature spells. I mean, in this case, his hand was not really going to benefit from mana reduction, but he places a lot of value in the 2 random nature spells. I think that is not actually a fell spell. Shell Shot gonna clear these up. No more armor for WeQ. But it is cold case time.
Yeah. Forgot the step of having a keyboard, but still a very powerful card. And that's the thing with Mage. I whine about it a lot, but every card individually
Look at
powerful.
this.
He's just doing it. I thought he might wait a turn so he gets some value out of the Innovates, but no, he's just going to Shrubagazor his opponent.
Yep,
Get
turn
shrubbed.
4. I mean, it does make pretty much the entire rest of his deck way more powerful.
His whole deck is keyboards now. Who's the keyboard now? Who needs keyboard when you got Shrubagazors on turn 4? These have been some weird bitty games, haven't they, today?
Yeah, well, and this one, neither player has really had their best foot forward in terms of game plan with these decks, but they're cobbling together some interesting stuff. I think it's a choice between Snap Freeze and Sunwell here.
Oh, no one say Sunwell. Sottle's somewhere lurking. He will protest it, but I would take it here, and I don't take it very often either. Mainly because I get relentlessly bullied by Sottle if I do.
Yeah, gonna go Snap Freeze. That's fine.
What's his plan here? Like, just push every ounce of damage face and hope it gets there? Because he's dead in 3 or 4 turns? Because you're never going to find enough clears for this lot.
I mean, I think it's push enough damage so that you can then clear the boards to buy time for a top deck Sift and maybe just get there. But I mean, there's a lot of answers here in terms of Shard of the Naru. If Gabby ever goes for that drum circle buffed board, the Rhapsody can clear some unbuffed 3/3s, right? Inquisitive Creation as well, and other clears. So there's a few clears there. It's just a matter of how many boards Gabby is going to end up making.
Yeah, and he's got some time to go yet, but he's slowly running out of cards as well. By Druid standards, he's running out of cards.
Well, and there are no nourishes in this Druid, so is a little bit more susceptible to, running out of cards. Your hope is to make 2 boards and kill them with one of them. And after that point, there's not a whole lot left in terms of your top decks. There's no spread the words. The only real card draw are Widowbloom Seedsman and the Flower Child, which specifically draws your top end cards.
Gabby is, of course, going to be able to make. I mean, you're saying it's hope to make 2. Gabby's in a lovely position here where he's going to be able to make 3. Because...
Oh, and that's a pretty good random effect there, the draw 3 for EQ.
Okay, the Sif's in hand, which is probably going to be a card like that is helpful. Again, we talked about Sif in hand
Harmonic
too early,
Pop.
but ooh,
These are all great options. I mean, well, Flash of Lightning less so. There's not a ton of nature spells, but
he's seen 2 innovates, but yeah, so the pop might not go off until 8. That's fine, right? So yeah, the pop goes to 3 next turn and then goes to 6 the turn after. Is that right? No, it's the other way around. So it isn't going to tie in nicely with the drum circle board, but it will still clear a board.
yeah, it's gonna deal 6, make a 3/3 on this next turn.
Yeah.
But also, it's a holy spell played, which makes the Inquisitive Creations better. We can tell from the Wisdom of Norganon that only 3 spell schools have been played.
It's ridiculous. So yeah, I think his mind's where mine was at, but he's got the silence anyway. But yeah, would have liked the pop to tie in better with drum circle turn, but it's such a lovely clear now anyway.
Yeah, I mean, with the shard, it kind of doesn't matter, but maybe would have liked to get the 6/6. I think Gabby's looking a little defeated here as we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. And this is kind of the thing that can happen with the mage, is it just keeps discovering clear after clear. Now Gabby's got to go in with this cultivation because they're just not very big minions without it, but this is sort of the last gasp.
Yeah. The mage silencing the druid.
And
just killing them, actually, yeah, like you said.
Yeah. That early damage, right? That you don't need as much out of the burst turn, so it's just going to be...
See ya, Gabby. Sorry. Well done, weak you. As Gabby waves goodbye.
I mean, we talked about next iteration of players, and that's what we're getting to see.
I mean, he's the rank 1 player in the whole race at the moment. And that's a great result from Banterface, who is effectively 3 wins, no losses today, because he's won his match and Weekyu's won 2 matches as well. So he's got 2 horses in this race, with the Americas region literally being Weekyu at the top, Banterface next, and then there's some other Americas players somewhere. We think we're looking for them.
Yeah. It's so good to see all of these players competing at their best again, but always sad to have to say goodbye to one of them. So I'm sure we'll see more of Gabby in the future.
I'm sure we will. Yeah, he's sort of mixing his life around a bit, but he's one of those players that can just come back to Hearthstone, play for 3 months, qualify for 1 tournament to win it, and then not play for 9 months again, then come back to Worlds and win that. Not this year, but presumably next year, that's the sort of thing he'll look to do. We'll find out at some point what that will be. But yeah, we are going to go to a break and get back into another match for you shortly, as we're progressing through the winners bracket now on day 1 of Hearthstone Masters Tour Fall Championships.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Masters Tour Fall Championship. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by the one, the only Neil Lorinda Bond. Neil, I've been waiting here for like 3.5 hours to cast some Hearthstone, but you're hogging all the spotlight.
I love it, TJ. I'm after the attention. I've got the flamingo. Bit deflated because it's a Tansoku fan, but I tried.
What's on its head?
Its beak. Yeah.
Ah, the beak. It's just deflated. Okay. It was looking
It's
at the
deflated because it's a Tansoku fan. So, you know, you're a Tansoku fan, you're probably pretty deflated after that first match earlier today.
I can attest to that. I can definitely.
But I have to fit
attest
in with
to that.
Flamingo Friday with everybody else.
That's right. Flamingo Friday, otherwise known as Flamingo Saturday.
Details.
Gotta-
Details.
Yeah, details. But taking a look at the bracket so far, we're actually all the way nearly done with some of these winners matches. Hemlock, the first player to advance from Group A, and then Casey down at the bottom there, and we just saw Weeku take the victory there, so we'll get up in a second. Then we have McBanterface, Americas, us fellow Americans, me and Neil, definitely rooting for the America's players to finally have their time in the spotlight. And then we have CJ Kaka and Levick down there in the decider match, waiting to see who's going to be the next player to move on.
Okay. Pocket Train and Balance. They haven't advanced yet. We're actually going to show you this match, or some of it at least, to see how advances here. And then Tansoku and Mismile also not finished yet, I don't think. So Group C is where we're likely to be concentrating right now.
That's right, yeah. We, like Neil said, we are going to be hopping into that match in progress of Pocket Train versus Balance here shortly once we wrap up these brackets. But Coh, moving on from Group D, and then we have Gamer RBG and Rec from down there in the elimination match, waiting for Nkuro to see who's going to move on from Group D. So a little bit all over the place, but that's the nature of these double elimination groups. All the gameplay is confined to these groups, so some of these brackets are way more filled out than others, and it's time to fill out just a little bit more, Neil. Going to be hopping into Pocket Train versus Balance. It scores 2-0 in favor of Pocket Train, but it looks like the deck remaining for Pocket Train is that Shaman. And regardless of how many times we see the Shaman win, I'm not going to gain any faith in it. I'm not. I don't. I think it's a reasonable deck. I don't know if it's like consistent enough to get through these tournament lineups, but a good amount of players brought it. Pocket Train on the verge of a victory here, but I think it's the rest of his lineup carrying him, Neil. Nobody could convince me otherwise.
I'm with you, TJ. So I've been doing a lot of playtesting on stream, and Shaman was really not on my radar at all, at least not this one. And then 7 players, I think it was, brought it. I'm like, okay, I was wrong. Shaman's obviously good, blah, blah, blah. But we've seen Shaman today look worse than garbage. It seems to hold on and then fold and doesn't do its thing. Now, I'm sure we're going to see it win some spectacular games. It can definitely do some really nice stuff. But so far, from the massive sample size of some matches that we've shown, it hasn't looked very good at all against the top decks in the format at all.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like, the one thing Pocket Train's got going for him is that he's given himself head starts in these matchups, right? Saving Shaman for last, winning with the other 2 decks. If you can continue to do that, give your Shaman 3 chances to win. Yeah, of course. And then on the other side, we got Balance. Favorite class Rogue, favorite deck Garrote Rogue. I think a lot of top-level players would say Garrote Rogue is one of their favorites back in that metagame. Very fun deck, lots of skill expression, which, low win rate at low ranks, high win rate at high ranks. That's a pro's bread and butter kind of favorite deck right there. Oh, no!
Now we're on to everybody's favourite deck, TJ.
That's right. The Control Priest was watching a little bit of our buddy here, Neil, stream the other day, playing some Control Priest. And what were you averaging?
I went positive.
19 minutes.
9 and 10.
No. Sorry, in terms of game length. I think he went 9 and 10 over the course of like 12 hours. It was like a 19-minute game length.
19 games of Hearthstone, and yeah, there were 2 games over 30 minutes. I think half of the games were over 13 minutes, and the ones that weren't over 13 minutes were like 12.
Yeah,
it's slow because it hasn't got a way to win the Hearthstone game. It's got many ways not to lose it, and it doesn't lose really well until it loses. Like, it's really good at really coming close to not losing and then losing. It does it fantastically. Caster's dream, TJ. Caster's dream. Because we can talk about boats, we can talk about Christmas, we can talk about anything but Priest, in fact.
Great. Awesome. Well, this is not one of those matchups where you want to try not to lose, right? Trying not to lose against Shaman is this Nature Shaman is a recipe for disaster, a recipe for a loss. You got to try and win the Hearthstone game. And there are ways to do it. There's more big stuff in Priest than there once was. But it can get a little bit difficult because Pocket Train on the Shaman will be able to do effectively what he wants against the Priest from Balance. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to go. But Balance has got to beat this Shaman 3 times in a row and going to start things off with the Priest.
Yeah, we have seen some Shamans try to lose that many games in a row, so it's possible. But there's not a player in the world, I think past or present, that I would want to give the chance of just comboing somebody to death less than Pocket Train. He's just the master at, oh, I have to do this in this many turns? I'll do that then. And just killing you. There's more to it. Obviously, there'll be board fights at the start in particular, as we see the Rogue come out for balance. So that's good. Yeah, forget it all.
Are you sure it's a Rogue?
It's a Rogue.
All right, going with the Rogue first then. Gotcha. But got to win with all 3. Does it really matter what you pick first?
No, we discussed the Priest just because we know that people like Priest and they always want to talk about Priest. People talk about Priest a lot, I've noticed. So, you know.
Yeah. All right, going with the Secret Rogue here for Balance, and a deck that I've enjoyed playing quite a bit. It's one of those hit or miss decks, right? That sometimes the stars can align. But the one thing that I like about the Rogue, this is more so pre-Yogg change, is that it feels like you're never out, right? There's always something that can happen that you can claw your way back in to a game. And then there's some games where you can just have incredible starts and just blow your opponent out of the water. It's got tempo, it's got disruption, it's got value, it's got random generation. Just about everything you could ask for in a Hearthstone deck. And that's one of the things that I love about it.
Yeah, we saw this matchup a minute ago where Gabby just played 3 Gravediggers on this turn, or turn 4. And just removed the entire card draw from the Shaman and then proceeded to win with just bits. Like you do.
Yep. Yep. Tends to be quite good.
This time's a bit different. Totally different order with the double sticker situation, just making a board. Zero mana spell, seems good. Yeah, setting up for big turn next turn, right? The Gravedigger with the secret likely up, well, guaranteed to be up. Concoctor with a 0 cost concoction in there.
Yeah, probably hoping for like a potion belt off the top though, maybe another concoctor, shadow step, something of those likes. Unless he hits exactly draw from this concoctor, then it's quite all right. But decent tempo start here, and Pocket Train's taking some damage, so gonna have to go with the lightning reflexes just to try and move things along. Zap is a nice way to buff up this Jazz base while also progressing this lightning reflexes. I wouldn't even hate a flash of lightning right here and just rip it.
So next turn you would have... Okay, sure.
Maybe not rip it. Because then you kind of want to play into the overload next turn, but you don't want to overload next turn because you want to play into the Titan.
Do you want to play the Titan on 6 here against a 3-4? I mean, you can get rid of it, obviously.
I mean, it's two turns from now. I don't know.
Well,
I don't even know what I'm eating for dinner today. What do you think I'm going to know what to do in 2 turns?
Pocket Train knows. We're going to find out. He's going to tell us the answer. Yeah, so he's going to not overload in 2 turns' time. He's going to play the Titan and...
Yep. I like overloading this turn, to be honest with you.
You think he's going to play the Titan in 2 turns' time, TJ? Because I don't. Because he's not going to have one.
We'll see about that.
Okay.
It's a
You take your 40% and run with it.
70.
Oh no, it's 75-25, isn't it? Because the bios can only show once.
Yep. Yep. Objection.
Yeah, that's what you do. Right? You think for ages, then you take the mage spell. That's how you play this deck.
Yeah. Unless you like, it's objection and you're at like no health and your opponent has like lethal showing. And
You
then
can think about bait and switch.
sometimes
I
you pick
guess.
like wandering monster can sometimes save your life, like that kind of thing. Big giant minion, in play. But yeah, think for a while. Big, yeah, there you go. Nice. Ooh, Prison of Yaxron. That's what we're talking about.
I was going to say halfway through that.
See ya!
Yeah, it's off. It's gone. He's got a top deck it. He has played this turn slowly enough on the Discover phase that he's now got to... if he gets draw 2 here, or Hazy, yeah, he's...
You'd probably hold on to it anyway, just in case you get like Private Eye next turn or something like that. Easy
Sure.
combo.
He did the right thing, not panic ripping it though. He just played it. Yeah, you might.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh,
You can zap. You can't zap because you want to play prison next turn. You can't play feral because you want to play prison next turn.
ooh, lightning
Hey, play
reflexes.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
What is the nature spell? Is there like one? Is there a rogue nature spell?
Yeah, there's got to be.
Has there? It's got to be. You're right. There's always one.
I actually don't know.
I'm pretty sure I've ripped this before. There's been one, but I might be wrong. Might have been something else. Might have been priest or something that's got one.
There it
you
is,
go.
deadly poison. Just get another one.
Oh
Nice!
yeah, good point. Super weapon.
Okay, coming up on the prison turn, which is basically all he's got. Just point that at the face and hope. Pocket Change still just trying to cycle through the deck. Finds the Titan once again. Still like a ways off of like killing, but it's going to make it a little bit easier. Balance really needs to.
He only needs to do 6 with the Yogg. Just do it. 5 all to the face. Game over. Get on with it.
Do you?
Or 7.
Oh.
7's the same as 6. No, it is 6. Yeah. You just rip it and kill them. And
Okay.
they die.
I was
But
thinking
do you
maybe
attack
like
first is
a.
the big question.
I was like maybe like a breakdance and then draw another spell. I don't know.
Just fireball them in the head.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Missed 1 damage. Oh! So close. That Divine Shield is actually really annoying. So is the armor, to be honest.
Oh dear.
Just messes with the breakpoint so much. Oh, I forgot
you
there was an
haven't got a
objection in
Titan,
play.
you're taking 4,
Yeah, I
it's
know.
over.
Yeah.
Just pack it up.
Yeah. Brutal.
He's got the mana to wave this into a something smaller.
He's just gonna concede. Yeah, it's tough. You gotta basically kill in 2 turns. Just the dagger alone would kill over 2 turns. Actually, he had no way to deal with the 4/4 because it had the anti-magic shell on it. So that would have killed him. But balance gets closer in this series. 1 down against the Shaman. 2 to go in order to take this one and move on. This is a winner's match. Loser's not out. They just have to move to a different part of the bracket, a different area of the screen, if you would.
Different area of the screen. Is that where we put people these days?
Yeah.
At live events, did you put the losers bracket into like a different half of the room and say you're the losers half of the room?
Yeah. The visual representation of the bracket. That's how they shuffled the players around the room. All right, you're gonna stand right over here because this is where
with all the other losers.
In the lower part of the room. Nope, not a loser's part of the room. The lower part. Nobody's a loser. Everybody's just a lower.
Yeah. Hop in, losers. We're going Hearthstone in.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Balance got there with not much. The Gravedigger, like, does just pushed a bunch of damage. And yeah, that's it. And a prison. That was the game, effectively. A couple secrets. Prison to Yogg Saron. A couple of deadly poisons. Boom. Got yourself a win.
But he needs 2 more of those wins. He doesn't have Shaman versus Shaman, so it will end today at some point. Because I imagine if Shaman plays Shaman, nobody wins. The way that today's panning out.
Yeah.
Just sit there.
Yeah, just nothing happens. Yeah.
You just sit there pressing end turn until nothing happens. Just unlucky. But I imagine it'll be the Mage. Tell us something about Mage, TJ, to stop my sarcasm before it gets into massive full effect. Tell me something interesting about Mage.
I got nothing.
Have I said everything already? That Mage is really good? Yeah. So I'll have to recap Mage for everybody then, because TJ can't add to my wonderful analysis so far. Get keyboard, win game.
Get keyboard, win game. Yeah, it's Mage can do just about everything, right? The thing they do best is damage, but they can also gain a lot of armor with Artificer, with Cold Case. If you're not tempoing them out early on in the game, they can get their health pretty far up there. They also have a ton of value, probably the most in the game, especially with that card right there. Infinitize the Maxitude. Not the Minitude, Neil. Not the Minitude. The Maxitude.
Okay, and you infinitize. It's not just a small infinity. It's one of those big infinities that you only get in maths exams.
Yeah, exactly.
They can gain armor with all sorts of things. Like I say, heavy plate. They can gain armor with that. They can gain armor with any card in Hearthstone, basically. If it says gain armor written on it, they'll do it.
They will.
Choosing to go with the Titan variant and not the Elemental Inspiration variant. That's something I'm keeping an eye on today. I feel like the Titan never does anything. I kind of like the variants that have taken it out, honestly.
Ah, no. I love the Titan. Reverbing Norganon is just... Mwah.
He's playing Inspiration as well, actually. Yeah, it looks great, it feels great, but I always feel like it's surplus to requirements when you're messing with it. You could just be a good another good card that you're playing. Don't get me wrong, it's powerful, but people are cutting it, and I agree with those people.
Okay. I agree to disagree.
You're not allowed to. This is my disagreement time.
Yeah, every deck has to have a Titan, and every deck prior to the patch on Thursday has to have Yogg. It's the rules.
That's how they should have nerfed Yogg. They should have made it 9 mana, and you have to have it in your deck.
I mean, I don't know what the anomaly is called, but you get a different one.
Have we had an anomaly? Have they been cut?
We haven't had one. That was a question I had. I wasn't sure. It could just be an anomaly that we haven't had an anomaly.
Yeah. If they won't get an anomaly to the final, we'll be convinced that they're not playing with anomalies on the server, and then we'll get like one of the terrible ones.
Yeah.
Like it'll be a control matchup versus an aggro, and it'll be like both players start with 5 extra health. You'll be like, oh no. Unfortunate. Meanwhile, Balance chipping away that health total.
Chipping away. Hmm.
Same decision as last turn. This is something that in Shaman is a little bit awkward, is not overloading going into your turn where you really want to play your 6, but you really want to play your overloads. It tends to feel like on 5, that's when you've run out of the things you are setting up, and now you want to start playing your Feral Spirits and your Zaps and your 3/2s, and that's the turn where you can't because you overload.
Yeah.
It's a nuisance, but then you get it all back and more on turn 7. Yeah, that's a nothing of a turn because next turn's so good. And that probably tips balance off as well. It tips the balance.
They don't overload, they float a mana, they don't really do anything on turn 5. Huh.
Yeah, wonder what happens here.
Wonder what's coming next. Ah, oh, slam it. Reverb in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Cards cost 1 more.
It's taking
Boom!
20. Yeah, it's not taking 20.
Just dead.
You can do that with Neophyte for so much less, except it's not cards, it's spells, it doesn't work. You're right, and this does work.
You casted one of these abilities already. Just reverb it. Just dead. See? Ultimate setup. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, okay.
It was almost as if this was scripted for me to be
Imagine.
correct.
But I think Pocket Train is the script writer. He claims to be the script writer sometimes. So he's winning this somehow this year. I don't know where he got this idea from.
The storm is in me.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it has to do it, right? It's a huge
Yeah.
expenditure, but he literally dead. He doesn't, so.
He's done it in a way that's given him a board too.
Yeah. And there's not much to do here for balance, which means
Finley
Flippity-
time.
flippity flop.
Spinity spin. I couldn't match your alliteration.
About a creation here. That'd be quite
Oh,
nice.
look at this opening hand. Where's the
Creation.
coin?
There it is.
There it is.
Could even set up a keyboard alongside this inquisitive creation.
What to do? What to do?
Not too shabby. Yeah. I was thinking
Yeah.
maybe to draw with Wisdom of Norganon instead. If he felt like he was looking for something specific for next turn, but I don't think so.
Yeah, there's probably ways to sort of just count how many lethals do I have. You know that Pocket Train's gaining 6 here.
Yeah.
Realise there isn't any in that situation, so off you go. As you were, make some 4/5s.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You leave the Titan up, but is that really that big of a deal?
Pocket draws 3. Yeah, it's a big deal, actually. You can just... Yeah.
But then you have this giant board, this Elemental Inspiration board, plus the 7/7 from the keyboard. Like, that's the argument. Yeah, sure, they draw 3 cards, but are they killing you with those 3 cards this turn? Because if not, then...
You know there's a lot of overload. I mean, there actually isn't, but it feels like there's a lot of overload in Pocket's hand as well. I guess you know about the fish. So
Yeah,
maybe you
he
don't
knows-
know that.
knows 3 of the cards. And the other 2, the other schooling and the jazz base, have been there for quite a while. But it's Shaman, that literally tells you nothing. Could be any piece of the combo.
What an absolute garbage selection. Oof.
Does this bring it up to 5? Gotta go. The flame guys are... Yep, actually got it. Okay.
Nice.
So did feel incredibly threatened.
The Sif's going to be on 5, right? So there's 6, so 12. No bolts left.
Well, they're in the bottom of the deck.
Working as to how I math, they're live on air.
Let's see. With all its burn in hand, it's so you carry the 2, 6 spell damage, 0.
Yeah.
Just no burn.
No burn. Times 6. plus 6, take away 6. Yep, that's nothing. Whole bunch of it. We have some 4/5s now, thanks. And a 7/7 while we're at it. Because why not?
Hoping for some rush here.
Oh, you never ever tell these things what you want them to be, TJ. Ever.
Taunt
they
will
do
do.
not behave.
Taunt will do.
Ah, you trapped them. Ah, and the taunt's fine as well. Unlucky. 4 green fish, TJ. That must mean something.
That's actually... It's a pattern. What does it mean?
I don't know, but it's got to mean something. So you want to put the 5-1 into the 4/5, right? Into the 4/5. Into the... It doesn't really matter, does it? There's no lifesteal. Who cares? He's on 30. No one cares. Just hit them with fish.
Yeah. Gotta do something.
Yeah.
He's gonna play... push face at least a little bit, realizing that if I just clear this, it's not gonna do anything. Alright, so... We're missing 8 points of damage. So, literally any piece of burn.
He did know the bolts on the bottom in the same way that you did.
Because he put them there?
Yeah, and you know they've got the bolts because they come out of the arcane guys. So, you know. He's seen at least one flame geyser. So this might not be as crazy as it first appears in terms of taking a chance.
Trying to come up with the best odds.
Yeah.
What if you just
right, there must be one. There's always one.
There's not!
No, there's not. How the tides have turned. Oh my god, he's still got like 4 million mana to spend in 2 seconds. I feel like this has been a suboptimal turn. This is like watching me.
Gonna rip the
play
cold case
cards.
just for the
Yeah,
little
that's
bit
it.
of extra health.
Yeah. Just the panic there. At least he had the savvy to realise that he'd sort of overdone his time and just spend mana. It doesn't matter that it's not optimal by the end. Just get it spent. It's better than not getting it spent. Gain 4 armor and a 2/2 skeleton. Sure, there probably should be another skeleton somewhere. That sort of thing. Just get it done.
Yeah. I mean, has the jazz bass swing, so can do all of this.
Those minions are going to live, right? They'll be fine.
Yeah.
Nothing bad ever happens to these minions. Oh, TJ.
Down to 9. Oh no. He's ever so slightly off. Yeah, just gonna gain the armor, paying. It's 1 card draw, plus 1 spell damage on board. Should be good. And then just set up for the guaranteed lethal next turn. With the Sif plus the Forged Molten Rune. Ah, Thorim, no overload. Unfortunate. There we go!
Ah!
The Titan coming in clutch. Norganon?
Yeah, either of those. I just call them Titan because there's only one Titan in every deck. So you just call it Titan, everyone knows what you mean. You'd have to learn 10 names.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tricks of the trade, TJ. Tricks of the trade.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got to a
I
game
could be
5.
professional and just learn what they're called, but Titan.
Well, I know what they're called. I just don't know how to pronounce them. That's the
Norganon.
problem.
No, Ganon? Don't know. Anyway, as the start of the broadcast, TJ and I were rudely interrupted by 2 games of Hearthstone. This is what we were talking about. Priest versus the Shaman.
Yeah, I know. Finally, we can get back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Here we
Just
are.
the priest. So, I mean, this is kind of what I predicted. Well, I mean, this is kind of what
Foreshadowed, I think, TJ.
Yeah, foreshadowed. Most players would have agreed with this sentiment also, is that Shaman probably the weakest deck in the lineup. I think even some of the players coming into this one, it was definitely that kind of 4th deck where they couldn't find anything else that they thought was better in the amount of time that they had to prep, which was 2 days after the balance patch, right? It wasn't that many changes, but it warped things pretty considerably. You know, an outlier deck brought down changes the metagame, trickle down economics, you know, but with Hearthstone
very
decks
much
and
so.
balance, as well as the Yogg change, right? That changed the game plan of some of these decks as well. So, you know, it's tough to find the right decks, and I don't know if Shaman was it, but there's players that have a ton of practice with this Shaman. The game plan of the deck has not really changed, right? There's some increase in cost. That's why Jazz Bases come in to just try and let you smooth things out a bit when you're going for combo turns, let you do them a lot easier. The deck hasn't changed, so if you put a lot of hours into this deck, it's still a reasonable deck in the metagame. Still can prey on decks that don't pressure you at all, because you can just, you know, find the time to get your combo and get that guaranteed amount of damage. But it's just getting beat up by everything else. Oh, it is! I didn't even look at what it was.
Both heroes have +1 attack, which is lovely for the priest because he can take down the fish. That's what I think.
Nice! I saw Anomaly and I immediately, went crazy. I didn't even see what it was before. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
first thing I'm going to do, there's an anomaly on the screen. Look away now! Stop looking! I don't know what it says.
No, that's basically what I did. It's
Not
exactly
supposed
what
to
I
understand.
did. This is not one of the crazy fun ones, but it does add an extra layer to things, I suppose.
I think this one in general, and it is a very much in general, because obviously the attacking deck is doing 1 more damage per turn, but in general this favours the control decks because it's such a good removal anomaly. Like 4/1 worms? No. Dead. Unlucky. Looking to see how he goes about getting things on board.
Boom! Get him! 30 turns to go.
Yeah, but it's 34 turns for Pocket Train to go, so you know. Who's laughing now, TJ? Yeah, Cathedral start drawing those cards. Interesting that he did wait with the Clergy, so he can get more cards later on as well. Basically, he's into the business of drawing more cards. Is what I've deduced from that. Now imagine if you had a 0 mana Holy Nova and a random face attack that did 1 here. Would you use it? Because then you could draw a card as well.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. By pretty good, I mean very good.
Yeah.
Deciding where this hero power is going.
Yeah, I'm curious that he didn't attack first, but I guess he can do it this way. The health doesn't matter that much. He'll get it back somehow.
Yeah, just wants the card. But in a sense, this is kind of all just a distraction.
Yes.
Sometimes you can just dump all this stuff and win the game for free, but
Yeah, we're
sometimes.
really waiting to see those legendaries that come from Legendary Creating Titan Man, which is the official name.
I was always wondering what the official name was. I'm glad you finally gave me confirmation.
I know you struggle with the pronunciations a little bit, TJ, so I thought I'd let you in on how to say it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Well, this is one way you can get priests. This is definitely a way you can just win sometimes. You just hit them with fish. We talked about this a minute ago. There's not so many green fish letting the side down this time either, so he's in a better spot.
I mean, that's actually just an absurd amount of damage. And there
really is.
nothing Balance can do.
And it's his patch, TJ! Why isn't he winning?
I know!
You said it was Balance's patch a few minutes ago, and surely he'll win the tournament.
Unless something's picked up from this card draw here, it's just going to have to be what a cannibalize.
You'll gain one. Oh my god. Oh no. Can you close your eyes and hope they can't 10 you? You can't, can you? You've got to kill it. Oh, the pain. It hurts.
Would it have been worth it to draw from the fish first? Because then if you have to cannibalize, then you gain one more.
Okay, yeah, that's actually that.
And you also
in
have one
hindsight,
extra mana to work with. Yeah, I don't know.
Like it's easy when you see what happens, but yeah, it's interesting. Priest decisions are interesting, but they're really fiddly things like that. Oh, do I do this thing that looks a bit dumb to save 1 mana? Yeah, fiddly.
It is quite fiddly.
So the pop will be on 6, right? So he can't get the trade in. But he can hit it with his face, take 5 more. That doesn't sound fun. Oh dear.
Yeah, he's just dead.
Leah, what's your plan?
Yeah, you gotta do it. It's the only way.
Yeah, you got to, and then just close your eyes and hope that the shaman deck that's full of burn spells doesn't burn you out.
Yeah.
Sounds like a great plan, but yeah, got to do it. Everyone get counting. Remember the +1.
Go with the flow.
The storm is in me.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, because this is
yeah,
going to
then
unlock the Turn the Tides. Yep.
Yeah. He's there. Pocket Train through to day 2 again. After a very, very easy-looking final game against the Priest there. We've seen the Shaman win a game, TJ. We can rest now.
And it seemed, I don't want to say easy, but with the help of some fish, was able to just win the game without any type of combo at all. It was so much damage just dealt from the minions that stuck on the board. So well done, and just goes to show, you know, especially when you're playing those 40 card decks, it's tough to find the right things, and it's tough to have enough AoE to be able to deal with that big of an onslaught of tiny piranhas.
Shaman does win enough games with like garbage like that, with just a bit of burn, some fish, you know, draw some cards. I do wonder if you just play Jazzy Base and some fish and some burn spells and just jam it together and try and forget about all this. Ooh, look at me! I've got bioluminescent stuff. Just hit. Maybe that would work.
Maybe that would work. But we are not going to get to see much of Priest. Maybe a little bit of Priest later on when we see Balance play in the decider match, because Balance is not out yet. And we also have a Shadow Priest in tournament. I don't know if it's eliminated yet, but
That's
I was actually
Vamp, so it might be.
yeah.
Love you, Vamp.
Yeah. Was expecting a little bit more of the Priest. I was expecting it to take that 4th spot more so than Shaman, as much as I hate to say that in these lineups. But the Shaman does make sense. But it looks like, at least for now, the winners' matches are done. We'll see. I think we're going to start moving towards some of these lower bracket decider matches to see who else is going to be moving on from day 2 after this. But in the meantime, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't worry, do not go anywhere, because we have plenty more Hearthstone action on the day to come right after this.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are ready to get into our next match, and it is going to be a losers decider match. So unfortunately the loser is going to be done for the weekend, but the winner does get to move on. Edelweiss, how's it been going so far? I've not had a real chance to speak to you on broadcast, with our first cast of course being now, but how's it been going for you so far?
It's been going well. We did unfortunately have to say goodbye to Gabby earlier, but it's been great getting a chance to watch all these players once again. I'm excited to see Casey, because Casey is our sole Miracle Rogue player, and so I'm curious to see how that pans out for him. He's got the list with double Neophyte, double Speaker Stomper, so very much out to get these spell-based decks.
Yeah, we are going to be going to see Casey versus Wiku, but we can check out what the bracket looks like and how everything has progressed, because as usual, unfortunately, we do not have the time to flick through every single match possible. But yeah, here you go. Here's Group A, Hemlock making out of the group, of course, and then Casey versus Wiku in that decider. So really excited to see this one. Obviously, Casey has been a staple of Hearthstone esports for many years at this point, so it'll be great to see if he can make it through. But of course Wiku has not been disappointing either, managed to take that victory over Gabby. Let's take a look at the rest of the groups as well to see what's coming up. We've got Group B, where CJ Kaka is going to be facing off against Levix. He's going to be joining Banterface coming out of Group B.
Yeah, finally we get some America's representation coming out of groups.
Finally, an America's player can make it. And here in Group C, we have, of course, Pocket Train making it out, and then we've got Tansoku and V-Smile in that elimination match to face off against Balance a little bit later on. So, any big surprises for you so far?
I think the surprise for me has really just been Pocket, clearing that 3-0 in the first round. I guess he had reason to be confident going into that matchup. But yeah, otherwise, really just, Rekfem taking early loss and thing. He's definitely a player I have my eye on. I like to see more of. Hopefully we'll make it out of that decider. We'll have to see. But all these players are just so strong. It's tough to say what is predictable or unpredictable. And many of the lineups are quite similar as well this time.
Yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it? I think we especially, because we've seen so much of these players over the years, we get sort of pulled into, the likes of Gabby, Casey, Pocket, so should make it through. But of course, the players who have made it, even some of the players that are lesser known, still, made it here, right, in the exact same way, and no doubt they're going to be a dangerous opponent. So yeah, next matchup coming up is going to be Casey versus Wiku. It looks like we are going to see that Demon Hunter going up against the Mage. And what do you think here of Casey bringing this Demon Hunter? Not only Casey, but what do you think of the deck in itself?
So it's the only Relic DH in the event, and I think one of the biggest interesting decisions he's made is he doesn't have Jotun in here. That's the card that makes all your spells cast when drawn if they're the first one you drew that turn. And Relic DH, I think, is just kind of a sneaky second comfort pick for Casey behind Miracle Rogue. Everyone knows the Miracle Rogue, but he's also just pretty routinely been bringing Relic DH to things as well. Mm-hmm. So while I don't necessarily think much of the deck itself, I do feel like Casey has a pretty strong handle on it, and it can do some pretty disgusting things when you get those hugely discounted hands off Relic of Dimensions.
Yeah, it's pretty scary overall. We are going to take a look at the Miracle Rogue as well from Casey. Casey been impressive on Rogue for many a year now, and no doubt going to be pretty comfortable on this. Just want to mention as well, I believe both players shock horror having Warrior banned out, so we're not going to see much of the Odin Warrior across the board, which again, I think the more this tournament goes on and the more we see sort of the matchups develop, you can 100% understand why. But now we can take a look at Wiku and their lineup with the, I guess this feels like probably the go-to overall lineup with that Mech Rogue. Do you like Mech Rogue over the Concoction Rogue?
Well, personally, it's a little easier for me to play. I often don't have the kind of APM to keep up with the likes of Casey in terms of Miracle Rogue. Mech Rogue, it's straightforward. You're trying to build this Voltron minion, just overpower the opponent, ideally with a big Wind Fury finish. People have gone for the tech slots of Speaker Stomper, just to go up against spell decks like these nature shamans that a lot of folks have brought. It's a solid deck. It's like not my favorite to play, but I think if you are on short notice after balance changes, just trying to come up with a lineup, I think Mech Rogue is a pretty solid pick.
And we are going to take a look at another deck that's been featured pretty heavily across today so far. Is going to be this Shaman list that we've seen from many of the players. It's another deck that, although might look pretty straightforward, can be pretty punishing if you make the wrong decision. Maybe think or don't think far enough ahead. It's something I always struggled with a list like this. Is, well, I could just play this now, start cycling through or trying to set up for it. But I think when you see the really great players play Shaman at the moment, they're like that 1, 2, 3 steps ahead, right? So even if it looks like they've either used too many resources to defend or not enough, a lot of the time you start to see their plan form just a little bit too late sometimes. So yeah, we're excited to see how that one goes. Again, double warrior ban. We are getting ready to go into the match, but if you were going to call it one way or the other, advice, who would you pick here? Do you think anyone has a particular advantage, lineup wise or anything else?
Well, much as I've said how much I like Casey, I feel like WeQ kind of has the momentum. Is this top points earner, is coming off of a win just now, and probably, pretty thirsty for taking out that win. I think if you feel like, yeah, I'm the number one on points, but also, I really want to have my victory in the tournament setting, because it is very different to play on ladder versus to play in a tournament. But sometimes the momentum is just what it takes.
Well, let's see if it's going to be good enough. We've got Casey on the top on this Relic Demon Hunter and WeQ on the Mage along the bottom. And again, the Mage, one of the most popular decks knocking around right now, especially after those nerfs. But Casey going to have to see if this Relic DH can get something done. Oh, not a bad opening there for WeQ, having a couple of keyboards to choose from.
Yeah, the second one, not quite as good, but you do have it there in reserve. It's really a matter of, after you keyboard and coin cold case, what do you do from there? And until some card draw is picked up, there's not a whole lot going on.
Yeah, I always assume with this Mage deck, honestly, that you'll find something, right? Like, there's so much. Oh, sorry, Bagels in the background, contributing, if you can hear, to the cast. Apologies. But with this Mage deck, I always feel like there's so much value packed in it, as we can see now with these first two draws from WeQ, that you'll always find something to, generate some spells, generate something to either card draw or just put some more pressure on. In Casey giving the nod and the shake of the head, as this is one heck of an opening here from WeQ.
Yeah, and we'll see if there's another shake of the head when the volume up comes down next turn. Is that sort of the ideal sequence? And no small thing, this anomaly here has been buffing the health of the little 1/3 elemental there, now up to a 1/5. Just going to continue gaining armor for WeQ. Speaker Stomper throwing a little bit of wrench into the plan.
Yeah, one of the benefits, at least for Casey, with the Artificer still up and sort of gaining armor for WeQ, is because it's Relic Demon Hunter, you aren't reliant particularly on like aggro, right? You can end up putting down some really a lot of pressure throughout the game, so it's not like you're all in on just going face. More like we saw from the Outcast Demon Hunter earlier today.
Yeah, but
the WeQ is just going to keep on going.
Yeah, I mean, the mounting pressure, I think it's a matter of whether you just go for maximum mana value here. Oh, yeah, nothing
not
to
the best
reverb.
choices there.
One more mana in the cold case feels amazing, but...
Oh, yeah. I think it might still just be cold case. It just looks like the better card, right?
Yeah, because you already have a reverb, so if you do want to play it for that 3 mana just for more board presence, you could get it out there.
A card.
Sure.
Again, it's one of those things, right, where I guess cold case for me is the best overall card, but just keep drawing into more value, right? I think like as long as you've got cards in hand as the Mage right now, then you're going to be able to do something.
And these...
I guess you just take the good removal just in case, right? I mean, already Case is down to 12 health. This game might not be going on much longer.
Yeah, and it is a nature spell, so it does help in terms of those spell schools for the things down the line. Casey is gonna have to get a little bit lucky on these discounted cards. And that's a good pickup with the vault.
Yeah, it's something. Still dangerous though, because Casey knows it's not like this deck runs out of burn, right? So this could just be the minion damage done now for WeQ, and then the focus on just getting some burn damage out as well. So still pretty scary. Casey's gonna have to pull something big out the bag, but it's gonna be a tall order at this point. Especially having to use both the locations there, it does mean that the dimensions isn't going to be able to be sort of procced again next turn.
Yeah, there's going to be an in-between turn here for Casey. I don't recall what exactly is in this fizzle. I think it might be a couple more dimensions. WeQ, I think, is deciding whether or not to finale this volume up.
Yeah, it's a bit of an off turn as well for WeQ, right? Nothing too crazy going on. One turn away from elemental inspiration. But just gonna fill the hand. Wow, really fill the hand. And set up for future turns.
And it could just be elemental inspiration next turn. It's not that many, but you do get the 7/7 as well.
Yeah, there is the Unleash Fel now for Casey. Does he have that? Is that going to be double spell damage? Yeah, this is a nice turn. Had the Arcanist in the shot, so Unleash Fel going to be able to do a lot of work here and basically push Casey almost back up to full health, but very, very significant.
Well, and then those have to be dealt with as well. So it means WeQ can't just jam the elemental inspiration. Has to do something like Lightstorm or Inquisitive Creation. Other stuff that's going to end up using these keyboard charges. So really, I mean, I would say well timed, but Casey had to do it to not die as well.
Yeah, well timed in the fact that if he didn't do it, he'd be dead. Probably doesn't need the card draw, so Sigil of Time probably not as relevant.
Maybe Immolate?
I think Immolate's the best choice because again, with after seeing this snapshot from Casey, like you would probably assume there's some high costed card. Like the deck in itself runs a significant amount of high cost cards. It's not like it's overly likely Casey can just dump the hand. I know it's 3 turns, and maybe that's the downside. Maybe you just take the deal 4 to a minion, but yeah, a bit of a tricky one, honestly.
I mean, at worst, it's a 4/4. Even if the effect doesn't actually do anything, it's a 4/4 and a fire spell.
Yeah. And even if it makes your opponent play a little bit, let's say, not correct, just to try and get stuff out of the hand that is vital, then like that's some kind of bonus here, because the choices were just not good for WeQ.
Yeah.
Prop the vault.
And at this point, these are pretty much all going to be free all the time off of the dimensions.
Not looking too bad. A bit more heal as well with the I-Beam with the Blood Mage Thalnos, so that's going to push him all the way back up to full. And considering Casey was 1 turn away from a bad time, he's done well to recover. And not only just recover, but also just set up valid win conditions now, like taking control of the board. Does have the 2 Lags, does have Artificer as well, does have just a lot of options going forward for the next few turns.
Yeah, normally this Meltranics is, something you like to get down when you have a big board so that you're making it unlikely your opponent will be able to clear. But sometimes, just like this, it's invalidating this turn out of WeQ. Like, what does he do? I guess you can reverb plus Inquisitive Creation. It's not even a board that really merits clearing, but the best play that WeQ would want to make is unavailable to him.
Yeah, this is actually... it's not the best. This is like... gonna be Thalnos here? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Does have some spell damage at least for this flame. That is one of the most restrictive turns I've seen for a long time with that card. Because a lot of the time it just doesn't do that much, right? Or at least I feel like it doesn't. Whereas this is just really put a stopper on WeQ's turn.
Yeah, sometimes it's like you're trying to stop the board clear, but it's in the right spot of their hand anyway. very frequently it doesn't do this much, but that was seriously almost a turn skip.
And like I said, from what feels like a few minutes ago, Casey was about to die, or at least that's what he probably thought. He's recovered so well, and WeQ now has to piece something together, because there's this card draw, there's the elemental inspiration, of course, but I feel like when you're not ahead, inspiration's just significantly worse, and spending turns on drawing cards is going to be tough if you don't have the juice to deal with this, because look how big this board is. This is looking scary.
Yeah, and I think Casey's just, at this point, doesn't need the fully charged Zymox, just making the big ol' 7/7s. I think we're going to end up letting the G-Lags burn, and next turn will be another location dimensions.
Yeah, I think a lot of it will just depend on what the board looks like, right? If WeQ clears this board with only 10 cards left, I can kind of see maybe a G-Lag getting played, just to push some damage and just sort of rebuild a board. But a lot of it will depend. There's going to be equality picked up there for WeQ.
Yeah.
Oh, it does have the Inquisitive, right?
Yeah. Yep. So,
so
if
there's that
Inquisitive
safety
isn't
net.
big enough, or this Remorseless Winter, good combination there.
Convoke.
No, don't do it.
It always wins. Boo! Lightning Bolt, the much more sensible option.
So, yeah, that was an interesting choice there, because this Demon Hunter, there is the possibility, particularly having already seen the snapshot come out, there's a possibility of being able to just clear every single board that the Demon Hunter is able to present, and they don't have burst damage really to kill you in the way that they sometimes used to. So you could have, in one world, taken the Remorseless Winter there to combo with the Equality, figured that Inquisitive Creation can clear something on its own.
I guess the
try and go that
plan
route.
might have been to just have the burn available, or maybe even the Lightning Bolt with as spot removal available, and just say, well, what if I clear this board, and the second that WeQ can land a fairly safe elemental inspiration, then he's probably going to be feeling pretty confident going into this.
Well, and any 0 mana burn spell with Sif just is...
Could just be lethal, right?
Exactly.
It's like one extra cheap burn spell, it could well be dead, especially at this point in the game. I think Casey might even be surprised he's not been killed yet, honestly. Void, okay.
Oof.
It's got to be starting off with that, right? Maybe WeQ's thinking whether to play the Artificer first, like commit it now. If
You
it's going to
could-
be Void and...
You could Artificer and start drawing to see if you can, get there with a Sif or something. Or I don't know if there's still potential alibi.
Okay, this was bad timing because it's mid card draw, but that's roughly what's left in the deck. I think that's accurate, actually. There's the Cold Case, no Gonen's going to be burnt.
Very surprised to see. I mean, I guess the thinking with these draws is maybe he had lethal if he got Sif, but if the
Right, and
mana
didn't
is
burn it,
if the
yeah.
mana is spent,
Oh!
and that buys
That is-
2 turns
Oh, it's
with
such
the
a good
inspiration as
card.
well.
Yeah, and just the fact that, let's be honest, it's so likely WeQ's going to draw Sif, and there's Lightning Bolt. There's going to be an Arcane. There's that. I mean, there's a lot going on, especially with the time to maybe Forge and then Blizzard and go again, sort of thing. Like, absolutely huge discover there from WeQ. Could be game winning.
When these minions here have reborn, they're 5 health. Most of the big stuff is gone out of Casey's deck. Maybe all the big stuff. So even the topple doesn't clear. To those who were maybe confused by the card draw with still burning stuff there, I think the big reason to just draw and let burn is because if the 1 mana is spent on the Artificer, then WeQ never has lethal that turn. But if he does draw Sif with the available mana remaining, he would have lethal with Reverberations plus the 0 mana Lightning Bolt and the Flame Geyser.
Right.
But yeah,
Casey here has to just respond. He's going to gain a little bit of armor from the Astalor. Does get to kill, a good chunk of these elementals off because of the rush, but still got to be scary for Casey because 35 is not overly safe when, your mage opponent is basically going to have their deck drawn.
yeah. But, with that second copy of Blizzard, I mean, it's just extra
All the
time to
time in
find the
world,
Sif,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
You can forge the Molten Rune or play the Cold Case.
Yeah, I think Riku's here just is being as safe as possible, but I do think he pretty much does need to draw something big next turn, right? Because this isn't over. If this board doesn't get cleared, or if there's still something big up, it's still a little bit scary, but Casey does have to make the push now. Does have the Astalor still in hand, maybe for next turn, for that extra little bit of burst.
Oh, and the Speaker Stomper.
Yeah.
So that's going to make it so WeQ cannot go for the OTK just yet. Is going to have to, find some way to clear, which these having been softened up by the Blizzard is definitely possible.
Yeah, the fact that Sif is in bottom 3 is almost a crime at this point, because this game would have looked very, very different if WeQ could have gotten hold of that Sif. It looks like Casey's going to be able to bounce back the Stomper as well.
Yeah, really nice. He almost bounced that Reborn minion, and then it was like, wait a minute, this
hang
can
on.
target
I
my
could
stuff.
completely decimate my opponent's plan.
Oof.
You can't even Elemental Inspiration ping, right? Which would, be something, I guess.
Are there useful pickups off of Reverb here? Do those abilities do anything for WeQ?
We're about to find out.
There's the Discover a Death Rattle, and it's cheaper. Or, reduce the cost of minions in your hand by 2?
Well, the good thing here is...
oh no, the summon hadn't been used.
Yeah.
Right, right.
The good thing here as well is just the fact that a ping removes 10 damage off
Right.
the board, right?
Yeah.
Is massive. It's just huge. So
And the
even
rush-
this is a very strong turn in itself, but even just the fact that 10 damage could be removed with 2 mana guaranteed really made it likely that WeQ was going to be able to battle back enough to just not immediately die without drawing Sif. So yeah, again, WeQ put himself in a good spot. Let's see if Casey's got something to break out here. Does still have Astalor to clear up this board.
Yeah, of course, that Argus dies to a single point of damage, so it's not going to be sticking around, but it has done its job.
So yeah, Casey's... I kind of always forget because of the Relic Vault, but Casey still just has a Phantasms in hand, right? Like, those are not small minions at this point, so I kind of forgot he still just had one available. So this is going to be like push number 20 from Casey at this point.
Yep, 12 12s.
Yep, not bad, I guess, not bad.
There
Sif.
she is.
And
And
that is almost certainly game, right? What is there? 2 blasts, lightning bolt, and the geyser.
yeah.
Plenty. And that was good because I think WeQ did well there to hold on to reverb in case there was that out, and then as soon as it didn't look likely, it's okay, I'll reverb this way, get the benefit. Very well played. Held off to the second to last card draw of the game, and WeQ takes game 1 with the mage. That was a really, really close game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Casey wanted to fit the Speaker Stomper in there somehow, but just having to clear up those minions off the Argus complicated things a little bit extra. And even buying more time, had he played it, probably wouldn't have had enough pressure then.
Right. And I think that was the story of, especially the second half of that game, was very much back and forth of each player on their turn putting forward enough pressure and dealing with their opponent's board enough to not let the other player actually really respond. So really, really close game 1. Hopefully the rest of the series is like that. I am very down for a matchup like this. But Relic Demon Hunter has fallen in game number 1 so far, so we'll see if Casey manages to or decides to hold on to that again and go for game 2 or not. But Wiku, on the other hand, has the Mech Rogue and the Shaman left, and this is a tricky one. I do feel like the Mech Rogue, at least to me, feels more comfortable to get a win with. But again, the Shaman isn't bad, but I do feel like the Shaman's got more holes in it. What do you think?
Yeah, we've seen just how it can fall to a single ghastly Gravedigger hitting Golgonath or something. Like the Shaman is pretty vulnerable to just certain small things messing up its game plan, whereas the Rogue is like built to do one thing and do that one thing very, very well.
Well, let's jump into game 2. The player's not messing around here. Casey is going to be jumping over to the Mage, and Wiku going to be on that Shaman we were speaking about. So we'll have to see now. Again, both decks good, just overall value. But we'll just be... I think the onus will be on Wiku here to just get control of the game early and don't give Casey time, because as we saw, I feel like if you give this Mage any form of time, it will just win, right? Because it's just got so much value, so much burn, it will just get there. So weirdly enough, I just feel like Wiku's going to be putting the pressure on this game.
Yeah, I mean, between all the discovers, the inevitability of Sif, it's the kind of deck that, even if you do something like Dirty Rat their Sif, you don't really count them out because there's so much other stuff that can end up getting them over the finish line.
There could just be many fireballs in the hand for all you know, right? It's pretty scary.
And keyboard snap play on 2 there.
Yeah, Casey getting off to a really solid start here, just 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and then just having all the options, right? Does have a, potential AoE clear with the creation in hand, but other than that, just has discover after discover to really flex on whatever needs to be done in the next couple of turns. But Wiku has options themselves.
And we could be seeing, just some Feral Spirits coming down. It's one of those cards where, it's nice on curve where you can start maybe getting some pressure. Also just great later on as a nature spell. It does get reduced from Flash of Lightning, and so it's often 2 mana for 2 bodies for Bioluminescence.
Yep, Snap Cold Case coming out from Casey again, just building up the board. This is kind of the ABCs of this Mage deck, right? Get the keyboard down and then start casting spells to be able to pile on that pressure, because any early damage, just even if it's just 1s, 2s damage here and there, suddenly puts your opponent in that really dangerous spot. And even though Shaman does have a certain level of access to potential heals, it's really not that safe and not that guaranteed. So we'll have to see how Wiku deals with this, whether it's another Feral Spirit or whether it's going to start using some other options here to tidy up this board.
And Lorinda was poking fun, but it really does seem like most games, the Mage has had this Cosmic Keyboard into Cold Case, into Volume Up. It's just like such a given.
It is just like, I feel like this has been a fair few of the decks that we've seen so far, but it does just feel like, these decks are going to do what they want to do. Who's going to win, right? It's like we just saw in the previous game, because Casey had a double Relic Vault out, going crazy with the relics. So it's like, all of this is definitely powerful games going on here. Does manage to clear the board, and Wiku's now going to get the weapon equipped, but Wiku's already in a bit of a tough spot.
This is where the Shaman, always feels like it falls apart, is that they have overload and their opponents do not. And so even though Inza can kind of give you some benefit from reducing, that was just a really awkward turn for Wiku there. Being overloaded 1, not able to play Inza, just throwing out this Jazz base. Can't even clear anything because of the 4 health. And now, how do you deal with this board?
That's it, isn't it? And this is the situation where, yes, Golgonath can come down and help out massively, but it feels like you make one wrong step now and you've lost, right? Because that's the kind of power level that this Mage is pushing on Casey here. Because look at this, there's the AoE and the heal, but there's still a lot of danger going around. What's that? 8, 9, 10, 11 damage just left on board.
I mean, that's just a forged Molten Rune for the win, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that just looks like there's all the damage in the world available here, and just in a blink of an eye, just like that. Casey's evened it up, and Mage looking very strong, at least in this series so far.
I mean, you certainly see why it has been the number 2 pick, right? There's 14 mages in the event,
Right.
and they're all Rainbow Mage except for the one Naga Mage. But
Yeah, it's pretty shocking actually. Yeah, there's 15 total, right? There's only Tansoku that hasn't brought Mage, but yeah, 14 of them are Rainbow, and I think it just shows that you can see these players that when you've really got a handle on the game and you've really got a handle on what those discovers are and when to pick up certain ones and just know your limits with the deck, I think you just see how powerful it is. And it's kind of been the story a lot of the time is when you see these decks that are very flexible and have like many different paths to go down in the form of all these discovers. When you see a good player, a really good player pilot something like this and sort of pick options you wouldn't pick, for example, and by you, I don't mean you, I mean like maybe me.
a player.
Then you really appreciate how good they are, right? Because some of these choices do not seem super intuitive a lot of the time, but when you see the player execute them, you're like, oh, okay, that makes way more sense. And yes, job done sort of thing. So really good win there for Casey, evening it up. But now the mages are gone. There's Demon Hunter Rogue versus Rogue Shaman, and all these lists are different because even the rogues aren't the same.
Yeah, finally getting to see some differentiation. I mean, I guess the Demon Hunter is a big X factor for Casey, but yeah, Mage, it sort of feels like as that number 2 deck in the event is kind of like, oh, we can expect that both players are going to win with Mage, and then now we kind of get on
And then
to
go from there.
the real match.
Yeah, it's like Warrior gets banned, Mage wins. Right, okay. Like, let's play the game going forward. But it's going to be interesting again. I do think the Mech Rogue is the one up for WeQ, but I do worry about this Shaman, and we've sort of seen this story before where Shaman is good on average, but it does seem to have its weaknesses put on display in these sort of high-level matches. So we'll have to see how that one pans out as the players get ready for the next game. Just remember as well, the loser of this, it's done. They're out. So this is the stage we're at already in the tournament. The winner does move on to tomorrow, but the loser's in like massive trouble. And the last MT of the year, which means the last chance of the year for a lot of these players if they don't have those top points sort of goals in their sights. So pretty tough matchup overall. A lot of pressure on these players. So I'm excited to see who can make it out, and also just to see who's picking what, because it always interests me when, for example, Casey lost and then switched it up. WeQ lost with Shaman. Are they going to stick? Are they going to go again? Oof.
Rogue v.
They're
Rogue.
changing, and it's going to be a Rogue kind of mirror.
Well, and this is one match where Casey's anti-spell tech is not going to be terribly useful. Going into the Shaman, it can feel nice having the Cult Neophytes or the Speaker Stompers, but this Rogue has some spells, but it's not terribly reliant on them.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time the spells are there as small enhancements, right? Whereas the real meat of the deck is just getting these mechs down fast and furiously. What are the key cards you think WeQ's going to mulligan for? Because we've seen, I think my first match today I cast, we saw like, to me, what looked like an okay rogue hand, but really, I think a pocket train threw like 2 or 3 of the cards away or something, just to get that hyper aggressive early game.
Well, I mean, this is pretty hyper aggressive in terms of you got the mana discount from Frequency Oscillator, you've got Drone Deconstructor to give you, some Spark Bot from the scrap heap. You're always hoping that you find Wind Fury, and it's really just about find stealth, find Wind Fury. The Divine Shield's not bad either, with a lot of rogues removal being damage based. Being able to just make it that much harder to remove, always welcome.
Nice pickup of Ghostly Strike there for Casey. Means that he can just get rid of that. He's going to hold onto the coin. I was very interested. If that just wasn't Ghostly Strike, I was really excited thinking, this is going to be like Coin Ghoul or something. And Shield going to be coming down now. No?
And just
Casey already looking disheartened after seeing this opening from WeQ.
Yeah. I mean, there's no potion belt, right? If you're Miracle Rogue, you want potion belt, and that's really your ace in the hole. Whether it's for a couple of destroy random enemy minion effects, that could be a big deal in this matchup. or just for the card draw to find you more tools to work with. But Mech Rogue capitalizes on giving the opponent as little time as possible to
Right.
find their answers.
We could just get hold of the spark bots, of course. But I always find turns like this super interesting, where I think a lot of people will be like, oh, aggro, haha, just first 5 turns of the game, go face, whatever. But I think these decisions are really interesting to watch, because you see even different high-level players making different choices here. And these early turns are so impactful for Mech Rogue.
Well, in hyper-aggressive decks, they really just compress the decision-making. So instead of making a ton of decisions over the length of the game, you compress all the decision-making into the first, 5 or 6 turns.
Sure.
And it can be very, very impactful what you decide in those couple of turns, in terms of whether you lose or not, whether they get the clear or not. Oh!
Well,
Speaking
that's-
of...
Potion Belt, yeah, I was going to say, for Casey, destroy 2 minions, and there are 2 minions on the board. So WeQ went for like the pure value, right? Using the Divine Shield first to trade, putting Divine Shields back on, and saying, right, this will be enough, unless it's exactly Potion Belt and to destroy. So Casey's gained a bit of a breather here, but obviously WeQ not going to let him just chill. It's going to keep pounding on that pressure even more now.
And the decision to go in last turn from WeQ, I think was valid. Most of the removal is damage based, barring the Potion Belt, and you can expect that the Potion Belt might have been played already by that point. But that does mean now there's nothing really to go with this Inventomatic. Those Spark Bots are really your best thing to pair. So now off that Discover, just taking the cheapest thing to play and protect itself with the Divine Shield, so that you can, maybe go in for this gear shift.
And now Casey's kind of in control, right? Being able to get the Ashara down, winning on board, arguably, whether we want to discuss the value of a Divine Shield or not. But yeah, keeping up on board a healthy amount on that 25 as well. Casey needs like a good Colossus or something to come off here, and things can get very interesting very, very quickly. Because as soon as Casey stabilizes, I feel like WeQ's just gets pushed out, and it's just going to be a sort of slow, ponderous walk to 0 health.
Yeah, that Destroy 2 really just cracked the game open for Casey. And now, depending on the Colossal, could really break the back.
Yeah. But again, from WeQ, right, I think the setup was right, because that was the only thing that stopped him, right? Stopped the 2 Divine Shields. So it's just a little bit tough that that's the way it went. Does get stealth down onto one of the mechs here, so that's going to help to an extent, at least try and bank some damage. There's still the gear shift in hand as well.
And I kind of almost want to play the gear shift now. Yeah, it's not maximum value, but the Inventomatic has just been sitting there not able to do anything, and you sort of need other stuff.
Yeah, I think WeQ just needs options, right? I'm going to see the horn come down now, and okay.
Sure.
Honestly, I think anything could have been created from the horn there, and it's like, it's fine. It's a minion, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's something to play cheap that's normally quite big, so...
Yeah, probably not the best, most earth-shattering Colossal to pick up, but it's still a big
it's just
thing
more
for
stats
pretty
than your
cheap.
opponent, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, that is a rough top deck for EQ.
I'm even... It's a really difficult hand to work out any kind of winning line from here. Right, Snoop's a good card, but I don't think it's that good.
Oh god, it's a mess. You could just magnetize both of these and chill. Like, just not do anything. And basically hope that your top deck is from the scrap heap into Wind Fury.
Yeah, that's it, because if it's basically the pass tactic coming out from WeQ, there's already 2-turn lethal just on board, right? Like, even if Casey played nothing at this point and, just pushed with the minions. So, something dramatic would have to happen next turn for WeQ.
You could go half in, right? You could magnetize one and use the dagger to kill the 2-1.
Sure. Like, just play the Gatekeeper or something as a thing. Not going
What-
to, but
I mean, I think just magnetizing, right? You definitely want to magnetize because this is your win con here, this minion. But yeah, Casey, of course, got to look for destroy again, and finds it, and that's just wrap it up.
yeah, get out, I think. And there is nothing that's really going to save WeQ now. There's just too much pressure. There's the Neophyte going down just for good measure anyway.
And this
Okay.
is why Casey likes these decks, I think. You know, this Miracle Rogue, the Relic DH is just the possibility of, you know, going from nothing to suddenly, oh, look, I
Yeah.
have all this stuff.
Yeah, I think it's just the ability to make something happen, which sounds like a very broad comment, but you know what I mean, right? It's a lot of decks play more honestly, if that makes sense. Whereas decks like, you know, these styles of Rogue and some other decks as well, you know, even the Mage can fall into this, but
Yeah.
even in tough spots, the deck has the ability to get you out of them. Whereas some decks, like Mech Rogue, to an example, or say like, for example, Paladin, there's not a lot of cards that get you out of situations, right? The idea with those decks is you cause the problems for your opponent. But yeah, that was a really big win there for Casey. And one, I think after seeing the opening and after seeing, you know, the earlier game there, Casey probably needed to be able to just keep the focus here. But he's going to go up to a 2-1 lead, and that means only one game away. But Edelweiss, it's the Demon Hunter that's the last deck, right? That's the worry right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, is the Rogue going to be able to build a minion too big for a Demon Hunter to clear quickly? Possibly. But Shaman also over here for WeQ. So, we may end up finding ourselves in the Demon Hunter versus Shaman for that game 5. And yeah, neither of those have so far today looked particularly strong.
Yeah, it's the ever-present problem of, or problem players have in Conquest, is sometimes, if the matchup's fairly even, they get down to the who's got the slightly better fourth deck, right? So we might well get to that. We are going to go into game number 4 now. WeQ going to be on the Mech Rogue, Casey on that Demon Hunter. And as you may have just seen, just in case you didn't, I'll remind you, the anomaly is +5 health for the players.
I think that's one that definitely is going to benefit Casey much more than WeQ,
Yes.
as WeQ is playing the aggressor. That is just 5 extra health that he has to deal with, whereas Casey just has to get rid of the boards.
Yeah, although obviously not great for WeQ, I do think that Mech Rogue has the ability to hit so hard that 5 more health doesn't matter. But you would rather, if you're Casey, you'd rather have the 5 health than not, right? So
Yeah.
it's some kind of benefit on his end. So yeah, we'll have to see if WeQ can go against the odds here.
And tough hand for WeQ. I mean, I don't know if you trade or just straight up gear shift as sort of a second mulligan here.
Yeah, gear shift and just say, ugh, can't get any worse.
Yeah.
Clocker's going to get picked up, so that's something. But yeah, if you're not playing at least one mech on one, then you're not having a good day. Oof.
Yeah, that's
Is
not
this like even
great.
dagger?
I was thinking about it. Yeah, you
Yeah,
dagger.
because I don't think you want to lose out on the click clocker, right? Because the 1/1, all the hero power goes in, which, you know, you can't really avoid, but this could be more valued later on, weirdly enough.
Right. I mean, if you can on 4 play Click Cocker and magnetize onto it, you get more value out of that Divine
Yeah.
Shield.
100%. But I think now Casey must be feeling a little bit of excitement here, because you're against Mech Rogue, you have 5 extra health, and this is the first threat they play on board. You're probably feeling pretty good about life right now. Yeah, again, against Rogue, if you just chuck in a relic out on just this one minion, you're probably feeling pretty good. No relic vault though, so no location for Casey. I think that'll, for him, would be the final sort of push to feel really confident in this matchup.
Oh, and this is where we start building our Voltron minion here.
Yeah.
And with Eni
Nope.
coming up as well, that's a big deal. Oh, there's location.
What was I saying?
Yeah. And I mean, it may just be Casey is going to look at next turn and say, "I'm not dead." Well, we've got to go for the coin relic then.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be, what, hit and stealth again? Likely, at least. Obviously, it depends what gets discovered.
Yeah, potentially, or you go for the snoop. I mean, at a certain point, it's out of range of what Demon Hunter has to offer in terms of removal.
Yeah, I think so. We could just saw an extension used, and of course there is the Relic Vault here now, so it could be a little bit spicier, but it is extremely unlikely that this gets cleaned up in any nice way.
You could potentially coin out the Click Clocker just to complicate a second copy of the extinctions.
Yeah, true, and also it's just, if it lives, then it's another activator, because Casey will want to kill the 9/8, right?
Yeah.
So if then that means this other Click Clocker gets left, it's another target for like active magnetize, right?
Yeah, but at this point, not really having the luxury of going for the Relic of
Yeah.
Dimensions.
Well, I think if anything, like, Coin Titan looks more possible, right? I think that's
Yeah.
what it could be, saving the coin for, and not. What's the point in trying more cards if you're dead? Right?
Yeah, exactly. So you make a board, you play the Titan in such a way that you give all of these life steal to make trades,
Right.
and then you use the ability that makes 2/2s. But
Yeah, and
that's
even in the sort of alternate universe, there is double Unleash Fel and what's the word I'm looking for?
Immolation Aura.
Immolation Aura. There we go. I don't know why I forgot. That's a weird one. But yeah, there is a lot of AOE as well for Casey, so he's only like an Arcanist away from having a large impact with that side of his hand as well.
Yeah, but I think,
There's so much value.
I mean, yeah, specifically Innie here, being able to get the 2 coins and then, coin out stealth onto the Wind Fury minion. It's going to take a Silver Moon Arcanist to be able to do anything about this. And even then, I don't think there's a way of clearing the
Yeah, the stealth.
13 Wind Fury there. So it is.
Coin gear shift at the very end. Yep.
Yep, it is going to come down to that Shaman versus Demon Hunter. Unless I'm completely missing something.
Well, it's Thanos. The second one will. Yeah, this should clear everything but the Wind Fury. So that's only 26.
Oh, only 26.
Yeah, it's only 26. It's macro.
Oh,
It'll
there
be
we go.
fine.
From the scrap heap.
Oh, okay.
So each of these adds 1, and then the drone deconstructor can add another 1. It's already got Wind Fury, so that's not even a particularly big high roll. I guess giving it 4 goes up to 17. Yeah, that's just enough.
Yeah, should be enough. I think WeQ just wanted to 100% make sure this was, added up exactly, not to
Yeah.
miss anything, to make sure he didn't have to gear shift into something else. But wow, Necro getting it done. And in a pretty unlikely fashion, I would say. Obviously, the Innie had an absolutely huge impact there, but I think those early turns, I think Casey really would have thought he was ahead of the game there, and he was, basically. Like, that is the opening you would want if you're facing down Mech Rogue, but you can see just the stealth combined with Innie, and then obviously, as you mentioned, the Wind Fury effect just starts to really snowball out of control, and just not being able to get, say, like the Titan down to be able to get some taunts, or just get anything to be in the way. Because Rogue, the Mech Rogue anyway, is very one-dimensional, right? So like, you know what it's going to do, you know what you want it to, what it wants to do. So yeah, really crazy. And it looks like these players wasted about 0 seconds queuing up what is their guaranteed last game of this series, and for one of the players, the last game of the tournament.
Yeah, and with the Speaker Stompers in this deck for Casey, those can be very effective up against this shaman. I kind of, when it comes down to this last game, would maybe put my money on Casey, but both decks have the potential to just kind of whiff on draws.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult, honestly, because we saw a lot of healing go down from Casey in the previous game, but that is, I feel like, kind of harder to time when you're against the Shaman list, right? Because the Shaman can just like hard burst you from kind of nowhere, so it's going to be a tricky one for sure. We could just go in for the mulligan there. I think Casey just kept the relic.
Yep. I mean, you
Does have
really
relic
want to look
vault
for
as well.
Vault. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vault is just the #1 card for escalating your game plan.
Not a bad start with the piranhas available for WeQ. So can start at least having options to either answer minions, some early phantasms or not, or just be able to start building that board. Doesn't want to walk into a Unleash Fell, but I doubt those are coming down too early.
Right. Yeah, much safer to just, totem any minion when you get to a certain point in the game. Like, you can't afford to leave it around when bioluminescence is a threat. So, totem, get out these wolves. Now you can use your fish to clear up this basically just relic upgrade play from Casey.
Yeah, it'd be interesting where WeQ goes with this, because going to go for the ancestral knowledge and then maybe even just dropping a fish, keeping it simple. Yeah, I think you didn't have to overly worry about this board. I think this was plenty, especially with the healing totem.
Yep. A healing totem makes those trades look a lot better.
Oh, okay. Multi-strike coming off. Gonna help a lot here, just dealing with the wolves. Not too bad at all.
And Casey, once again, able to line up the coin Relic Vault into Relic of Dimensions. They're going to discount at 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's huge, right? It's just what you want to do with the list, and still has the Stomper as a backup if the board does build up in some respect over the next couple of turns, because that card, as you mentioned before, you were sort of saying it in the opposite way for the Mech Rogue, but against this Shaman, you kind of just say they're not really having a turn a lot of the time, right? Like it's just like, yeah, you kind of have to skip a turn, or at least mostly skip a turn if that comes down. So something Casey will be definitely looking to time very well.
Yeah, and he could have traded it away on that turn 1 just because there wasn't much going on after the relic into phantasms. He knows he has to look for Relic of Dimensions, but I think it's just so powerful in this matchup that he's willing to say, I still have time to naturally draw Relic of Dimensions without trading, and I definitely want to have this Speaker Stomper available.
Yeah, so had a little bit of back and forth in the early few turns of the game, but now is when things are going to accelerate. Casey having access to that Relic Vault, going to proc it into the Dimensions, and then we'll see where we land there. Okay. The free school teacher coming down as well.
Ooh,
Wow, those were some big hits in terms of just hitting highly costed cards.
3 mana Gilag and 5 mana Artificer Zymox. Pretty solid, particularly together, because the Gilag will infuse the Zymox. Looking like just an Inza turn here. Both players are kind of in the building up to their big turn kind of stage.
Yeah, this is one of those cards where you just get it down whenever you can, because the earlier the better. Gives you way more options going forward. But this is going to start spiraling out of control here, because I think Casey just has access to so much stuff, which is often the case after there's Relic of Phantasms as well was chosen from the Nargling. I didn't even see that. So yeah, just has so much access to stuff and high value cards that WeQ's going to have to really pull something out the bag to sort of fend this off, because the more time that WeQ takes sort of clearing this board, the less time he's got to actually set up some kind of counter pressure himself.
Yeah, and I think this is one match where, the typical setup card that Shaman uses, the Flash of Lightning, you almost don't want to have to use it because it's such a telegraph for your opponent to then speaker stopper you.
Right.
That.
Or it's the other way, right? You use it on a turn where you don't plan on doing anything,
right.
just to try and
Yeah.
bait it out. But it's still like a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, but WeQ is kind of forced to go in to some extent here. The Radiance of Ajara reducing nature spells by 1, using that to couple with the lightning reflexes. No bioluminescence is the big kind of unfortunate thing here for WeQ. Is I think hoping to reduce as much as possible without casting spells, so that I guess bioluminescence wouldn't be reduced anyway. Yeah, it's just all about the big
How much
big
damage
board and
is
clear.
this?
It's quite a bit. It's not lethal though.
Was it like 20? Because it's 5-5-5 and then.
Oh, maybe it's just enough with the overdraft actually.
Yeah, I was trying to work out
was-
what the overdraft was going to end up being.
He was taking some time, so I assumed it wasn't enough.
It is, right?
It might be exact with the.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is. It's over. Yeah, I thought so as I started looking at him, locking it in, and wow, just like that. And this is what I was talking about. Sometimes you just can't work out when the shame's going to be able to pop off, and we can really piece that together. And yet again, with this Demon Hunter, it looked like it was in control. Casey had value to last him probably through to the next series if he had to keep playing that deck, but it just didn't matter if the game just ends too early. So a huge win, and again, Shaman just continues to just have that surprise factor of, oh yeah, he's probably not going to have enough, oh wait, never mind, I'm dead. So yeah, what a win for WeQ, and what a surprising way to end that series. I think we were both taken back with how suddenly that one ended.
Yeah, well, Inza really opens up the way there with those reductions on, if you didn't have the second one of those zappers, that's not enough spell damage. Radiance of Ajara is only spell damage for your fire spells, and you're focusing on nature. So, yeah, you kind of have to have the surprise factor there because of speaker stoppers potentially coming out. And I think this is why some people have brought it. That's just
really tough one for Casey there. It's a rough way to go out, of course, when you just get burst out of nowhere, but that is the deck, and that's just the way it works sometimes. So huge congratulations to WeQ. We're going to go to a break while we start the next match. We'll be back with some more Hearthstone right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to dive into our next decider match, which is going to be Levick versus CJ Kaka. I'm staying here, of course, from the previous one, but I'm being joined by Sottle. Sottle, it must have hurt watching Casey in that last match there. Bit of a tough one for you, no doubt, as a long-time friend.
Yeah, tough one for Casey, tough one for fans and friends of Casey, tough one for Relic Demon Hunter enjoyers, which I'm a card-carrying member of that club as well. And rough way to go out as well, because I know there's a little bit of a scramble over the lethal at the end, but I believe that had to be damaged twice from lightning reflexes in order to make that lethal happen, and it was found in the end, so yeah. Rough way to go out for sure, but of course, great news for the victors.
Yes, of course. Let's take a look at Group A. It's going to be Hemlock and Week, who then move on to tomorrow and still have that shot at being crowned champion. So really, and I'll be honest, Saul, obviously there's a sort of EU region bias, but I wouldn't have guessed that both Casey and Gabby wouldn't have made it out of this group, but it just shows how competitive this last Masters Tour of the year is. And this is now the match we're going to be looking at. Who's going to be joining McBanterface, the last hope of the Americas, coming out with CJ Kaka versus Levick to see who's going to make it out with Banterface there. So we're going to be looking at those two players, and for me, looking at these two lineups as well, because CJ Kaka is not messing around. Trent Druid, Secret Hunter, Enraged Warrior, and Naga Mage. So definitely a sort of off-the-wall lineup here.
Yeah, I think CJ Kaka is, you see it right there, favorite deck Naga Mage. Like, CJ is just kind of known as the Naga Mage player. Like, it's very much like Pocket Train and Boar Priest, right? Like, just because CJ Kaka is winning with Naga Mage does not mean Naga Mage is a deck that you should play. It was like, just because Pocket was winning with Boar Priest did not mean Boar Priest was a deck that you should play. You have to wait for the metas where other people are being successful with those decks, and then that actually establishes that things can happen. And yes, right on cue, even with 5 mana Spite Lash Siren Raven, here it is. Naga Mage is making its way into the Masters Tour.
Yeah, it's really, really surprising just seeing how much, sort of how brutal that deck was in the very, not too long ago past. And even now, there are players that are going to bring it. So I'm very excited to see how this does with that obviously 5-cost Siren and see what CJ Kaka can do. I do enjoy seeing specialists play the lists in high-pressure tournaments. And now we're going to check out Levick and bringing in much more, I would say, standard lineup here, although is going to be having that Enraged Warrior, but I believe, to no one's surprise, both warriors are Bansol.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to wonder. I think we got an update on the stats just a little while ago. 70% ban rate, roughly 25 out of 36 bans up until this point have been Warrior. So that does seem to be the deck that the players have been targeting largely. We're going to take a look at the Nature Shaman here from Levick, because I think this has been a big talking point of the tournament. We just saw it just kind of stumbling over the line in the end, or crashing over the line, I guess, in the end, in the previous game from Week U. But it's had a very impressive performance, and it's weird because I feel like we've had this perfect cycle of 2 Masters Tours where the last Masters Tour, everyone was going on about how Nature Shaman was wildly overtuned and needed to be nerfed and was massively overpowered. Every time I play against it, I die on turn 5. No, you don't. Shut up. But and it underperformed in that tournament. Like, it really bombed. I think it had sub 50% win rate in the end. And now we come into this tournament with Nature Shaman, kind of a semi-sleeper, like certainly not a deck everyone is talking about. And even though it's objectively slower and weaker because of the nerfs to bioluminescence, it just seems to be having a good performance this time around. Like, those Jazz bases are sneaking in a couple of lethals where you wouldn't expect it. Players, I think, with the extra couple of months of experience of handling a very difficult archetype have got better at navigating their way through those early turns as well, and it's really putting in a stint in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think we see a lot of the I know that you know that I know sort of scenario of playing around like when burst should and shouldn't happen, and when to expect it, as we saw in the previous match and we saw earlier today, that it's very hard with a lot of the decks in the meta to, it sounds stupid, but to try and work out when you should die, right? Because sometimes like these decks have the ability to just pull things out of the bag, and we're already jumping in to game number 1. We're going to see Hunter on the top, which makes me an instant fan. And Levick on the Rogue on the bottom. So even though we've already dove into this, what have you made of this Rogue? Because, again, one of the lists where there's kind of like 2 archetypes for one class right now. And we did just see Casey do very well with this deck.
Yeah, I think Rogue in general has been a little bit awkward. This is a slightly different build, right? Casey is actually playing like a more all-in location Miracle style Rogue, whether this is the secret package, with the disruption, with the Ghastly Gravedigger, with the Private Eye. We've seen Ghastly Gravedigger solo a game or 2 already today. Just a slightly more disruptive, irritating style deck as opposed to Miracle Rogue, which is just kind of drop bombs on board.
I just see Potion Belt and think, meh, it's Rogue.
Yeah, like, if you want to call both of these decks Concoction Rogue, I'm not going to argue with you that hard.
It's there are differences though. Yeah.
One of them has a location and combo cards thrown around it, the other one has secrets thrown and disruption thrown around it, Like they can still play out fairly similarly in a lot of regards. And certainly looking at this hand, Queen Ashara, Prep, Ghoulish Alchemist, Concoction, you would be forgiven for thinking this was location Rogue.
On the other side, CJ getting a decent opening here, just getting some of the key tools down, getting some of that board presence, and also having that star power available to just say nope to a board from Levick, basically, because that's what the card kind of description should say. Just nope your opponent's board most of the time.
It's so annoying. Like even a base power, it's annoying.
Yes, it just kills everything for some reason.
When it gets the +1, forget about it. Your board doesn't exist, and it shouldn't work. Like I'm going to explain a thing. Like I'm going to explain it in a way that I almost wholeheartedly disagree with in terms of deck building. But it is clearly a good card in what is a very aggressive deck in general. But you get in these situations against Hunter where, turn 1 they're in front, turn 2 they're in front, turn 3 they're in front, turn 4 they're in front, right? Because they're just a faster deck than you. And then somewhere around turn 5, turn 6, you make your swing turn happen, right? And you're like, sweet, I'm ahead of the aggro deck, I'm on board, I should be winning now. And then they have star power, and you have to start the game from scratch again, and it's incredibly annoying.
Apart from you're on, 16 health.
Yeah. But, it shouldn't work. It should just be a bad dead card in their hand more often than it actually ends up being. I really haven't quite got a grip on this card.
See, it fits perfectly because it fits my kind of logic, where it's like, I'm an aggro deck. What don't I want my opponent to do? Trade with my minions. So
for the cost of one card space, I can play star power in my deck.
And it works. Works perfectly. Link's going to be coming down now. Nice triple Link's going to help out, keep the pressure on board here. Although the hand, even with, we're talking about star power a lot, but the hand itself does not scream finish your opponent off for CJ at the moment. So he's going to have to just focus and keep focusing on that board presence for now. Almost the perfect Krabatoa board as well, right? Being able to swing into the 2/4 and use the 2 claws to kill the 4 attacks.
Yeah, the fact it was 3 4 health minions and one of them had low attack, so you could use your face on it. Yeah, it was a very satisfying board to crab.
Oh, is this? Okay, yeah, the trade happens, right? I was even, honestly, for just a second, I was like, oh wow, if this Krabatoa doesn't get dealt with, Shadow Step Krabatoa is actually horrendous.
You still end up paying more for the second crab than you did for the first in that situation, but oh well, still very powerful.
Yeah.
Objection, obviously pretty enticing because you are beginning to get into Titan territory for the opponent now.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because on one hand you think, well, what if they just have weapons and spell burst? But on the other hand, if they do have Agrimar, then you're like, oh, I should have stopped this.
Yeah.
Not looking too bad at all now. There's a lot of board pressure here from Levick.
But this is that exact spot, right? You're like, okay, sweet, I've done it. Decent amount of health, ice barrier up, I'm ahead on board. Nice, we got there. No, you haven't, because star power exists.
It'll be interesting to see what the follow-up is. Probably just a 4-1. Oh,
CJ, Kaka, hopefully that's just a minor hiccup. So CJ's testing face first to see if he can get some idea on what the new secret is there. That's the one he's really interested in, the one that came out last turn. He learns that the old secret was Ice Barrier, so because of that, he actually still has to test Counterspell on the new secret, the one that he'd already tested as gone being Ice Barrier, so he had to do it this way around.
yeah,
Works
and you know
out
what?
pretty perfectly in the end.
I was just gonna say, if you're gonna get something objected, then
7-6! Call the police! That star power was on 7!
seems a reasonable hunter card to me. So.
No.
And there's more where that came from. The only problem here is, again, there's just none of that big pressure, right? There's not really been any of the card draw. There's not been Titan Forge traps.
Yeah.
That's the tricky stuff. No trinket trackers. It's just those cards that you like both put something on board whilst sort of loading up that end game pressure. It's sort of some kind of weird Battlegrounds game now with the quality of Levic's hand. But what stops just a load of 4/1s? The Hunter experience.
1 8-mana Astalor? Is that the answer
Yeah.
to your question?
They might all go face.
Do you ever take the trade first? Yeah, okay, he's going
Yeah, I
to.
think
I think
so,
this
yeah.
is smart.
It's not like that 5 damage to face was ever really achieving anything anyway, right?
No, your plan's just 14 into 14 from here,
Yeah.
right? So it doesn't really make too much of a difference. By the way,
Star
I haven't
power,
really
though.
commented on it yet. The pace this game is being played at is kind of ridiculous right now.
And this is the part where, unfortunately, I think CJ is going to slip. But again, just missed. So started off with Haldoran, which is exactly how you want to start, but no Agrimar, no traps, which normally help. Sort of like one Titan Forge traps normally feels like you've played 2 cards a lot of the time, obviously, because you forge it. And just nothing to really get some of that card draw going. So I think that Levic's going to be feeling pretty okay about this.
Yeah, obviously because
Hey,
the
look at all
damage
these
is coming
cards.
from an Astalor, you can play around it just by getting minions in play to an extent. So there were worlds where you could clear this up with Ricochet Shot and get minions in play to soak up some of the missiles, but it's still a long way away from stabilizing, I think, here from CJ.
Yeah, and slightly off. I would have even looked at, like, maybe go Kraken Bane Bow from CJ's point, right? And just thinking, oh, maybe that could get there, but it's just not going to, right? Because the other Astalor, so.
Quickly. Sharp arrow.
Fast Strider.
It's only doing 3
Yeah.
with the double buff.
Yeah, because it's that thing, isn't it, where, like, the 3 that you've put down is actually 0, because the 3/1 can just go into it anyway, right?
Yeah, had to get more than 3 health in play total because of that, right?
Yeah.
Which did so. So Levic did need extra damage from somewhere, but yeah, not a big deal.
Gonna be plenty, and Levic takes game number 1. CJ, I think, got off to a decent start, but couldn't keep hold of it. But Levic with the, I don't know, cloned Astalors, infinite Astalor, managed to get the job done, and off to a really, really good start with that rogue win, meaning that he just got his own Nature Shaman and Rainbow Mage left over, which, at least for the Rainbow Mage, so all I would say is one deck you are very comfortable having left over to win with.
Yeah, it's certainly been a deck that's been performing well so far today. I think you said it earlier in the previous series. It's been like, oh hey buddy, it's been a BAM warrior and
game was
win
good,
with
Sol,
mage
but-
situation. Hey, hello, good boy. Yeah, so I think Rainbow Mage was no real doubt for the players coming into this one, right? It was always going to be in most people's lineup. Of course, we're seeing from CJ Kaka as the Naga Mage on the other side, but you kind of line that up as the same kind of deal, right? Like it's CJ Kaka on Naga Mage. If he's brought it, I'm sure he's confident with it. There are very few players that transcend to the point with a particular deck where I daren't really offer any analysis or criticism of the way they play it, because they're probably just right and I'm wrong. You know, like my ego doesn't quite get defeated that easily, but certainly CJ Kaka on Naga Mage will qualify to that level. So you'd expect the mages to do well in this series overall, I would imagine. So Levick having now picked up a win with a non-mage deck, I think puts him in a strong driver's seat position in the series.
Yeah, there is still that X factor though from CJ, right? Where there is one of the sort of players that is bringing the sort of lesser brought or lesser seen Hunter right now. There is the Naga Mage, which I'm just going to write off as like, I'm sure there'll be wins potential just because it's CJ playing Naga Mage. But also this Treant Druid can really throw the series off balance, right? Because it's just not a deck I think that many players were expecting to see. There's not like tons of nods to Treant Druid going on in the lineups for these players. So I think it's what we were talking about this morning, right? Or this morning, not this morning for us, at the start of the show, when we were saying we've seen a lot of lineups that are very similar, but for those players who are bringing these offshoots and this different approach, yes, you might crash and burn, but it also might just be that X factor you need to really propel yourself towards that sort of top 8, top 4 finals, whatever you need to get to. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. It looks like CJ is going to be sticking on the Hunter as Levick jumps over to the Mage.
Yeah, this lineup from CJ Kaka is kind of almost what I was alluding to a very, very long time ago at this point during our first cast, when I was saying there's some lineup that you can build with Enrage Warrior that just kind of aims to get under what everyone else is doing, right? Which is basically what CJ Kaka has ended up with here. You know, I personally wouldn't have had Naga Mage in that lineup, but I don't have the luxury of having Naga Mage in that lineup because I'm not CJ Kaka. So it does seem to be that kind of lineup that's just trying to scoot under what everyone else is doing in the meta that little bit. Just go that little bit faster. Hopefully find that one deck that you can target just by being too quick overall.
And this is huge, actually, for CJ, because Idlewiser and myself were talking earlier about a lot of the mages seem to be able to go keyboard into coin cold case every game. But this opening, you know...
Even better! Get in the bin!
I actually looked away from the screen then, Saul, as a Hunter player myself. That one hurt to watch. I was just about to say... For CJ, that was looking great, because if your opponent's going to do the opening, then look at the pressure he put on, right? Like, that was fantastic. But the creation, horrendous.
Yeah, I saw the emote from Levick, and I was like, I get it. Like, weapon into coin cold case is the dream. But your opponent's played around it, and like you're in trouble if you coin cold case here. Like you're taking 16 or however much damage it was.
I thought the emote was because of the Among Us.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
I thought it was like, oh, look at that opening.
But it's just like a little bit of our, desync on the spectator view of just the creation just came a little bit later for us than it did for the players, and then we knew what was up.
So Levick with the mental warfare coming down with the emote just in general, right? Just saying emote creation unlucky. And now, this is just the frozen skeleton march to victory, it feels like, because CJ does have Agramar, does have the bow equipped, but Levick has all sorts of shenanigans, and has Norganon just locked and loaded if he wants to just keep the next turn simple.
And has reverb, and a weapon equipped. That won't work. It won't work, unfortunately, because the reverb will use up the last charge of the weapon.
Either way, I mean, it's still just good. Also, really tricky turn as well to I have Agramar, but I also have a massive bow charge, so what do you do? So I think this is kind of a tricky choice here. He's going to lock it in. Take the card draw, of course. The amount of players I saw when this card first came out just go for the +2, I kind of respected it, but also was like, but card draw. Like, in Hunter. Pick it and kill him. Speaking of killing them, though.
What if you just dome them? I love this so much. Just Norg and dome them. Yeah, forget about it. You just have Molten Rune in your hand, right? Like, this just makes sense. You're just setting up lethal from hand pretty much at this point.
I mean, well, what has to happen for these skeletons to not cause havoc? I actually just don't know. Yeah, it's kind of just already done, isn't it? So the immune's going to come down here to help deal with this. But Star Power's a great card. We said it. It's going to work miracles. But the problem...
Well, that's the answer.
Okay, wow.
They literally all need to hit the Titan, which they so far have.
One more. Double Arcane Shot, go.
Is the Ricochet shot buffed? I don't think it is, right?
I do not believe it is, no. I mean, there's no way you don't double Arcane, right?
Moves quickly.
Okay. Oof.
Sure.
Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, if that wasn't enough, more where that came from.
Yeah,
Wow.
and I think that's the thing, right? Like, you can play around Molten Rune by taking 2 more damage off the board and winning a 50-50. You're not winning that game if they have Molten Rune in their hand, though, right? Like, they have to draw any other damage spell at any point in the game or
ping.
live 2 turns. Yeah, exactly. Like, who cares? You're probably going to die. So I think CJ Kaka makes the right decision there to just say, I'm not going to play around the lethal. I have to set up some kind of win condition for myself instead, and drawing some cards might just get there.
And what a difference one AoE makes, right? Because I genuinely believe Levick was in trouble because it was so much damage set up in response to the potential keyboard cold case, right? Like, if that happens, you just push, like, look at this, you just push like 1,000,000 face, right? But look at this locked in emote, coin, clear, and then suddenly the game slows down and cold case into cold case, keeping all the pressure on with the keyboard supporting. Simply too much. And I think the highlight, honestly, for this was the Norgonen face damage. Because it was just, you know what? Let's just end the game. Five to face go.
Yeah, it's just good recognition, right? You said who's the hunter now? That is hunter thinking, right? It's old school face hunter thinking of how do I get situational damage through now so that next turn I have guaranteed lethal, right? And that's kind of the setup that he was going for there. Gets the big expensive card out of the hand, does some guaranteed damage with it on that turn, and just says, all right, like, worst case scenario, you clear my entire board and none of these skeletons hit you in the face. Which literally happened. The worst case scenario occurred, and he still wins the game comfortably. So yeah, right. I think great recognition from Levick in that spot.
I think especially if you actually sit and look at it, I think you get so used to playing Titans in certain ways. You're like, oh, this is almost always the first one I click, and then if it lives, I click this one, and then so on, so on. I think what would +1 cost do? What would a secret really achieve? Nothing. I think it would be tempting to say, oh, well, if it costs more, then I'm going to be a turn ahead later, and, it'll delay them. It's like, yeah, 5 damage also delays them being alive, so, it's going to look pretty good. So, yeah, really well played there from Levick, and suddenly, Sol, in what feels like a blink of an eye, there's just Shaman left for Levick to take a victory with. I do think, though, this is probably the tougher deck, at least for me. Maybe I'm being a bit too hard on Shaman, but looking at CJ's lineup, I feel like this is the one that could fall over at least a couple of times.
Yeah, I think so too. I think against minion-heavy decks, it is... I'm not necessarily say worse matchups necessarily, harder matchups for sure, though, by which I mean, like, players can quite easily make one mistake in that kind of matchup with Shaman, and then you just die, like, immediately. There's no wiggle room, there's no second chance. You just die if you don't set up a 2-turn lethal, if you fail to find an out to clear a board that ends up hitting you in the face for 12 or 13 damage. Like, you are always going to die in those situations. So I think that assessment is correct. I think the Shaman is probably going to be the most awkward climb for Levick from here.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing I've seen most of the time on the other side, like against the Shaman, is their clears have to be very deliberate and very well timed and sort of estimated, right? Because the second they overcommit and clear and use too much to clear a board, and you just remake it, and then they're like, oh, I've got nothing else now. It runs at you, they just get swept. But then if they don't clear enough, then suddenly, especially you look at Hunter as probably the main one in this, is that if you let the minions hit you a bit too hard, and they did get hold of some card draw, suddenly there's a ton of just burst damage. You look at the bow, whether it's Starstrong Bow or even Agramar's, and you look at some of that burst damage available, like you can just fall over if you just sort of try to be a bit too greedy with the removal and let, maybe a couple of your Mongers, a couple of, summon trap minions actually hit you in the face sometimes. Like, just Krakenbane plus a couple of spells and you could just be dead. So it is that sort of tricky step for the Shaman where they have all of the tools, but it feels like they've got one of every tool and you can only use the tool once, right? So you've got to make sure that they use it at the right time to be able to clear it up.
Yeah, and it's where Flash of Lightning, Lightning Reflexes really comes into play against aggro decks, because I think something a lot of people don't do enough against very fast decks on the other side is like even turn 2 Flash if you have a Lightning Reflexes in hand, because I don't think people appreciate, like, yeah, you're not going to kill your opponent with 3 mana, but you can do a lot of stuff potentially with a Lightning Reflexes in your hand and a 1 mana discount on nature spells with certain hands, right? Like, you can quite easily clear your opponent's entire board of worms and get a Feral Spirit down and potentially heal for 6 with an Altered Chord thrown in there as well, right? Like, you can make all of that happen.
Yeah, it's almost like if you take 2 turns instead of your opponent's 1, that's good, no matter what turn it's on, right? Because that's what it feels like. You get to do twice as much stuff. So anyway, without further ado, we're getting into Game 3. Is this going to be the last game of this series? Personally, I hope not. I want to see more of CJ's lineup. But Levick has proven himself more than enough at this point to be more than capable to take this series 3-0.
Okay. Very strong minion-heavy hand going first, which is actually quite nice in the matchup. Gets to go Novice Zapper into Flow Rider on curve on the play. Very, very nice opener.
Yeah, and there's something just inherently wrong with a Hunter having access to a 1-drop and not playing it on 1, or even if you do play it, it not being competitive on board.
Go with the flow.
Just looking for a tempo 3, doesn't find a tempo 3. Feral Spirits or Turn the Tides, I think, would have been the dream pickups there for Levick.
Oh. It's going to take Ancestral Knowledge. I was looking at just the Crash, just as, like an insurance policy, but I guess with the Titan, maybe that's just going to be good enough.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. I mean, so the reason the 3 mana cards are so good is, like, firstly, this deck always wants to play one of the 3 mana cards on turn 3. But then secondly, it sorts you out your perfect curve of just playing that into Thorim the turn after. This kind of does that. Like, this Ancestral Knowledge draws 3 cards, essentially, right? Because you then also get the Overload into the Thorim on the following turn. As it happens, picking up second Flow Rider, meaning it's actually drawn an additional card on top of that as well because of the Overload. Very nice. And now the Feral Spirits even, meaning you can go Feral into Thorim on 5, potentially, to unlock the Overload to go into Golganath on 6. This is a really strong Hunter matchup hand for Levick so far.
Yeah, it's tricky with Agramar, but I actually quite like just coin Haldoran here for CJ. Just get something reasonable on board and just because look at the hand, right? You just set up the rest of your hand. It's a shame not to get Agramar out earlier, but I think this is way too good to avoid.
Yeah, I think so too. I think like big Lynx boards are going to be your best route to victory here, right? You actually want to make big boards that repeat damage because, weapons and stuff going face and throwing burn spells is nice, but all it takes is one discovered Altered Chord and suddenly you're that turn behind in the race that you weren't necessarily expecting to happen. So having the recursive damage from boards, I think, is a lot more important.
Yeah, you want to force the Shaman off board. You want to make them have to build the board and do something in the same turn, right? Because that's just that much harder to deal with.
Well, I think first and foremost, you want them to like waste Crashes of Thunder to clear your board and not die, right? Like that's the dream, because then it gets so hard for them to lethal you in the end anyway.
And this now the ever-present problem, I feel like, which is you don't want to overload going into turn 6, but so many of your spells are needed at this point not to take 1,000,000. There is the overdraft though. It's like Lightning Bolt overdraft kills 2 of them, right?
Well, there's also the Thorin to do the same thing and draw cards, right? So you just go Bolt Thorin, draw.
Honestly, I just didn't even look at that card because it was the full art, and I was like, oh yeah, what's that? Yeah,
It's a good card.
it's a good card.
I've only been talking about it like every turn since turn 3, Raven. It's nice to know that you don't listen to me these days.
Huh? Still though, CJ doing a great job here of just being able to hold on to some of that reoccurring damage. But this was the negative section of using the coin. Obviously the payoff is fantastic, but now it's just like, this turn doesn't look so good. You can get a couple of 4-1s down, of course, but you're just looking at that Agromar thinking, oh, it could have come down this turn.
The living drop all kinds of things.
Oh, really? Okay, gonna use the ricochets and the hero power, not even locking in the cat trick.
Yeah, I think this is smart, right? I think this is just a straight hand read from CJ Kaka that says, okay, my opponent went through great lengths to not be overloaded on this turn. What does that mean? Should I play 3 minions all with less than 3 health on this board? No, probably not. What I should do is protect this 4 health minion with every last fiber of my being and just push a bunch of damage. No point playing a cat trick. They're not going to play spells next turn. They're going to jam the Titan. So I think this is really, really good recognition from CJ Kaka of what's going on in the matchup.
No, I could see this being a lock plus a damage in on the weapon and just go, but especially with the Krakenbane pickup.
Yeah, it's another reason with this deck to weave hero powers in over casting spells, right? Is just to stall for time a little bit until that Krakenbane appears.
I think it's is this only? I think I want to say this is a one of in the list. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's correct.
I think I remember. I think it was like, was it last MT when Casey brought it, and I was a bit worried because there was 2. Because I'm personally not a huge fan of Krakenbane. I feel like it can be a bit clunky sometimes, but you also then can't refute the 3 mana deal 5 to face as a very good card in Hunter. So it's always one that sort of goes in and out of my expectations.
It's a very easy card to overhype if you only play against Hunter, because you only see the times where they shoot it from hand and deal 5 against you, and you're like, that is so efficient for damage to mana. How is that allowed to exist? You absolutely don't see all the games where they fall over because they've got a vanilla 3 mana 3/3 in their hand that's not doing anything.
I think CJ's face sums up this not only this game but also this series, which is like, just, so close, but everything could go wrong. Levick has 1 billion cards in hand, has all the options in the world, just picked up Altered Chord as well. And this is where, I mean, you tell me, Sol. Is it lethal? It feels like it could be. And the feeling being Shaman has a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, no. I was trying to evaluate if there was an out off this Rediscover to hit it, but I'm not even sure there was then.
Yeah, I guess like you look at no crash, 1 lightning bolt, no other burn, right? Still though, very good turn overall. Good setup, board presence now, spell damage available, threatening bioluminescence on top of this Hunter, especially after playing double Ricochet. Not exactly reliable at dealing with this board unless a star power comes out of nowhere.
Yep. Heal for 7, deal 6 to face, leave a Titan on board that's cheating you a bunch of mana next turn as well.
Yeah.
So many good things.
Sounds like a decent turn.
Yeah. I had a realization at one point of why I vibed with this deck so hard when it came out, and it's because the list of things, and I love doing that. I love getting to an end of turn and just recapping all of the things I did in that one turn. And this deck gives you the vibes of like old school Patron Warrior, where you'd be like, yeah, so I gained 14 armor, I cleared my opponent's entire board, and I drew 6 cards. Like, that's my turn. Now it is your turn.
Whereas like my average turn is like I dealt 8 to face.
Yeah.
Full stop. And I'm still happy. Explosive. The problem is I don't even think CJ's overly concerned about dying to being attacked by minions with this board. Worried about just dying to burn. Arcane shot plus a weapon swing going in to clear some of this to try and reduce down some of the threat. Gonna knock another hero power in just to push what he can. But this must be terrifying. Tournament life on the line for these players. Levick, what feels like mere moments away from a victory here, but CJ gonna do everything they can do to try and hang on.
It should be moments, yeah. And okay, I felt like Turn the Tides first was the correct choice, and then you can play the schooling, get the minions, go from there. I guess with no additional discounts, like no Radiance, no Inza played, no Flash of Lightning played either. In my head, I was thinking like, oh, you can get more like 0 mana overload cards to cheat you more mana off the Jazz base, but that was never going to happen because the other discounts aren't in play yet.
Wondering, based on what Levick's seen, how likely he thinks he's to actually die this turn, because double ricochet, no spell damage, none of the extra spell damage cards, like Celestial Shot have been played, stuff like that, and Silver Moon Fast Rider, and these cards have been in hand for a while, and arcane shots and ricochet shots have been used, and so how much damage are you expecting to take? Obviously, there's a flat 7 on offer here with just the weapon swing and the hero power. But is there another 7? It's always worrying. You can see, I think, from Levick's response that he's worried that that swing went straight to face. But it's just not there. I think the Krakenbane gets activated with a spell, I think.
Yeah. It might be 2, actually, because the Tremors and the Cat Trick were already both in hand when the... No, there's 1 left, okay.
That's just my natural hunter instincts kicking in, of not actively counting and keep in mind, but just having a feel of what's been played. It's so close, but again, I think both players, feels often the case in this meta, of both players sat there thinking, I'm probably dead next turn, and then they're not, and then the other player sat there thinking, because I didn't kill him, I'm probably dead this turn. Yeah, there's 5. But there's Tremors, and I think seeing that, Levick has a very clear goal of what needs to be done now. Win.
Cat Trick. Play Altered Chord because you want to play around emergency maneuvers before you play too many cards. Yeah, CJ Kaka with the shake of the head. He knows exactly what that means. You got to get out of bed a lot earlier in the morning before you're going to trick Levick.
Yeah, and you meant motion, right?
What did I say? I said emergency maneuvers. Yeah. Motion denied. Also, of course, the healing allows you to get through the attack through the explosive trap, which makes this absolutely trivial.
Yeah.
There you go, all nicely picked apart from Levick. Now the simple matter of just playing all the rest of your Hearthstone cards.
Yeah, all those nice 1 and 0 costs are available. And I think with that crash, as usual, if a lightning bolt goes to face and there's crash in hand, it's almost certainly lethal. And it is in this case, as Levick beats CJ 3-0. And so close for CJ to nearly get that game and nearly be able to fight back in this series, but I think yet again subtle, clean, controlled play from Levick. Super impressive. Dissected the possibilities of that last turn and executed it to ensure he had 1 health left to continue and win the game. Super impressive, and I'm not even surprised coming from Levick.
Yeah, really sick. I will say the Shaman, did need a couple of favors there. I spent the first 3 turns talking about what a strong anti-hunter hand that was. And then CJ Kaka was still able to navigate into a position where, with the explosive and the motion denied again, I was going to say emergency maneuvers again. With them both up, he kind of had Levick up against a wall, but then immediate first card discover Altered Chord, that made the whole thing trivial, right? Yeah. Even if the Altered Chord was in the second instance of the lightning reflexes, how on earth are you going to get there and cast the Altered Chord quickly enough without attacking, without proccing the other secret and dying? It would have been a lot trickier, but because it was just right there off the first card, the turn became pretty trivial from Levick to navigate through the rest of it. But still, very, very well played series from a player who is already locked and loaded and ready to go to Worlds, and that is going to be a heartbreaker for CJ Kaka, who now sees his hopes dashed for a little while at least. Like, Levick is just out here in this tournament just gatekeeping people as hard as humanly possible, and yeah, good on him for it. I'm absolutely here for it.
Yeah, really great win for Levick. He's going to make it out of the group, but we've still got plenty more Hearthstone coming up for you tonight, so don't go anywhere. We're going to a quick break. We'll be back with some more matches.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Fall Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by the one, the only Sottle here on Smingo Saturday. Sottle, how you doing?
I'm doing great. It's been a pretty awesome day so far. I think we've seen a good mix of decks, a good mix of sick matchups, high-level play, and also a couple of mistakes here and there, which are always at least fun to see in terms of things deciding matchups that way. And I think we've got some great players going through to tomorrow as well. I think Banter has really grown into his role as one of the absolute premium Hearthstone players on the planet these days. I don't know if you remember, TJ, when we did the episode of Hot Takes, where the hot take was the league positions of all players accurately represent their skill. And like Banterface was like 4th in Americas, and I said, Banterface? 4th best player in the Americas? Nah, not having it. And Banter still has not let me forget that. He brings it up to me every single time I talk to him. He's not bitter about it at all. But no, I absolutely take the L on that one. Banter is a phenomenal player, as is Pocket Train that we see qualifying here out of Group C. So I think we've got a pretty stacked lineup going through to tomorrow. We have one more spot to be decided between me and TJ, and then one more to follow after that, with a player that you're a very big fan of, TJ.
Yeah, Balance really impressed me. No, I'm talking about Tansoku. I am a big fan of him. I'm a big fan of Balance as well. Brought a little bit of a... I'll call it an interesting lineup, but really it's just he threw a Priest in, right? Threw a Priest in as the 4th deck. That's about it. But, you know, these days, what can you do, right? That's how you make your mark. You just bring a 4th deck that not many of the players are bringing. But yeah, Tansoku on the other side. Been a big fan of Tansoku since the days where we had a giant chalkboard that I would stand next to for hours on end and write things on it. And the things I would write would be player names, and I ended up writing Tansoku's name next to my name a lot, which meant that I was predicting him, which meant that I was a big fan of him. That dates all the way back to, like, what, 2015?
Yep.
We're coming up on a decade. Holy moly. That is crazy.
I was going back and like looking at some of the earlier casts, and like even talking about it with like the headshot that gets used in the talent promotions for this thing, and like my goodness, that was surprisingly long amount of time ago, and I look so much younger in that picture. Where's that guy? Can we have that guy back? I was a big fan of him. But yeah, Tansoku, someone who's been around doing this just as long as we have. You can see Hearthstone Global Games 2017. That's on his fact sheet there. He dates back way before that as well, like TJ was saying. He was very protective of that chalkboard, was TJ. And Tansoku's name was a very common sight to be up there among caster predictions.
Yeah, and now he's putting it all on Spell Demon Hunter. What can you do, you know? Sometimes they fall your way, sometimes they don't. Who can control what decks you submit? I mean, the idea for the deck is there, right? Obviously, players have had success with this in the past. It's just, is it worthy of being the quote-unquote 4th deck in the tournament lineup? Jury's still out, right? I think whether or not Tansoku is able to showcase a good game with it in this series could sway my opinion on the deck a little bit. It just feels like it's like a turn behind, right, of where you need to be in this metagame to be able to be competitive. But we'll see. Obviously, a lot of I'm sure there's a lot of practice. It's a big stakes event, so I mean, both the decks that we highlighted from both players, right? The Control Priest on Balance's side and the Spell Demon Hunter on Tansoku's side. Who comes out on top of that one? No idea. I don't know what this motion was, but this is Control Priest. That's Spell Demon Hunter. Camera's not on me anymore. That's Balance. That's not me.
That whole thing went perfectly, TJ. 0 notes. Yeah, I actually expected to see a little bit more Control Priest than we ended up with. My planning for this tournament really kind of felt like a lot of decks were going to be trying to play for board quite aggressively, because I think the number one thing that was stopping board-based strategies being effective... Well, the number one and two things that were stopping board-based strategies being effective were Yogg just coming down for 0 mana and removing your entire board and leaving a 7/5 sitting behind, and Prison Breaker, which basically was a neutral Inquisitive creation for every single class in the game to be able to do what we saw Levick do in the previous series. And without those two cards being available, it felt like more Enrage Warrior style decks would become more popular of actually trying to build those boards through the early game. And maybe Control Priest just gets to nuke those boards really, really easily without access to those cards. But that has not really been the case, with not many people putting their faith in the light for this tournament. Paladin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You role playing a little bit there?
That's what I get for trying to make a World of Warcraft reference. Yeah. I made a successful one earlier with Raven, but only because it was in South Park. So.
Well, I mean, very accurate depiction of World of Warcraft and its player base.
Yeah.
Not! Come on, Sottle. Alright, let's get into it. And Rage Warrior, have you noticed this? I don't want to call it an anomaly, because I don't think it is. I think this is just personal bias. And
well, there's no icon on the
unsatisfaction.
screen, so it's certainly not an anomaly.
It's definitely not
So
an
that's for
anomaly.
sure. Yeah.
It's how long has it been? Months and months and months that Enraged Warrior's been like at the top of win rates, like at almost every rank on ladder.
Yeah.
And one, you just rarely see it, and two, when you try, you're just gonna roast me. You're gonna be like, "But I have a 70% win rate." And two, when I play it, I don't win with it. I have like a 50% win rate. I don't climb. I just stay. It doesn't feel like it's justified with that win rate, especially when you look at the win rate of the very obvious, very strong classes that almost everybody has in their lineup here with like Mage and Rogue.
Can I shock you, TJ?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
I actually agree with every single word you said. That is...
Holy moly!
Yeah, that is largely my experience with it as well, of just every now and again, just, bring up the data tracking sites, have a look at what's going on. I do think as a general point, data tracking as a tool for evaluating competitive Hearthstone is as bad right now as it has ever been in the history of Hearthstone. Combination of it being split between multiple competitors doing the same thing, and large portions of even Legend Ladder not really being involved in the competitive scene, right? Like, top 100 Legend, those are the only players that actually are involved in competitive right now, and you can't filter down that small because you end up with tiny sample sizes. So I think in general, the stats are kind of misreporting quite a few things in terms of what the absolute top level of Hearthstone looks like. But I certainly have had that experience as well of like, ooh, look at this shiny Enrage Warrior win rate. Let's try this out. And it's just fine. Like, it wins some it wins some games, it loses some games. Like, it just never quite feels like a tier 1 deck to me.
Whew, I'm actually very relieved. Just throwing that out there. But obviously the reason why that subject came up is because Tontoku's playing it right this second in this match to qualify for the quarterfinals of the fall match.
It's the casting with Sottle experience. Though. I'm going to throw out an opinion. I hope he doesn't kill me for it.
Yeah. I mean, even when you throw out facts, you're like, oh man, is this like a 90% fact or is this 100% fact? Because if it's not 100% fact, I'm in trouble.
Hold on, let me bring up the notepad where I've got all my sources referenced, just in case he calls me on anything.
Look at the footnotes, Sottle, please. Before you speak. Alright. Balance fighting aggressively for board. You kind of have to do that when you're playing against Enrage Warrior. Because any board that they have, they can turn into a better board. Great analysis. With it,
That's analysis.
Budax, all the buffs, second depths, that kind of thing. So just making sure that he keeps the board clean and wait for a weak turn in order to start progressing his own game plan.
Yeah.
Right? So pretty non... I don't want to say entertaining, because it is entertaining. What's the word I'm looking for? Subtle. Come on.
Sorry, I just think you should go with that, honestly. Like, yeah, this is actually not very entertaining. You should probably just leave and do anything else right now. Like, that's definitely
uneventful.
what you should be doing. Uneventful. Okay, that's a good word.
Yeah. Thanks, Otto. Saved me on that one. Whew.
Definitely a stark contrast in the pace of the matchup to the Levick series that Raven and I just cast previously. Tansoku taking a large portion of his available turn in order to play Thori Valori on 4, which was almost mandatory in that situation, I would argue.
So really, every time you say it, Thori Valori.
I don't know. Like credit to Neil on this one. He's the first person I heard start saying it like that, and I'm like, well, if they didn't want people to say it that way, don't spell it like that. Because come on, it's clearly, even if that's wrong, saying it like that is more fun than whatever the right name is, and it's a totally valid interpretation of it. So I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, it sounds like, you know, an artisan sweet shop, like the name of a gourmet chocolate. With coconut.
With coconut, that's essential.
Try our Thori Balori. Sea salt, coconut, and a rose mist spray.
Well, that's gonna make things pretty interesting from here. The things that you can make happen with this mage deck are just kind of gross sometimes. Like, from the depths, Finley, like the old warrior trick of Days Gone Yore, and now Balance just has a bunch of incredibly cheap cards in hand. Has like 0 mana keyboard with elementals in hand as well.
Yeah,
gross.
and still get the full value from the keyboarded elemental inspiration too.
Yep.
Got the discounts on the right things.
What now?
Yeah, I think Maxitude is a bit whatever, right, in terms of hitting it on a discount, because I'm pretty sure it returns to hand at full cost, right? And I was realizing I was about to say that out loud. I'm not 100% confident, yeah.
Yeah. One thing, though, you do have to worry about actually killing the warrior at some point. Which won't be too hard, like you said, the keyboard plus elemental inspiration to make a big board. But if you just sit here and let Tansoku kind of build things up and acquire resources in hand, a kill from hand is certainly possible as we get further into this game. Tansoku, though, just going for a little bit of a tempo play here. Copying the Thori Balori, but the hand is lackluster. Obviously, Anime Extractor on board, which could, you know, buff the Crazed Wretch or one of these Sunfury champions. But not really much going for it. These Sunfury champions don't really have much juice to do anything. I mean, let's say there could be a world where Anima Extractor buffs these Sunfury champions up a lot, and then he just draws fire spell after fire spell after fire spell. And then you could play them on the board, and they have enough health to where you can like clear a board of elemental inspirations with just those. But very fringe scenario. That's what I'm here for.
Wow, that's 5? I did not realize that was going to be 5 after the fell. I thought the fell spell made it 4, so the egg wasn't going to get fully dealt with. But even then, like, it's not a great deal of difference. The key factor there was one-shot the Anime Extractor, right? Make sure that it doesn't live through and give a bunch of buffs to everything else at that point. So.
Yeah. Still got the buffs, but obviously much less than it had the potential to with that board. And I think a lot went on the Crazed Wretch, actually. I think there were 4 and like 3 went on the Crazed Wretch. So it's quite large, but this hand is... Ugh.
Just no real juice right now. Ramonia Living Blade is the choice at the top end. There is one player in this tournament that is playing Grom instead of the Ramonia. I believe it's Levick. But no Ramonia, no Olgra, like nothing super premium to be landing these buffs on. Like, yeah, Crazed Wretch is fine, but it's a long way to go to be getting through the full health total of a mage who's been dominating you on board the entire game.
Yeah. Just hit and do a little bit of praying. It's probably the game plan here. Armor up. Yep. It ain't pretty. Gonna have to open up some board space here once Elemental Inspiration. Can't get the keyboard value either. That's you do want to start pushing though. Try and make things awkward for Tansuku, not give him time with a incredibly dead turn, like the last one.
Yeah, it's just too clean, right? You make exactly 4 board spaces and replace them with exactly 4 4/5s. Just
Double Wind Fury.
it is double Wind Fury. Yeah. I think the only other thing worth thinking about, and honestly, I think it's pretty close, is just playing the Norg instead for like cards +1. Since you have the reverb in hand, right? You can turn that into massive burst with the old
True.
Norg reverb trick. For the 20 on the following turn, and your opponent is not really showing any great sign of being able to clear your Norg from hand. But all it would take would be like 1 fire spell off the top, right? And then the Thori Baloris would do the job. So I think I like this more.
I mean, looks like Tansoku's dead.
Yup.
I mean, you could Craze Wretch and trade into one of these Wind Furies, but you're still dead on board, showing. So, yeah, Tansoku gonna bow out, give up the win to the Mage, and I like the way they balanced played the early game, just keeping the board in check. If he wasn't able to do that, then the Anima Extractor that came in later from Tansoku could have been a lot bigger of a deal. And then Tansoku... This happens with the Rage Warrior, right? You have a lot of these separate pieces of combos and tempo tools, and if you don't draw them in the right order, then they look silly, right? Double Sunfigure Champion in the hand at the end of that game without a fire spell to be seen. Double the Thori Blade copied, yeah, I'm saying it now too, and no fire spell picked up for multiple turns. Just not able to get there. So, just the Warrior and the Rogue left for balance. And Tansoku got to go back to square one with this Rage War.
Yeah, and I think there are 3 basic ways to win with Mage, right? The first one is like keyboard into Cold Case, into Elemental Inspiration, and you just curve out, you win on board, you're ahead the whole game, you beat your opponent up. The second one is just spell schools, couple of pack creations to clear the board, and then you have Sif and combo and you win the game that way. The third one, which is what we saw there from balance, is neither of those things are really happening super smoothly, so just find something degenerate to do with your discover pools, right? And then try and win the game that way, and that's kind of what ended up happening with the From the Depths Finley combo in the end.
Yeah. And, I mean, even then it wasn't like mind-blowingly awesome. Got a couple discounts, which led to a little bit more tempo. But Elemental Inspiration was still played for full cost, right? That was the entire turn, and Tansoku just had nothing to combat it. So, but yeah, if Mage is one of those decks that can capitalize on weakness, right? It's like the benchmark. So they can do a lot of things. They have space, and if they have space and room to get creative with their plays, they will, and they'll beat you up for it. So that's exactly what happened with balance. But don't count Tansoku out yet. This is where he likes to be. He likes to be a 1 down, because that's when the nerves go away. He's nothing to lose. Back into a corner. Like a caged beast. Ready to be unleashed.
Wow, I
See?
prepared for that level of passion. Like, I know you've always been a Tansoku supporter. I didn't know you'd gone full stan over here. Like,
If you're not ready for that level of passion, then you're not ready to watch Tansoku!
apparently not.
Look at him. It's oozing passion with every facial expression.
Do you know what I'm suddenly reminded of? Do you remember the early days of Derek Brown, TJ? This is a very random nostalgia trip. Remember when you used to randomly go up to Derek just in the green room or backstage or like on the stage 20 minutes before we were about to go live and you tell him you'd never heard him exclaim and try and make him shout random things?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do remember. And it was very funny because Derek is very uncomfortable when he's put on the spot. He's also just a naturally awkward human being.
You could have ended that sentence a lot earlier. Yeah, Derek is very uncomfortable. The end sentence. Yeah.
The end.
Yes.
So whenever you say, Derek, why don't you like yell? I never heard you exclaim. Why don't you yell more? Then he'll literally refuse. If you had let it come naturally, he would have done it. But if you put him on the spot, now every time he's going to go to yell for the rest of his life, he's going to be like, what if I look like an idiot?
Yep.
And that, my friends, is why Derek Brown has not yelled in 7 years.
I feel like when you describe it like that, what you're actually doing is bullying. That's what you're describing.
So I didn't realize this until, like, you know, after Derek Brown had stopped casting, like a year ago. When I was doing it, I was legitimately like, does he just not yell? Like, can he not? Does he just not have the ability to go to a higher volume? It was more out of curiosity than anything else. Okay, maybe for the last couple months it was bullying, but
Yeah,
he bullied me too.
that's true.
He bullied my country.
Wow. So,
His American accent is fantastic, though. All right, moving on.
Balance taking his turn on the warrior. Did find location, which I think is going to be absolutely premium in this matchup. You can already see how it started to do some work against these board states from Tansoku. These 2-1s coming down, any threat of security as well, but it was something that was missing from Tansoku's draw. And this is the other half of the hand. Like, this has some nice minions to buff in it, but no Animo Extractor or hand buff tools specifically to go with them. It's kind of what TJ was alluding to earlier. Like, you kind of have these pieces that need to line up at the right time with this deck. Build of the deck has changed over time as well. It used to be fairly common to see Enrage Warrior with the Riff package thrown in there as well, so you could like play Chorus Riff to initially buff some of the key minions in the deck and dig them out that way and actually guarantee them in your hand for the Animo Extractors, but not a popular build of the deck these days. When you're trying to make room for things like Battle-Worn Faceless and Trial by Fire, that sort of super premium cards to make their way into the deck now.
I like the Trial by Fire addition to the deck.
Trial by Fire is just a card. Like, it's just good. I remember Scale of Onyxia. It's just that again.
Yeah, except better, because if you do it twice in a row and the other ones stick, you can just win games.
Yeah, but worse because Warrior doesn't play it on turn 4.
True.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes they do. If they played from the depths in a different version of the deck.
Yeah. But not this version.
Little did you know that the feeling of, oh my god, I'm about to say something, is Sottle going to crucify me for it, actually extends to me as well. I'll actually correct myself for saying things that are done.
You've ascended.
Yep.
All right.
So I know you were saying you didn't necessarily mind this deck being Spell DH. Like, I am not on board with this as a pick. To me, from what little I've seen of this in this meta, obviously I've seen a ton of this deck in general, but it's kind of just gives me that meme of like the poking a dead animal with a stick meme, you know, like the come on, when are you going to do something vibe. Like, that's what I get with this deck. It just seems to spend an awful lot of time drawing and powering up through its anime arc, and it never actually unleashes the Spirit Bomb. Like, that's been my experience of watching this deck try and compete with the like heavy hitters in the meta right now.
I think that's an apt description. I mean, the deck can do like a lot of chip damage like very early on, especially against decks that like aren't playing minions really.
Yeah.
You can get like marker scorn damage. Basically what we saw last turn, if all that had just been shipped face.
Yeah.
That's like just 10 damage that you can do on turn 4. And if you keep kind of weaving that level of damage in, then sure, you know, like the ultimate death by 1,000 cuts. That just happens pretty quickly. But you're right, it can have explosive turns, but everything has to just align. But it can sneak wins out of nowhere. Especially, you know, dispose of evidence, like just sneaky little bits of damage here and there can add up quickly. It's got a choice of weapons here. The double sanguine depths on the other side, it's a little bit scary. But I think I want to go for raw damage and go for the Scythe instead of the Eldrazi Warblades.
Yeah, I agree.
Roaring applause!
Let the pain speak to me.
I still, I don't recognize the Rhapsodies well.
That one is draw 3 cards.
Okay. Thank you, Selma.
You are welcome.
Just a blur of color. I mean, speaking of chip damage, still a lot. Coming in from Balance's side as well. Ooh, Taste of Chaos.
Security, nice pickup as well, but yeah, probably worth going for the taste just to try and cash out into some more direct damage. Meta is that, but feels a little bit expensive.
Yeah. You already have an Immolation Aura. I guess like double Immo could clear boards, and then but I-beam, you're not playing it this turn. It could get tucked away in a place where you wouldn't want it.
Yeah, maybe it is still just meta. Because, yeah, double Immo could clear boards unless that board has an Animo Extractor on it, and then you're probably just giving your opponent lethal the turn after that anyway, right? If you end up casting double Immolation Aura on that board. Okay, does go for it. Sure. But I think Balance will be fairly appreciative of the fact he is running out of time here. And this is just the exact opposite of what we saw in the previous game, right? Like, we saw Tansoku just having a bunch of buffs and getting the rage effects ticking over, but just no premium minion to land them on. Like, Balance has drawn the Olgra, drawn a bunch of card draw to look for other stuff, but just hasn't really been able to get a great deal of the Enrage synergy going.
Yeah.
True strength rises from the ashes. Burn away the blast.
This is huge, though.
Yep. And even I guess double Immo security. Oh, never mind.
Never mind. Yeah, and I'd imagine the guards are exactly what Tansoku had in mind with the double Immolation Aura pickup, or with the second Immolation Aura pickup. I think that is very good recognition now as I look back on it. These Feral Spirit style cards are so strong in the meta right now. We've seen it from Shaman so many times already in the tournament. We've seen it from Warrior several times in the tournament. There are a lot of decks that really like direct access to your face from hero to hero. And just being able to stack up multiple taunts with single cards is a very powerful tool to have in the game right now.
We go mana efficiency here and just... never mind. You gotta go double ammo. I was gonna say go for the warband, but you still leave 2 minions up. That's a lot of damage to leave up. Leaving 7 power on board. Trying to like count damage and see if it's even worthwhile. Tis not.
Tis not. Twasn't.
Just jam the ogre and just APM the Sanguine Depths onto it.
Good old
Before she
forbidden
makes her first
Hearthstone
attack.
tech.
Yeah. Tough to pull off, but when you can, it's just incredible. Unbeatable, some might say. Well, more taunts is good. Especially after seeing that much AoE.
Yeah. Has the jam session as well.
Yeah, we're also like starting to get to the point where like, I guess the Crazed Wretch is not buffed. I still haven't seen the Anima Extractor, but any type of board sticks, then we're looking at Crazed Wretch, Jam Session, and a swing with the Imbued Axe, and we're cooking.
Okay, takes the armor in the end over any card draw or even the jam session. Really just trying to stretch out this health total as far as he can.
I grow impatient.
Is there a way you can fit in the Sigil and still clear up enough stuff to be safe?
I think you're fairly safe overall, right? Like, you're not feeling good because it's a big board, but I don't think you're too scared of dying this turn because you haven't really seen any of those buff effects go off, right? So the reach from hand is relatively small.
Time grows short.
So I think you can squeeze it down this turn.
Yep. Okay.
Cute little decision from Tansoku using the 2 summon from the security as opposed to the 3 summon from the security, just as to not leave a 1/1 on board, which kind of helps balance with what he wants his cards to do in terms of 1 damage on either of those minions of his choosing at that point.
How much damage are we looking at? Crazed Wretch Jam Session plus a swing.
So is the Crazed Wretch still vanilla stats? I think
It's
is.
vanilla stats. I don't think an Anima Extractor's been played at all.
Right. You have 7, 10, 12, 16, 19-ish?
I thought 21, because you'd also get the Imbued Axe on every minion, because the Jam Session would. Oh no, it wouldn't be. You're 19, because the Crazed Wretch itself, or whatever minion you play the Jam Session on itself, wouldn't be damaged. Very close, regardless. Need to see some big draws here from Tansoku.
Yeah, momentum chief among them, you would imagine.
So he's kind of deaf.
Yeah, the bounce soul options, since we haven't gone through them, Silver Moon Arcanist, Jotun, and and Speaker Stomper.
Yeah. None of which help at all
No.
in this situation.
And yeah, like I said,
Gotta
no
heal up.
momentum to just juice up the Warblades as much as humanly possible.
Impatient.
Yeah, I don't think you can heal enough at all. I mean, you could heal and remove some stuff off the board, throw out the dispose of evidence and the security to clean up a little bit more stuff, but Balance has a lot of, well, a good amount of damage from hand, I should say.
Yeah, it's actually a big clear though, since you unlock the security on the left-hand side as well. It was such a weird sequence to attack those minions in. Like, surely while you're roping, you focus on killing the thing that's dying first before you queue up the other attacks. Okay. Alright, now Balance can start trying to land some buffs if he needs to. Did he just... Has he just picked up a pen? I think he's counting lethal. He's literally on pen and paper trying to count lethal.
Alright, that's I haven't seen that since the DreamHack days. I mean, it's gotta be it. With Imbued Axe, it's 1,000,000 damage, isn't it? Give or take. Doesn't even need the Sanguine Depths, I'm pretty sure. Yup.
Yeah.
There it
I mean,
is.
yeah, qualifies as 1,000,000. Still didn't use location. Yeah, you're right. It's way, way over.
Yeah, it's not pen and paper worthy.
It's not.
That's like one of those, you get 20 games of a Rage Warrior under your belt, you're like, yeah, that's it. That's enough.
And yeah,
Give
Demon
the old-
Hunter...
Give it
just
the old
not-
eyeball test.
Demon Hunter's just not really performing, still, to this point. I don't think we've really seen it have a good showing so far. Looking at the stats of the deck overall, 35% all Demon Hunters in this tournament, so the Demon Hunters are quite thinly spread. There's like, Casey is one Relic Demon Hunter in the tournament. I think there's one Spell and one Outcast Demon Hunter. So it's very, very thinly spread, but Demon Hunter as a class is performing very, very poorly at 35% win rate at the moment. So it just doesn't feel like Demon Hunter was the bring at all. The players who have chosen to go with that have not been rewarded to this point, and we're just seeing another kind of struggle game here from Tansoku.
Yeah, now we're in a down 2-0 situation, and Demon Hunter needs to get a win across the board. And I don't know if it's going to be able to do it. Now, Rogue is a deck that I feel can beat anything and can be beat by anything. But that also, like, it goes both ways. And having 3 tries to win a game with Rogue, there's not that many decks that I'd put my faith in more. Because it's got sort of this baseline consistency with some pretty intense high roll potential. So we'll see, but not looking good for old buddy Tansoku here. And you can see the passion is starting to wane a little bit in his eyes.
I love this this new arc that you are so deeply in tune with Tansoku's emotion that you can sense how he's feeling through a mere webcam.
Always have been.
There was a lot of talk around, like, straight after the nerfs, or when the nerfs were announced even, because obviously these players had to start planning basically as soon as they knew what the nerfs were, because they had so little time between the actual patch hitting and the deck submission. And there was a lot of talk early on that Secret Rogue was just a deck you weren't going to see in the tournament. Because of the neutral cards that did take a hit in it, with the Prison Breaker and Yogg and etc. Like Rogue in general being one of the Yogg classes, Rogue and Druid being the big two in that regard.
Yeah.
But it's just such a robust deck overall, and it's such a disruptive deck overall. with just the amount of secrets that do stay in play and just the ability to just delete cards from your opponent's hand at will with Ghastly Gravedigger, that I think players have come back around to it quite quickly and just gone, you know what, we can still squeeze a Yogg effect into this deck by going back to Prison instead, and just hoping that that bails us out in the situations where we were leaning on Yogg before.
Yeah, and I feel like Yogg was kind of just like a bailout option, right?
Yep.
But I mean, Yogg was pretty much a bailout option for every deck that ran it, but more so in Rogue, in the amount of things that they could do with it. So Prison does kind of, I feel, obviously doesn't fill the whole gap, but fills it enough to where the deck still has its strength. This one could be a struggle one, though, just because if you can't build up enough tempo against the Hunter earlier, you don't really have the as explosive of turns, especially as, like, say, Miracle Rogue. You do need time to sort of build up to those power turns, and that's time that the Hunter's just smacking you in the face.
Yeah, he did start prep Bone Spike Private Eye into Gravedigger, though, so things are looking fairly rosy as it stands.
Yes. Can actually even but that's it, right?
But that's it.
That's all the cards. That's all his cards. He has no more cards. It's got to be Brightwing. Well, actually, Contradero, you're like, well, if I'm spending all this time and energy getting rid of cards, I don't want him to just refill. But that's still 2 turns away, so relax. It's okay, Sada. I know what you're thinking, but just chill.
It's so hard to chill, though, when the stakes are this high, TJ.
I know. I know.
The living drop all kinds of things.
Weaving. Ah. Weave. Yeah, you need to look for draw. Yellow. Hip.
Alright, it's kind of card draw. It's the next best thing. If it's not going to be yellow, it's going to be blue.
I think it's going to be green. It's going to rip it.
Yeah.
To file. Oh, no. See, I told you. That's it.
Yeah, still 3 secrets in play, though. Like, Tansoku is sitting around, like, very irritatingly floating mana and really not doing much on his turns because he's trying to maintain this resource advantage, which is kind of the only thing he has going for himself right now. And in the course of doing that, he is just kind of slowly bleeding out.
I think you got to dump a Conjured Arrow here, huh? You Conjured Arrow, then Ricochet Shot? No? Okay. Do you really need 2 Conjured Arrows?
Apparently, yes, you do.
Yes. Yeah. Ooh. No, thank you.
No, no, no.
I'll pass.
Can we try again, please? Would like to
I mean,
mulligan these choices?
It's usually, well, I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna say, just go for the Mage Secret. Try and bluff something that's better than Vengeful Visage.
Yellow.
Ah, yes, green. Oh, that green is actually nuts in this situation. Second best to yellow. Actually, I don't even think so. I think it's just best.
I can get behind that. Sure. If you're gonna roll a 3-4 off it, then yeah. Sign me up.
Yeah, the Vengeful Vicious. Vicious. Actually, I don't even know if the Titan would have been the right call in that situation, but Tansoku does not want to play into objection, spend his whole turn, and then take a bunch of damage, so...
Yeah, and you sort of alluded to it, but it's why, you know, we were just kind of dunking on the secrets themselves. Like, the actual choices for the player that can see them were not good. But in that situation, pick the mage one, because having a mage secret in play makes your opponent play around the best possible cards for you. Right? They have to play around counterspell, they have to play around objection, they have to play around explosive runes. That is massively disruptive to their turns, especially when their best turn involves just playing a single 6-drop minion on curve.
What even is this card?
The 3-4? No idea.
Okay. It's like, can you shadow step this thing? whatever it may be. Just going to continue to try and whittle down Tansoku. This is like the opposite of what this matchup is usually like. This is usually what the Rogue's hand looks like. And they're trying to scrap to take as little damage as possible. Balance has nothing.
It does dredge. Blood Scent Vilefin. Battlecry dredge. If it's a Murloc, change its cost to health instead of mana.
Oh.
Oh
no!
Oh no!
Should have shadow stepped it.
Be gone, Foul Witch. Yeah, why didn't you dredge so we could have drawn any other card that wasn't this one?
Tansoku, though, just doesn't have damage. Well, does, but 3 of those damage things are the same.
Yes.
You can't do them all. And outside of that, it's just 1 damage card. Going for taunt.
Yo, really? That is bold. The only knowledge you have of your opponent's hand is that they have a card, a randomly generated card that costs less than it should, that has been completely unplayable up until this point. Like, the Hearthstone historian in you just thinks you're about to get pyroblasted, doesn't it?
Yeah. Could be looking at a lethal right now.
Yep. You gotta go for it, right?
Yep. Damage.
Damage.
There it
Damage.
is. Game
Oh, let's go!
Oh my gosh. Just from nowhere. And that's the punish for swinging.
No. It was 12 to 10. It was 12 to 10. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
To be fair, you're correct. Regardless. Balance, just pulling that one out of nowhere. All the chip damage. All led up to that moment. And Tansoku, I felt like, just spent the whole game doing nothing, but that's the tempo start from the Rogue.
Yep.
And it had to be, because it was doubled, it had to be double spell damage into double spell damage. Could have had a mixture, right? Could have done, like, damage into draw, and then drawn into something else that may have helped clear up the board a little bit, but it was a lot of damage staring at him from the other side.
It was so much, yeah. And honestly, like, that game from the Rogue, like, I'll recap that entire game for you from the Rogue, okay? It was Prep, Bone Spike, Private Eye, Nothing lethal. That was the game. Like, that was literally all the rogue did the entire game was prep Bone Spike Private Eye and then follow it up with the Ghastly Gravedigger afterwards. After that, nothing happened. And it was just that little piece of chip damage here and there, and like I said, just annoyingly having to play around those secrets and just make sure that you pick them apart appropriately just meant that Tansoku just slowly bled out to like a 4-3 and a 3-4 over the course of the game. And then, Balance had to get lucky at the end. Balance did get lucky at the end, but that is the third series I have cast today, TJ, and it is the third 3-0. If you want quick games, get me on stream. That seems to be the rule today.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Because you're done for the day.
That's
Subtle.
true.
So it's the end of the 3-0s. But we actually only do have one more match left to go on the day, which means we only have one more spot left in the quarterfinals tomorrow to go. I'm a little bit sad for Tansoku. Happy for Balance, don't get me wrong, but sad for Tansoku. Tansoku been in this situation many times. Qualifies to a big tournament and then doesn't quite go the distance. Has had some big tournament wins, but great player playing for this long. It's bound to happen. But I feel like this happens more often than the other thing happens. And probably not going to be playing Demon Hunter for a while. Should put it that way. But, Sottle, thanks for joining me on this cast on Flamingo Saturday. It's been fantastic, but we're going to have to go to a break before we jump into our last match of the day. So don't go anywhere. More action here from the Hearthstone Masters Tour Fall Championship right after this. everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Fall Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil, Lorinda, Bond. It's time for the last game of the day. Late Night Hearthstone with Neil and TJ. That's what we call it here.
That's what we always called it. It was always Late Night Hearthstone with Neil and TJ, and it still is. And it's going to be some good Hearthstone, we think. Should be, because it's going to be Rekvam and Inkuru. Rekvam bringing that Shadow Priest, which I believe is banned, which, like, makes it was correct to bring it.
You could think that way, sure. Or nobody expected it, so then it draws a ban. But I think it gets some unnecessary hate. It's kind of an all-or-nothing deck, but whatever. Going through the brackets here, we saw from Group A, Hemlock and WeQ making it through. It's the two players that'll make it into the quarterfinals tomorrow. Pretty stacked group. I think most people would have said, oh, Casey and Gabby are making it out of that one. But nope, it's not what happened. This group maybe slightly easier to predict. McBainer facing Levick, the two players moving on. Levick just, just playing some Hearthstone for funsies,
Yeah,
just chilling. Kicking back, slinging some cards, Levick style.
I think he's secretly become one of the very best players in the world over the last 2 or 3 years. Just crept up there. Pocket train and balance.
Secretly?
Okay, well, Raven spotted him, so we pretend we never noticed him. Raven was the first person to go, this Levick guy looks kind of good, these days. So we don't talk about it. We never talk about Raven getting anything right.
Gotcha.
Pocket train there getting through, balance also coming through. And this group still to be decided.
Yeah, last spot, right there, that crown, bottom right. Last spot in the quarterfinals. Will it be Inkuru? Will it be Rekvam?
So that's
We're about to find out here.
Pocket Train and McBanterface. Still in the tournament in this final 9. And I mentioned those, Meaty was also in the event as well. Those people with their streams have really carried this system on their back this season. They've given us an insight for 10 months now into how they're qualifying. They've streamed pretty much every inch of the way. Pocket Train took a month or 2 off, but we've seen a lot of the tournament via those players on ladder. But quick look at Inkuru. First Masters Tour appearance of this year, but has been playing for 9 years. That's a long time. Favourite class of Rogue, favourite card, Coin. Of course it is. If your favourite class is Rogue, of course your favourite card is the Coin. It's the one you show your opponents when you die on turn 6.
Yep.
But here it is, TJ, the secret Rogue. What do you make of this, TJ? It's a fun deck, I guess a lot of people would say, outside of the Gravedigger, which might not be so much fun unless you're the one doing the grave digging.
It is so fun to play. So fun to play. I'm a pretty big fan of breakdance, and it's not one in here, so that makes me a little sad.
That's interesting. There usually is.
Yeah, I think like one. I don't know. There's not really a standard for this list. It's kind of player by player, right? Especially after the changes. I think breakdance was better when the Yogg-Saron was how it was 2 days ago.
Yep.
Because you were playing so many spells, Yogg-Saron come down for super cheap. You could breakdance it immediately, have access to another Yogg, also get a pretty big mini with Rush. But I still like the card. I think it has a lot of uses as like a secondary Shadow Step. But it can make for some extra dead hands at times if you're tripling up on spells. But at the same time, it also makes it so you feel better to use Shadow Steps and Breakdance earlier because you have a lot of them left in the deck, right? You can play it for tempo. You can feel more confident in doing Gravedigger Shadow Step, right, for ultimate disruption. But I'm going on and on about a card that doesn't even exist in this deck. So I'll stop now, and we can take a look at Rekvam.
Rekvam, known for being top 100 in Americas, of course, some time ago. That was very good, but regularly doing better than that now, I guess. Cat broke computer during Hearthstone game. Who hasn't had that happen? Seriously.
My cats have never broken my computer. I have 2 of them.
You will learn, TJ. You will learn.
They're very dog-like cats. They were effectively raised by dogs. Most of them, when they were still like being bottle fed, they were like 2 weeks old. Then their mom abandoned them, and we just raised them in the rooms with all the dogs around.
Okay.
So they kind of roam around in the pack. They like go outside with the dogs. They come in with the dogs. They play with the dogs. So, to be fair, they're not really cats. They're just dogs that look different.
Okay. I think I understand. But this warrior deck, we've put it on the screen because everybody's been banning it. It's been banned a huge percentage of the time in this tournament. 69% ban rate so far.
Yeah.
But it's just a nice deck, right? People love to hit people in the face for 1 million on turn 10.
Yeah, it does have... I want to say some weaknesses, but they're pretty small. I feel like this is powerful decks in the metagame right now. Obviously, with the ban rate, sometimes in tournaments, the decks that are banned are maybe not necessarily the strongest decks, but the decks that just match up the best against the 3 particular decks that are left open for you. But I really do think that this one is very good. A couple weaknesses being like the board-wide clears can be lacking at times. Sanitize if you're unable to get it forged and you don't have armor because you're taking a good amount of damage. That can sometimes be difficult to use. And Bladestorm has always kind of been sort of this awkward removal where not every board you can just Bladestorm away. The other weakness is it doesn't have a way to win the game if it can't draw Odin. 2, it doesn't have a way to win the game if you're under too much pressure to play Odin, which is another one that if you decks that pressure right around that point where you'd want to play it, that turn you always have to think, can I play Odin here? Can I get away with playing Odin here? And if not, when am I going to be able to play it?
Look, we saw that earlier. If not, you play it anyway and try to get there.
Pretty much,
you're
a lot of the time.
dead on board, by the time, depending exactly what you're up against, but in general, your opponent's probably just going to make another board if you clear this one, and you're still not going to play Odin. So a lot of the time, you look at it and go, am I actually dead? And if you're not dead, in the realistic world, you just play Odin and hope it all goes away, because you come back so quickly the next turn.
Yeah. Yep. There's Rek'Thum. There's Nkuro. That's
Preserving their energy, TJ.
Yeah.
For the battle that is about to begin.
Yeah.
What would it be like to be raised by dogs?
Like you, or are you talking about...
Yeah, anybody. Anybody. How would you end up?
I don't know, sometimes I have so many dogs, sometimes I feel like I'm raised by dogs.
And how did you... Oh dear. Yeah, okay, that's...
I have 6 of them.
6 dogs?
Mm-hmm.
And they're all older than you?
No.
No. So they didn't really raise you?
If you factor in dog years... What is dog years? Is it 7?
7, yeah.
Average, right? Yeah.
So you're brothers with dogs?
Yeah, my oldest 2 dogs would be older than me if you're taking in the rule of dog years.
And how was that being raised by dogs? Did you end up
That was great. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Okay. Got the keyboard, but we haven't got the cold case on the bottom here for Rek'Thum. That's definitely unusual.
Still some time, don't worry.
He'll top deck it, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, still some time.
Rek'Thum is due a little bit of luck in one of these as well. He seems to attract the really horrible bad beats as well. So...
It's got to. I feel like it's got to be knowledge here, right?
Yeah. Schooling's okay, but then your hand fills up a bit rapidly. Yeah, the knowledge is better. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we bolt and then infinitizing just to get some stuff on the board and just to try and fix our hand. So.
Wow! Wow!
It's still a 2-2, a 1-1, some card draw and a repeated card. It's not exactly a disaster. It's just not a 4-4.
Instincts go to Frozen Touch just because it has the Frost tag. Also, just probably one of the best in there. Just to
Yeah.
get these wisdoms a little bit down. And
Also,
make
he's
it a
playing
board
arcane
play
spells.
here.
Can just jam and get his cards reduced next turn,
True.
which looks decent, right?
I mean, I would take it just with the 5/5. Like, come on.
Yeah. You do have to consider you are giving up a weapon charge, not because the coin triggers it, but because your spells are going to cost so little.
Yes. And the wisdoms are going to go down in cost regardless. I might just rip a wisdom now.
Get a 4/4, off you go.
Oh, okay. Well, I can still do wisdom after this because this is shadow, so wisdom will go down to 3.
Sure. Okay. It's going to make things tough.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Going infinitize. Nope. Wisdom. All right. Literally everything. Did everything differently than I said or
Same.
would have done.
Yeah, exactly the same as me. I would have also done everything differently. I'd have done it the TJ way.
Maybe wanted to end on arcane.
Uh-huh.
I don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah, he's going to have a handful of very powerful cards, but slightly slow.
Yeah. Because if you infinitize, you end on frost, right? Yeah, because he
Yeah.
played
yeah.
the frozen touch immediately before
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want
So maybe-
arcane, especially with this hand, which is slightly clunky if powerful.
Yeah. So now can play the lady and then have an elemental inspiration next turn, which is actually quite juice. Then arcane, shadow,
Frost. That'll do. Oh, the what was the secret? Is the secret fire?
Explosive runes. Yeah, it's in hand. Well,
No, I
but it
can't
was
see
played
it
from the
says fire
spell.
on the bottom. I know it's got a fiery image, but sometimes they don't match the image.
And Kuro's actually doing some good stuff over here, though. This is a
Yeah.
lot of damage. Got a flash lined up. It's gonna have the double nature reduction next turn. With Zapper, double bolt, double crash. Oh, style points as well.
Yeah,
Just
so
empty in the
I'm
hand.
just going to slow it all down. Yeah,
Yeah,
or speed it
Would've
up, whichever way
liked-
you look at it.
yeah. This is speeding it up. This is a ton of damage too, because this Norgadon just represents effectively lethal. Thinking about whether or not to kill the totem. Thinking about breakpoints here.
Yes. This is
I
very
think
much, do I
that's-
win next turn, do I lose next turn?
Yeah.
So he doesn't win next turn, so might as well kill the totem, is I think what the conclusion he came to. And he always wins in 2 turns. That was what that was. Yeah, in the world where things don't go wrong, that's what I mean. If the damage keeps coming, you don't need that too.
Yeah, and it's not doable here, I don't think. Is it? I don't think so.
He's going to have a go for it.
Okay,
There's
finds
the game
the hex.
saved.
Yeah. Oh, and hits the flash off the second.
Oh.
That's sick.
So now Rekvam needs to go, because he's... In his mind, he can die next turn.
Yeah, without the radiance though, is it enough?
Not right now, but it changes fast.
Okay, it's just gonna completely clear off the board here
Yeah?
with the crash. So kind of respecting the push, trying to not die to just like single forged molten rune. Also trying to let this radiance live, right? That's a big deal. Because then we'll have double reduction next turn, which actually could end up being enough damage. It's just the crash right now in terms of burn, but they would be double reduced bioluminescence, the flow rider as well to be able to pick up another spell from the deck, another lightning reflexes potentially.
Just to note, Rekvam has playing all 3 7-drops, like double Elemental Inspiration and Norganon, which I think is reasonably rare. You quite often only play one of those 3 cards, let alone all 3.
It's Mage, you can do whatever you want.
I mean, you can. All the cards are so powerful.
Yeah, Arcane Bolt, very good pickup. Just piecing together damage after damage.
Only playing the 1 volume up. I can get behind that, actually. It does sometimes get a bit cluttery.
Yeah. So Kuro knows this is explosive runes.
You gotta let the music do the
So kind of has to play Inza in this situation, just to
Yeah.
stop taking some damage.
I find with Inza, though, I mean, you're saying you have to play it, and you're right, but you're looking for an excuse to play Inza. You don't have, anytime you get an excuse to play it,
Yeah.
I'm right on it.
And that's game regardless. Forge Molten Rune. The Radiance actually has the plus fire spell damage as well. It's never used for that. Literally never, except in this instance. Because we're so used to seeing it in Shaman that we don't ever think about the nature discount. It does something for Frost too, doesn't it? I don't even know.
Yeah, we saw Gabby Predation face earlier with a Sif in play. I'm like, you can't spell damage Predation, that's against the rules. But that's because we always see it in Demon Hunter where you're not allowed to because of the Arcanist. But that was a quick one for Rekvam and should settle him down. He's, again, not had a terrific record on stream, which is just coincidence. We've seen some of the incredible ways they found to beat him over the last year or 2.
Yeah. Oh, Radiance for sure. When we cast Frostbite, you get +3 armor. There you go.
Okay. The replay is Rekvam just won. It's the whole game.
That's it.
It looked good here. Not good, but it looked like Ikuru from his side might have had a chance there with that clear. But yeah, Rekvam had everything in hand. Didn't need all the 4/5s. Who needs 4/5s in Hearthstone when you can just throw things at their face?
Yeah.
So-
I think that would have been, without the Norganon, that would have been enough from Inkuro too, with the Radiance. So, big deal. Alright, I want to see some Warrior. I'm waiting all day.
Yeah,
I win.
starved the
I
Warrior,
win all day.
yes. What's up, Teach?
Neil? I win all day. I know as a collective we've seen it, but I've been waiting all day to cast.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, let's hope you get to see it. It's one of those decks that's actually quite good fun to watch a bit, and you don't want to watch it a lot. I find
Hey, yeah, that's apt.
a bit of spice for the broadcast. It's nice. It's good. It's cool. But yeah, if you put all the warriors in playing each other all day, which we haven't had, it becomes a little bit less, a bit overspiced.
2 more drawn cards.
Loads of cards. Who does that favour here? They both want cards. Tend to find it favours aggressive decks, right? Because the
Yeah, it's got to be the Rogue, because Shaman's going to draw cards regardless. Sometimes they draw
Yeah,
too
exactly.
many cards.
Yeah,
They're going to have enough cards. Don't worry. Don't worry.
and this gear shift is actually a pretty good spot as well.
Yeah.
But what do you want to keep? You're going to get a handful of cards, so do you ever need the gear shift? Probably not. This sort of situation is what the anomalies were made for, where Rekvam is now having to seriously sort of consider how that impacts this mulligan. Realising that you're getting 2 cards extra anyway, so you can just dump and find 5 good ones. Yep, that's what he's done.
It's pretty good. That's
They're
pretty
pretty
good. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff right there.
storm is in me.
And Kuro's got a pretty decent start too, with the Zapper on the play into Flow Rider. There it is, Gift of Gluttony. How many anomalies have we seen today? 4?
About that, yeah. Sounds right. Yeah, look at this start. And now we're snooping all the way.
Oh, double Snoop.
Yeah. Just gonna snoop him.
Snoop him real good. Necro with 2 extra cards is just broken. Oh, jeez.
So silly. He's got so many options. Like coin snoop is just what I do here because that's what I do. But there's so much going on here. Yeah, you got 7 cards, right?
I might even just be like Click Clocker plus Drone.
It is tempting, isn't it? Your board's looking a bit sketchy against these 3-1s, 2-1s. It's just not a pleasant situation. Like you say, just add some more stuff and start snooping next turn. Get the cards out your hands, do a bit of a gear-a-roo to get some more cards to dump when you start getting coins every turn, and off you go. Just get that gear shifted. But he goes with the sensible option.
Snooping. Let's get a Snoop.
Yeah.
And then play the clock. We gotta get everything down to 1 syllable.
And
Snoop,
then
clock,
snoop,
shift, hit, drone,
base.
base, zap, gilg,
Are you okay?
snoop.
Gilg is Titan. That's 2 syllables.
Yeah, it's
And
2 syllables. you gotta gilg it. Just gilg him up.
Oh my.
Maybe got a Thorm here. Actually, to be fair, Snoop shouldn't be Snoop, it should be
It should
Squirrel.
be squirrel. Yeah. We both got to squirrel at exactly. How did you start talking about the 1 syllable without saying squirrel first?
I
That's
don't
all
know.
we ever talk about.
Oh, we got a Pang and a Tote.
Totes.
Play the Heap. Couple of bots.
The wave really made a mess of this board, didn't it?
That's a Stealthborn bot right there.
Alright. Inko. Plenty of nothing going on, which is what this deck does to start with, before it suddenly leaps into life.
Yeah.
Always gonna, yeah. Sometimes you can just load up the Jazzy and then play your other Jazzy. And just, the mana carry's over. It just wants more cards, because why wouldn't you? Look at all these cards.
Yeah, needed to set
Do
up
you have a
the
gear shift here?
Titan for next turn.
We don't want a Stomper, right? Do we ever want a Stomper, really?
I mean, I want a Stomper. Not right
Sure.
now, but I want one.
So many options.
Don't you want your good stuff for next turn? We could do some things. We can serrate it into the things that we get. And, yeah, the penguin attack.
Yeah, I kind of want to just play everything else this turn, and then next turn Stomper into Gear Shift.
Sure, I can do that. I can buy into that.
So you Bone Spike, Pit Stop, Evaluate. Alright, whatever. Do it this way too. Fine.
Yeah.
See if I care.
Access denied.
Just gonna ignore the minion completely. Keep this stealth. Set it for the damage next turn.
Yeah.
So what do we add on this base?
At least 2.
Yeah.
As in at least 2 more. Maybe it's
Just
only one
thinking
more.
like, can we go for like a clear on the spot, at least for the big part of it? Like, just pop off this turn. Like, build, like, big board clear, you know?
Yeah.
Like, go Radiance.
You don't know what Vecram's hand is, but you know that 2 of those cards are bots, and, you know, get through the big things, you've got rid of both Snoops.
Yeah, you don't have enough damage, I don't think. Because if you go Radiance plus Zapper... Yeah, there's no other AoE besides the Crash, and you can't get the Crash to be at 8.
So if you can't clear, make a load of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think you and Sotter were talking about how good Taunt is in this current meta.
It's very good.
Sneaky good.
Yeah, and holding back on the Bone Spike be a pretty big deal here. Looks like we're just going to start with the Gear Shift.
Yeah, look for the old spike world, right? It's a thing that he can do.
Yeah, yep. Kind of needs it at this point.
Oh. Innie. It's usually so good.
Oh, the came out right at the same time as me. Jinx!
Yeah.
Must shoot soon, Jinx.
TJ, you are speaking words. I just want you to know that. Yeah, this is pretty
Gonna
good.
go the... yeah. It's alright. I mean, it clears off the Titan, which is important, but does nothing for Recklam's game plan. Seemed like it's such a great start, but Nkuro just kind of dealt with the board in chunks, and then the taunts just really super awkward.
Yeah, he
in that
couldn't find a way to
situation.
get the
Recklam had a
Innie
lot of
to...
damage loaded up.
If you get the Innie on there, then everything would be pretty nutty, but he just couldn't quite find a way to get there.
Yeah.
It was very awkward.
Yeah. And now we're starting to get into, alright, every turn I could die territory.
Yeah.
I mean, is it worth kind of popping off a little bit here? Like getting rid of the one mech that's left on the board? Nah, just gonna be an Inza.
It's just always Inja, unless you kill them.
Yeah.
Crab?
I mean, it's clean, right? Like,
It's clean.
you can clear the board and leave behind the Krakatoa plus another weapon and push 4.
Yeah. Is that ideal? It doesn't sound ideal.
I mean, it doesn't feel like enough.
Is there an Innie play? There's an Innie play next turn if you keep your minion alive. Ugh. Yeah, Rekvam shakes his head. He's sort of going through the same thought process as we are, but probably 10 times faster. Like, there's plenty of plays that if you didn't know your opponent had 8 cards in their hand and was playing a deck that could kill you with like 5, you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
You can't take the 8 damage, I don't think, so the crab looks more and more friendly. Can you do anything with Innie? No, you kind of want 8 mana for every good play in this hand. Yeah. Spent the whole
Got
turn
the
looking
crab.
for an alternative, couldn't find one.
Gotta be the crab! Crabatize me, Captain.
Yeah. Alright, Inkura, it's turn 8. You've got 9 cards. Start doing things.
It's gotta be enough.
It's just
Gotta
be
be
there.
enough. Radiance, Zapper. Radiance, Zapper, Turn the Tide. Smack, Bio. Lightning Bolt, Overdraft. At that point, Crash will cost
Not much. 1, 0, 2.
3, 2.
You've got
1.
a
It'll
million
cost
mana
1.
because there's
It'll
mana
cost 1.
all over this Jazzy as well.
It's so much damage. There's
Yeah.
no infinite.
I got to like
Damage
15
and
when
mana.
you were just counting through it then, and I'm sure that this is even more than 15.
Yeah, you may not even need the jazz.
You
I don't
just do it. If you can't count it, just have all your cards cost 0. Well, the others cost like 1, but you know. Yeah, he just played 1,000,000 cards and hoped that Vecgram exploded. I think he knows it's probably lethal.
Doesn't even need to crash, I don't think.
It's
This is
just
8
a
plus
bajillion. It's even more than
8?
1,000,000.
Yeah, it was 8.
He's already dead. There's still a crash. Well done.
Yeah. Just 1,000,000 damage. Alright, tied up the series. We'll play game. I thought the anomaly, I mean, we both talked about it. Thought that it would favor the rogue a lot, and the opening looked fantastic.
Yeah.
But I think we needed the spooter earlier. Like, if one of those snoops was a spooter
Yes.
to try and protect it in the early game, I think Rectum could have run away with it. Having the double snoop, while flashy, just didn't get enough health, didn't have enough protection on the minions to really allow them to crash enough.
Yeah, and the Shaman hit a wave, which, you know, does things.
Yeah, yep. That does things as well.
That's one of the ways the Shaman just auto wins, I feel, in this matchup.
Yeah. But at the same time, never mind.
Never mind.
Around
Okay.
it.
But yeah,
I was going to say, if
your
you
point
have a
makes sense,
spooter,
like-
maybe you can go all in with a snoop, try and bait a wave, and then spooter host.
Like, Inca having the extra cards meant he was able to play a couple of minions very early, which just challenged a couple of things on the other side, which made the magnetizing
That's true.
awkward, which made the snoop awkward. Like you say, spooter, none of that happens. He just sits there spootering.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Spooter,
Spooter
up and
in the
down all
shadows.
day. Yeah. But we got an even series. So we got Rogue on both sides, and then Kuro has Mage, Rectum has Warrior. So I'd say we got a pretty close series. I think the Rogues do differ.
Yeah, I think Inca is playing the Secret Rogue. Let me just double check that because I've got it wrong every time today. Yes,
Yeah,
he is playing.
no,
the
it is.
Secret
It's the Blingtron. Blingtron Secret Rogue.
Yeah.
MC Blingtron. So sometimes that can struggle against the Mech Road if you don't get your like tempo tools early on in the game. If you get like your value generation, then you can struggle for sure.
I'm on Vecram's bandwagon here because I feel like he's won in the ban phase by getting to play Warrior. Like, Inca is playing the lineup, is the 4 classes that many people have brought, or a very big combination of those 4 classes. And he's had to leave the Warrior up. There's a reason everybody's banning Warrior, is it's good against his lineup. So, especially with the Shaman gone, I kind of fancy Vecram's Warrior to be the outstanding of the 4 remaining decks. It's not a free win or anything, but I think he's in the better spot here.
Yeah, it can certainly falter, but very powerful deck in the current metagame, as shown by the bans across the day. We'll see if that's going to be the pick for Rectum going into Game 3 here, or he's going to decide to try and get a win across with the Mech Rogue prior. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
It doesn't.
Take a win with all of them.
But, you know, might depend how he feels. Maybe he's got a read, TJ.
Ah, yes. Go down that path, Neil? Huh?
Yeah, I haven't been down that path for years. Let's go down the read path.
Yeah.
Reedy
Let's go down
path of destruction.
Let's go down the Conquest pick order path. It's one of my
Yeah.
favorite paths. It's a little bit overgrown nowadays. It used to be one of the hottest paths in town, the hottest trail.
Yeah.
Walked by hundreds daily. Now, only the true hiking specialist can take on the Conquest pick order trail.
It's those people who have to walk down it. Like in the UK, we have public footpaths, and if they're not walked in X years, the person who owns all the land around it gets to sort of steal that bit of land. So what happens is there's a list of all these footpaths that people haven't walked on for like 20 years, and somebody will go, "Oh, there's the list. I'll go walk down that," and it keeps the footpath open. It's a public footpath.
That's like a legitimate law.
Yeah, I mean, I may have like got it slightly wrong, but the
oversimplified
theory
it
is
a little
correct.
bit.
Basically, the footpaths are just a way through somebody else's territory that is right of way for the public. And if they're not walked in X years, then they vanish. But there's people out there who walk them to make sure that they don't get closed. There's a list of the ones that might get closed, and people just walk on them to stop them from being closed, and they last another million years or whatever it is.
Because I could see like a world where, like a legitimate business strategy, where you buy land that's next to public footpaths, and then you like scare people on the paths. They don't want to go to it anymore.
Yeah.
And then you absorb that land.
Yeah. I mean,
and then you sell it at a premium.
You have to maintain it for a footpath. I think that's how it works. But yeah, some of these footpaths are incredibly difficult to walk down where people are a bit naughty with their cutting back all their hedges and stuff. You sort of have to traipse around. Not that I've done any of this, of course.
It's because somebody's probably already caught on to the strategy.
But the amount of years is some large number. Like it might be 20, it might be 50. It's one of those numbers that I haven't got that many fingers. It's not like 2 years or something. So
that
your strategy is a family, long-term strategy.
Completely ruined my business plan. All right, cool. All right, we can move on now.
You can say it was a family business, like the Footpath Steelers Inc. or something.
Yeah, this takes too long to pay off. Way too long to pay off. Yeah. All right, get the warrior in action here. Good start for Akuro though. Private Eye, concoctor into Private Eye. Got a Stomper. Waiting in the wings, ready to go.
Yeah, but Rekvam's got Odin in his hand.
Yeah, but you got to get there.
Uh-huh. True. Okay, he's got
Still
Bridge and Trial by Valkyries in his hand. Gets you there, doesn't it?
It should.
Yeah, I mean, if infinite objections and counterspells come out that are the correct thing, that can be a thing. But... This is what you were saying about Bladestorm earlier. Sometimes it can just be a little bit undesirable.
It can be a tough removal spell to use. Just really going aggressive with getting these secrets out of the deck.
Yeah.
So that's got to be Sticky Situation. And the one that I always forget the name of.
There's Double Cross, Sticky Situation,
Double Cross.
and
There you go. Double Cross. Because both Perjuries have been used at that point. One of the secret sets up is the second Perjury secret. The first one was Objection.
There's the Gravedigger, ready to steal Odin.
Doesn't steal it.
It sort of does. Like it borrows it. Or burrows it. You value trading, TJ?
No.
Just removing.
Actually.
There's no secrets left.
It's just to take more power off the board, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like getting rid of the Astalor removes the ability to Shadow Step Astalor, because you can Shadow Step any piece of it along the way.
Yeah.
For the same effect.
Job's done.
Well, it was Freezing Trap anyway. So,
So it didn't matter.
disregard.
Why couldn't Encourage just have told him it was Freezing Trap and saved us all 20 seconds, hey? That's a very, very valid Freezing Trap. Look at this damage that's coming in.
Actually, is pretty powerful. I mean, that's so annoying. I know.
I mean, you see all those fours and you think Bladestorm, right? You've got to try and set that up, but you can't. So, you don't think that? Oh, no.
Job's done.
Is it Yogg next turn? Must be a better way. There's Valkyries next turn. We're okay.
Valkyrie's next turn. I mean, Blingtron actually is just sick here.
Yeah.
To be quite honest with you, there's just so much damage. Holy moly.
Ouch.
It's just a 5/5 Battlecry deal 5, effectively.
You know when I said that Rekvam seems to get these draws in tournaments, so it's just not fair? Like, this is one...
Well,
You said about not
I mean,
getting
this draw wasn't terrible for Rekfem. It was just the draw from Akuro was nuts. I mean, all the secrets came out of the deck by turn 5. And just had, like, a great tempo start.
Oh,
Followed
no,
up
this-
into MC Blingtron.
So you've got to work out if the Valkyries is enough. Then you've got to work out, am I jamming a Yogg? Just the old prison.
Valkyries is not quite enough. You can go 1 and 2 with 3/4, then the 2 into the Oscillor, then a 3 into the 1 bump from the 3/4. But then you leave 5 damage on the board because your 4/4 doesn't die.
Okay, that's that down. 2 more spells to go. Oh no. This went badly.
Yeah.
We'll never know what the third one was, but...
Nope.
Oh dear. 2-1
And-
to Inkuru. He nods sagely.
Yeah, that was just a nice display of the tempo side of the Rogue deck in action. Getting the Private Eye, and showing why Blingtron is strong too. That was just an extra 5 damage that was pushed for a 5/5. It's one thing that Rogue can struggle with is they have too much value but not enough way to just straight up close out a game. Blingtron helps with that. Also can act as a weapon destruction is the second part of that benefit.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, Rekfem now down 2-1. Warrior did not look super fantastic there, but I don't think it was a terrible draw. I just think that the Rogue just got the better of it. Like, had objection, and then Freezing Trap just completely blocked what he was
No
trying to
10
do.
mana spell. 10 damage spell for the Warrior. That's always makes it a bit tougher. You're supposed to draw that one.
Which one? Talking about Sanitize?
No, the... Oh, don't make me know what it's actually called. Bellowing Flames. There you go.
Oh, yeah. That would have been great. But, like, in terms of just things to do, right? Not a terrible opening.
No, it was fine.
Had things to do. Just the things that he wanted to do were getting blocked by, like, the Perjury Secrets from the side of Inkuro. So, now we're going into potentially the last game of the series, potentially the last game of the day. If Inkuro can take a win, it is going to be the Warrior versus the Mage.
2 shots on Mage against anything right now is, you know, probably where you want to be. You'd take this, wouldn't you? You get 2 shots on Mage at the end of the day to get to day 2.
It's pretty good. Pretty good situation for Inkuro. There you go. There's Odin.
Mm-hmm. So just do nothing
Found
for
him.
6 turns, coin out Odin, then play Heavy Plate Bash, and you've won, right? Easy.
Essentially, yeah.
And your opponent hasn't drawn their weapon, which is a gross oversight as a mage, and makes it a lot harder. Excuse me.
Bask in my radiance.
Ooh.
Holy spell.
Lackluster selection, but again, it's still, yeah. Still just another
A holy
type.
spell that deals damage? Sign me up.
Yep. You'll be a priest player before you know it, TJ. Aw.
I mean, it kind of feels bad to get rid of this hand after you forge the Sanitize and have Odin,
Yeah,
but
it really does.
Finley looks a little bit appealing.
Rekfam's
even
probably wondering
more
where this
appealing.
hand was last game.
This would have been a good hand last game.
Kill your thing, clear your board in that order. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Yeah, you can always get the Odin back with the chorus riffs. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Draw into it.
It's third bottom as well, so it's in dredge range. Because the right-hand card goes on the bottom. As I understand it, I know who to blame if that's incorrect.
Sounds right. But just the tempo start here from Ikuro is brutal.
This does okay though. Because the tempo starts to run out now for Eternal 2 for the mage. They still do very powerful things while they're waiting, but the damage has definitely been chalked up. Rick Van won't be impressed.
Another cold case.
Yeah, just keep it up. You've got this little momentum. Just go. Now
There's a
it's
bellowing
starting to add
flame.
up. Oh,
There's a bellowing flames clear here with a swing and a bump.
swing and a bump.
And then a ton of armor to be gained post. But will it be enough is the question. Because
He's gonna need it
even though
because he's
all the skeletons are still going to deal 4, and going to have been a lot of spell schools played by the time we get there. Mage still needs a considerable amount of setup time, but
Oh,
keyboard volume up. Oh my
Oh.
god. It's disgusting.
oh.
Make it stop. Alright. Can go bridge riff, burst riff. Play that popped out to me first.
Yeah. Like, what else are you trying to achieve? What are you trying to achieve?
Well-
Is to stop this.
Maybe you do opposite.
Yes, I could buy into that. If you just give up on winning the board now and try and win with Odin,
Yeah.
and just stay alive because you are dying pretty rapidly.
And you expect the board clears to be there from the side of Incuro. Yeah, I'm not
I like
sure. This
it.
is tough.
I think you've talked me into it, which is
But
always a
then
bad sign.
forcing them to spend mana on board clears is also like reasonable.
It is.
And then there's also just not playing riffs at all and just going like shield block, stone skin.
Yeah.
Just trying to draw through the deck, find something a little bit better.
I don't know.
I don't think even Rekvim knows what he wants to do right now. He's running out of time.
Do you have this in a bigger size?
He's going to go all the way through the deck. Or attempt to.
Trial by fire gives him something to do.
Yeah, it just feels like he's way too far behind. That's 3 wisdoms that are free. Oh my gosh.
It's just horrible. Now he's just showing off, TJ.
Bask in my radiance.
Cards are just flying around. Oh no! Oh, this is going to be so disgusting.
Is that like every spell school
I believe so.
after the nature?
I'm not actually certain now you say that. Checking. Yep, spells in your hand. Just reduce them all. I thought it did. I thought I'd done that. And then draw Sif and win the Hearthstone.
Yeah.
He's just checking to see if he can draw any more spells before reducing 83 mana's worth of stuff.
Doesn't matter.
Also has the option to just play the armor gain and just put a bunch of 4/5s on the board. You want to do something terrifying going into the Odin turns. That's an option, right?
Yeah, but I mean, true. Yeah, we know that Odin couldn't have been drawn at this point, but Inkro does not. So, I mean, I don't think you even really need the elemental inspiration at this point. Just draw more cards. At this point, just emptying out a card in hand so you can draw more with wisdom and then get there.
But you
Also,
can't
it's the
play Odin
solid
into
alibi.
this.
You cannot play Odin into this, so that's a great point. It is, however, the cleanest Bladestorm I've ever seen.
Okay. Another reason to
Just
have played the Artificer, maybe?
Just the juiciest. Just the Bladestorm to end all Bladestorms. But it accomplished its goal of not allowing Rekvum to play Odin if he had it. And at this point, Rekvum's just kind of got to start hitting the armor button, like just getting as much as possible.
Because the longer you go without them playing Odin, the longer you go without playing your alibi, which is the longer you get towards your Sith, with 9 cards left in your deck.
Yeah.
You've also just got to count you haven't got 27 at some point here as well. I mean, you haven't, but you've got a lot. Oh, your keyboard's not so good now. You reduced all the cards in your hand, is it? I don't know. Clutching at anything from Rekvam's side. My goodness. How much is this? 6, 9. 13 or something? It's more than that. It's a lot more than that.
I mean, it's not enough, and he can't really do anything. So,
yeah. There it is, third bottom. Good luck. I want to see a game 5.
Oh, yes, mana.
Oh,
okay. Funnel cake. Ice barrier. Nah, it doesn't matter. Pack the house.
that might matter.
Cannibal. That was sick.
That was amazing. Your go. Rekvam's ahead on health. Look at this.
Yeah, but are you really
Excited.
ever ahead? As soon as a Sif draw on the game ends.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not a Sif.
Not yet.
Is it plus 7 spell damage?
It's so many. I'm bad Sif tracker. Yeah, because there was 8 damage, so yes, it's plus 7. To the minions that weren't.
So Rekvam's got to get to 60. It's 59 damage, I believe.
Or he could just kill his opponent. Yeah. That's not 60, but it's 4 closer. But he's set up lethal somehow.
44. Okay. Still a 1 and 8 for Sif. There's got to be more card
plus
draw
card
left in
draw.
the deck.
Like there must be so much card draws. And
Double
ways to
solid
generate.
alibi.
Yeah, which is basically actually solid alibi is not that great here. I mean, it's good for 1 turn, but
Or 2 turns. He's got 2.
no, but like they're coming in for 7 if you count a weapon that he hasn't got yet. There's a lot of stuff coming in, plus a Yogg. Like that could just die with random missile stuff or whatever. But only because there's so many minions, right? You do still take damage. But I'm talking more about the second one, but hey, maybe Yogg just gets there. 4 spell damage, 4 pyro bars to face. 4. one short. Gotta find something, TJ.
Well, you could do the Moonfire. It's not Moonfire. What's it called? Moonbeam? 4 Moonbeams is actually lethal to face. Deal 1 damage twice.
Oh! Drawing 0 mana bash.
Do you have this in a bigger size?
It's still not enough.
Trying so hard. Bellowing Flames to face by mistake. Okay, he's clearing up the stuff.
Sif is still enough, I'm pretty sure. We're at
You
48.
don't Yogg here, do you? Do you Yogg? I don't know what to do.
Nope.
Because you don't know
it
there's a
Sif?
second alibi.
Oh,
You can
it's
use cards.
Oh, is it just dead? It needs 1 instance of damage to get through the solid alibi.
So, Iko actually has to spend... How much of this stuff can he spend on clearing minions?
None at this point.
Because the Vec Ram has high health total.
Yeah.
Oh, but he can gain 1 million armor and then play it. Okay. Of his own. To make the alibi work.
Okay, that's Tutor Sif. And the alibi, but now we're down to...
Oh, it missed!
Did draw Sif? What?
It missed! Oh no. Inko surely is not going to miss on 6
Okay.
a million times. Any armor gain here? With a 5-drop?
He went... Wind Fury. Armor.
Light of Tear?
Wind Fury armor.
Yeah, he got it.
So now we're at 50?
Yes.
And a Molten Rune's gone?
Uh-huh.
He's alive.
Oh, what a game of Hearthstone.
Because that's 40 in hand?
And now he thinks.
39? 40 with a ping?
Oh my goodness. Do you press the button? Because a little bit of healing will go a long way here, but blowing up your own board will also go a long way. You've got the weapon. What do you do, TJ? I think you have to press it, but you're going to feel so horrible. He's done it! Good luck, everybody.
Okay.
Oh!
Okay.
What's the other one? I can only tell what the ice barrier is.
Plagiarize? There's just plagiarize.
Okay.
There's Sif, but I'm pretty sure it's 40 damage. Right? Because it'd be +7.
Yep.
Spell damage +7. It's nature, arcane. Yeah. I think it's 7. Don't think he has the damage either.
eyes are
Is there
wide
one
open. Oh my.
Is there one more Molten Rune left?
Let me look. I mean, you're asking me to look, so I will. Inkuro, Mage, Molten Rune 1 times.
Yeah. Nope. So you Lady Nashtar, then Belling
Apparently.
Flames? Lady Nashtar, Belling Flames, double smack, armor up.
Yeah.
You gain 16.
This is
Oh no, he's
ridiculous.
leaving a minion up because it's more armor if it attacks face.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's at so much. Oh jeez, even if the Molten Rune was there, wouldn't it be enough damage? This is
Look at
insane. This is like the
70.
most armor I've ever seen.
Oh.
74.
More damage, but it's not enough
Even
more.
Arcane Bolt. Oh, it's still not enough. He's at 74. Oh my gosh.
He's gone through everything. How has he done this?
No.
71.
Your salvation.
Yeah. Cool. Oh no. Inka is just out of plan.
Just steal 5.
Just get a random secret and hope it's bugged and gives you 5 secrets and 20 health.
Time runs out on me.
Is this a concede?
You are unable to comprehend.
Okay.
What?
I don't know.
What's that?
Unclear.
What just happened?
I don't know. He's got a plan and I can't work out what it is. He has a card in mind where that was good.
What now?
Because otherwise you concede if you just straight up tilted. There's a reason for that and I can't see it. Oh, I was going to say making space in hand for tentacles, but we don't play Yogg anymore. Does he play Yogg? No. Okay, just thought. Let's check.
What now?
There's another elemental inspiration left, right?
Oh, sure.
But why would that matter?
It
Why
would
would
have.
you? Yeah.
Maybe he's got an achievement to do. Like, he hasn't conceded, so he has an idea why that was what he wanted to do. We'll see in a minute. He has something in mind that will fill his hand full of spells or
Almost
something.
out of cards.
Well, Sanitize does 49 to everything.
What
And
about
Jam Session
doing
clears off the Divine Shields.
What about doing it twice?
Oh, is there a lethal here?
I mean, it's Yogg.
Is there a real
I don't think-
lethal here?
No.
What's in the riff?
Wait.
There's a bridge in the riff. That doesn't go face.
No.
I want to find a lethal,
Wait.
TJ.
No,
Jam
it is
Session.
It is a verse riff, isn't it? Because he bridged and then ended with a verse last turn.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah. Sanitize.
True mage's master.
What was the last spell? Oh, reverb! Is it 73?
So that's why he did them last turn, because he knew about the reverb and this is how much the mana works out.
But it's not enough.
And it's not enough. But that explains the play, and that makes me happy. Okay. Wow.
Wouldn't it have been better to just wait for the reverb for the Norganon? Like, unloaded the Sif with all the burn spells and then Norganon reverb for the extra damage? I don't know.
No, the
It
Sif's
pro- it
doubling nines. The Sif's doubling lots of nines. Or
Yeah,
12s or
but
whatever they were.
yeah, but like for in terms of like max damage over 2 turns.
So you get a lot of chunky damage twice.
Yeah, because that was no, it would have been around the same.
Right. He's also dying.
Because with all the burn spells in hand, like every single one, it was the ones that he dumped the previous turn. It was like 49. So if you do it this way, it ends up being 60 plus the extra 3 that he did, but you don't get the Norgan on. It works out to be not enough in both cases, but I think this way is correct. Yeah.
The way he did it also shows that he was better than us, which is good. Because he knew how to
well,
spend the mana.
he also knows what cards are left.
He does
in his
know what's
deck.
in his deck as well, which is a big help.
Yeah.
He also gets some
I knew
19
the elemental
himself in the
inspiration
face.
was there. Yeah. It was going to be tough regardless. I mean, that was still a ton of damage. That was, what, 38 plus 18? 56?
Yeah.
Yeah,
quite a
that was
lot.
56 damage. And
Nicely.
Rekvam was able to get out of it. But, I mean, if Sif had come even just slightly earlier in that game for Inkuro, Rekvam had no chance. So...
And both decks showing off there what they could do without Odin, without Sif. I know Sif was used at the end there, but it got really close without the Sif early on. And Rekgram managed to survive and do things without the Odin. Oh, here we go. Yogg-Saron for all the marbles.
jeez. It's Mech Rogue. We're not getting to that point. It's funny that it's the last game of the day.
Yeah.
In Hearthstone, just like, here, have a Yogg.
Well, we were joking about what's the worst anomaly you could get for the final, and just seeing what silly situation we could have had. Yogg-Saron came up in that, except obviously not in this matchup where it just won't matter.
Yeah.
But here we go. Nothing for Inkuro at all. Or was there a reverb actually? Because that's not a disaster if there is. No, it's an alibi.
Keyboard.
Yeah, keyboard picked up.
Keyboard is something.
Reklam's got spooders. So the play here is to work out how to not get reverbed and how to use these spooders so that doesn't happen. I mean, coin spooder into spooder is a thing you can do. Just see what happens.
Yeah. And for Spooder, definitely attack. 3 mana you ain't getting through 6 cells. No
Yeah,
way
and then the
to
next
say.
one you have to consider, but you probably attack again.
Yeah. Probably. Oh, polymorph jellyfish. Oh.
Yeah.
You never expect the whirlwind slam polymorph jellyfish. I think you also see what you get here too, right?
Of course, yeah.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. If you hit for 4 and then stealth, it's not a 2-turn, is it?
22 plus 8, 16, 18. Is it?
Not quite.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is it not?
It is. It's exactly 22. But he's going to split the difference.
Yeah, I think the other way was exacties, but still there because there's 2 4s now,
Well,
so that's
they're-
fine. Yeah.
If there was a cold case that had come out, then you would have kind of gone all in to 1 minion. And
Okay.
not had lethal, right? This way it kind of splits it up. So now, if you go attack and then spooter, even if a cold case comes out, you're still good.
Yeah.
However, it's a solid alibi in hand. I wonder if Inkuro would make the read in that scenario.
Oh, it's so awkward as the Rogue. Rogue's really, I mean, people are going to dislike me intensely for saying this. I think Rogue's really interesting for the 6 turns of the game where you do this stuff. Just going to look what's in the box.
Toys are much more fun to bring.
Oh no, wait, it wasn't Wind Fury. So it wouldn't have been.
I also thought the blue one was Wind Fury. Did it used to be Wind Fury?
It's a different color. It's like darker,
Got it.
but it's very confusing.
No,
We can
my
read
bad.
the
So
text.
it makes a lot more sense now. Okay.
Yep, makes a ton of sense. It was reborn, and it took me forever to notice it, because the green ones and the blue ones just kind of meld together for me. And there's the cold case off the top, so oof.
So can Inkuru? I mean, Vekvam hasn't played many spells and doesn't play many spells anyway. Hardly any, in fact, right? So the Yog's not particularly great. Just wondering if he can actually, assuming that Vekvam doesn't get there with all this stuff we're looking at now, which seems unlikely that he would. That being said, there is no reverb in hand at the moment.
Stealth anyway.
So
gotta be
alibi number
solid
one.
alibi.
Oh, alibi number 2 in hand now as well.
He's gonna go for the armor first, though.
Oh! This time?
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
There
Oh, there it is! It's just a slightly darker blue.
It's the same colour. Don't care what.
And that'll do it. That'll do it. Enough damage and Rekvam. I was scared, honestly, for a second there. Very scared. Just because it just felt like it was slipping out of his hands.
You see the look on his face. That's a look of, oh my goodness, finally not. Yeah, he didn't dare believe that he'd actually got to day 2. And here he is, finally getting a little bit of luck along the way.
Yeah. Honestly, and those last 2 games, it was a good amount, right? Having Sif be like bottom 4 in the previous game, he was dead like 2, 3, 4 turns in a row. And then finally just hit the nuts armor gain, the plagiarized Lady Nashtar to gain 8 armor, plus the Wind Fury into armor gain axe. Over the course of 2 turns, he ended up gaining like 20 plus armor to get out of range of every combo that Inkuru could do because the Sif was so deep into the deck. And then in this game, looking like it was slipping away, Inkuru getting slightly greedy there, but I think it was the right choice.
I think so too. You
Um,
know the Wind
with the
Fury's
Lady
not there
Nashtar.
at the time you make the play.
Exactly. Or you would have been dead previously. You know the Wind Fury's not there. It has to come off the top. And there's no way to magnetize that much, I don't think. You know, with
think
the
that
2
might
bots
be
in hand.
The only out.
Maybe. Yeah. Wind Fury off the top would have been the only out. And then he gets a 5/5 on the board. So if he lives through that turn, he's smooth sailing. Because he's got the double solid alibi. So agree with the choice. But the scrap bots came off the top and was able to hit the Wind Fury right at the end there to take the series. So well played to Inkuru. I definitely think that was a nice series.
Agree.
But just didn't fall his way today. Didn't fall his way. Rekvam's going to be taking that last spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the streamers have done the proud. Look at this. Pocket Train, Rekvam, but Banterface. People who we've seen all year long. Meaty not getting through, but that's a stacked lineup for that reason. Like we've seen these players go all the way sort of to our face, if you like. They've shown us everything they've got all the way through the year, and we're going to get to see them go head-to-head, Pocket Train and Rekvam there. But Levick, I don't know, might be the talking point for me, despite those 3 being in. Levick qualifies for Worlds, takes a few months off, comes back, just qualifies again, and here he is in another top 8. He is, the last 2 or 3 years, got a claim to be maybe even the best player in terms of tournament results.
Yeah, I would agree. And we got a pretty even split in terms of regional representation as well. which is always nice to see when we get to these top 8s. All 3 of the major regions, Asia Pacific, Europe, and Americas, all represented by multiple players in the top 8, which is awesome. So couldn't be happier. Also, I think I felt like the level of play kind of leveled up throughout the day. We saw some mistakes early, but then that sort of subsided, and I think we saw some quality Hearthstone towards the end of the day. Obviously, it's Hearthstone. You get anomalies. you get craziness. The cards fall in one player's favor more so than the others at times, but I thought we saw some very well-played Hearthstone. High-level stuff.
Yeah, again, Inko there, I talked about it a lot from Rekvam's point of view, but Inko there seemed to play a lot of very good stuff. Again, even that counting at the end, just showing you he knew exactly what mana he had, exactly what damage he could do, even in that losing mage game. A good display of exactly, how to maximise your damage. But Rekvam did get it done in the end there. And again, finally getting a little bit of luck in one of these big tournaments, because he has been unlucky. But another thing he did there was kept his cool. Rekvam known for, game 3's gone badly. Yeah, but he managed to not do any of that. There was very little emotion shown, really kept it together and sort of earned that bit of good luck in some ways by not giving up beforehand.
Yeah. Strong mental is the name of the game a lot of times. Special strategy games where you kind of need to be on point at every single turn. And that's that bottom player bias coming in. The player at the bottom, you always tend to root for more because it's from the perspective of if you were playing the game. And the other player is your opponent. It's a weird thing. It's happened since beginning of Hearthstone. I've caught myself doing it all the time, but it happens. But a well-played series of Hearthstone. But that's going to wrap it up today. We have our quarterfinal set from tomorrow. You just saw the bracket. Should be an exciting one. And tomorrow is going to be the final day of Masters Tours for the year. We're going to send a couple more players to the World Championship. We still, before we get the final roster, we still have to wait for more points to come in next 2 months. But we will have our players that are qualified from the Master Tour Championships. And the only thing to look forward from there for the rest of the year will be the World Championship in mid-December. So definitely exciting. A little bit sad because I felt like it's been sparse, but also at the same time it's gone fast this year. But I'm looking forward to it, Neil. I'm looking forward to it, as I'm sure you are too. And I'm not going to let you speak because they're probably already like, we told you to close out the show like 5 minutes ago. And you're still going on and on. I feel like I do this every time, and I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. That's just the way it's going to continue to be when it's late night Hearthstone with Neil and TJ. But for real though, we are done for the day. So tomorrow we are going to close out the Masters Tour Fall Championship. We will return, same time, same place. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone action.